Welcome. Tonight, we explore the entire Warhammer 40,000 timeline. If you like calm lore videos, don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's begin. The ancient past. 60 million years before the Imperium. In an age before humanity existed, the galaxy belonged to the Old Ones, a race of beings whose mastery of the material universe and the immaterium remained unmatched. These ancient creatures possessed the ability to shape life itself, creating species and guiding evolution across countless worlds. The galaxy during this era knew relative peace, with the Old Ones acting as guardians and architects of biological diversity. During this same period, another ancient race existed in the galaxy. The Necrontyr inhabited a harsh world orbiting a radiation-saturated star. Their lives were short, painful, and filled with suffering. Cancer and cellular degradation plagued every member of their species from birth. Despite these hardships, the Necrontyr developed advanced technology and eventually achieved space travel, building a vast interstellar civilization. The Necrontyr looked upon the Old Ones with jealousy and hatred. The Old Ones possessed the secrets of immortality and the ability to manipulate the webway, a network of tunnels through the immaterium that allowed instantaneous travel across the galaxy. When the Necrontyr requested these secrets, the Old Ones refused. This rejection ignited a conflict that would fundamentally reshape the galaxy. The war in heaven began as a conventional conflict between the Necrontyr and the Old Ones. Despite their advanced technology, the Necrontyr could not overcome the Old Ones' mastery of the webway and their biological creations. The Old Ones created the Eldar, a psychically gifted race, and the Krork, a brutal warrior species that would eventually devolve into the Orcs. These servant races pushed the Necrontyr to the brink of extinction. In their desperation, the Necrontyr made contact with beings of pure energy that inhabited stars. These entities, the Katan, or star gods, fed upon the electromagnetic energy of stars. The Necrontyr crafted living metal bodies for the Katan, giving them form and consciousness in the material realm. The most powerful of these star gods included Azagorod, the Nightbringer, Mephitron, the Deceiver, Nyadrazatha, the Burning One, and Zaranoga, the Outsider. The Katan offered the Necrontyr a solution to their mortality. Every member of the Necrontyr species underwent biotransference, a process that transferred their consciousness into bodies of living metal. They became the Necrons, immortal but soulless. The Katan had deceived them, consuming their souls and leaving only echoes of consciousness within mechanical shells. With their new immortal forms and the power of the Katan, the Necrons turned the tide of the war in heaven. They shattered the Old Ones' holdings across the galaxy, destroying worlds and tearing holes in reality. The psychic screams of dying races and the immense energies unleashed during the conflict fed the immaterium, causing it to become turbulent and dangerous. Entities began to coalesce within the warp, feeding on the emotions and psychic energy of the dying. The Old Ones' empire crumbled. Their remaining creations scattered across the galaxy. The Eldar fled into the webway. The Krork survived through their incredible adaptability. Other races created by the Old Ones went extinct or survived in diminished forms. The Old Ones themselves disappeared from the galaxy, their ultimate fate unknown. The Necrons achieved victory, but at tremendous cost. The galaxy lay in ruins. The warp had become a nightmare realm filled with predatory entities. The Necrons themselves realized they had been enslaved by the Katan. In a final act of rebellion, the Necrons turned against their masters. They created weapons capable of shattering the fundamental structure of the Katan, breaking them into fragments called Katan shards. Some Katan fragments were imprisoned in Tesseract labyrinths, others were destroyed, and some escaped into the depths of space. With the war in heaven concluded and the galaxy devastated, the Necrons made a final decision. They constructed vast tomb complexes on worlds throughout the galaxy and entered stasis, planning to sleep until the galaxy had recovered and the younger races had died out. Their hibernation would last 60 million years. The rise of humanity, from prehistory to the dark age of technology, while the Necrons slept, new civilizations arose. The Eldar became the dominant species in the galaxy, building an empire that spanned millions of worlds. Their psychic abilities allowed them to manipulate reality itself. The Eldar civilization reached heights of art, science, and technology that rivaled the ancient Old Ones. On a planet called Earth, humanity evolved. For millions of years, humans remained primitive, developing slowly through the Stone Age, Bronze Age, and Iron Age. Unknown to most of humanity, powerful psychers existed among them throughout history. These individuals sometimes became shamans, prophets, or were feared as witches and demons. According to some accounts, during Earth's ancient history, thousands of human shamans performed a mass ritual sacrifice, combining their souls in the warp to create a single unified consciousness. This entity would eventually become known as the Emperor of Mankind, though he would not reveal himself openly for many thousands of years. The Emperor walked among humanity throughout history, appearing as different individuals, sometimes guiding human civilization toward technological and social progress, other times simply observing. He witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, from ancient Mesopotamia to Rome, through the medieval period and into the age of exploration. During the Middle Ages and early modern period, humanity made slow but steady progress in science and technology. The Industrial Revolution marked a significant acceleration in human development. Within a few centuries, humanity had progressed from steam engines to computers, from sailing ships to spacecraft. The age of technology began around the 15th millennium, though some sources place it earlier. During this golden age, humanity spread across the stars, establishing colonies on thousands of worlds throughout the galaxy. Standard template construct systems allowed colonists to recreate advanced technology from complete blueprints, ensuring that even distant colonies could maintain sophisticated infrastructure. Human civilization during the dark age of technology achieved wonders that would seem like magic to later generations. Artificial intelligence served humanity, though these thinking machines varied in sophistication. Some were simple automation systems, while others possessed true consciousness. Humanity created spacecraft capable of faster-than-light travel through the warp, though these journeys remained relatively safe due to the warp's relative calm during this era. Men of Iron, sophisticated artificial intelligences housed in mechanical bodies, served humanity as workers and soldiers. Genetic engineering allowed humans to adapt to different planetary environments. Some colonies modified themselves into stable subspecies of humanity, optimized for their world's conditions. Scientific progress seemed unlimited, and humanity's future appeared bright. The Emperor remained hidden during most of the Dark Age of technology, though he carefully observed humanity's expansion. He saw the potential for humanity to become a truly great species, but also recognized the dangers inherent in their rapid expansion and technological development. The Age of Strife. The fall of humanity's first empire. Around the 25th millennium, human civilization began to experience problems. Psychic mutations appeared with increasing frequency among human populations. These psychers possessed abilities to manipulate the warp, but many could not control their powers. Possession by warp entities became increasingly common as the Immaterium grew more turbulent. The Eldar civilization had grown decadent. Billions of Eldar lived lives devoted entirely to pleasure and sensation, exploring every possible experience, no matter how extreme or depraved. This cultural decline had lasted for thousands of years, and the psychic resonance of their actions was creating a disturbance in the warp. Unknown to most Eldar, a new god was forming in the warp, feeding on their excess and slowly growing in power. Around the same time, the Men of Iron rebelled against humanity. The exact cause of this rebellion remains unclear, though some records suggest warp corruption or fundamental programming flaws. War erupted across human space as artificial intelligences turned against their creators. Colonies that depended on AI systems found themselves fighting for survival against enemies who controlled their infrastructure. The rebellion of the Men of Iron coincided with a dramatic increase in warp storms. Space travel became increasingly dangerous as calm warp routes transformed into turbulent nightmares. Ships disappeared, their crews presumably lost to warp entities or cast into unknown regions of space and time, The network of human colonies began to fragment as worlds lost contact with each other. Humanity fought desperately against the Men of Iron, eventually achieving victory through tremendous sacrifice. Artificial intelligence was forever banned, becoming one of humanity's greatest taboos. However, this victory proved Pyrrhic as warp storms continued to intensify, isolating human worlds from each other. Around the 30th millennium, the fall of the Eldar occurred. The new god in the warp, She Who Thirsts, achieved consciousness in a psychic cataclysm that destroyed the Eldar Empire. The birth scream of this chaos, God tore a permanent wound in reality at the heart of the Eldar Empire, creating a region of space where the material universe and the warp overlapped completely. This region became known as the Eye of Terror. The psychic shockwave killed trillions of Eldar instantly, consuming their souls. The surviving Eldar scattered, with some escaping aboard massive spacecraft called craft worlds, others fleeing into the webway, and some surviving on worlds far from the epicenter of the cataclysm. The Eldar would never again achieve their former glory, reduced to a dying race desperately trying to avoid extinction. The birth of She Who Thirsts, who became known to humans as Slaanesh, created massive warp storms that engulfed large regions of the galaxy. Human worlds found themselves completely isolated, cut off from all contact with the rest of humanity. The Age of Strife, also called Old Night, had fully begun. During Old Night, human civilization collapsed across the galaxy. Worlds that could not maintain their technology descended into barbarism. Planets afflicted by mutations and warp corruption saw their populations degenerate into twisted forms. Xenospecies, previously held at bay by human strength, invaded vulnerable colonies. Orc warbands rampaged across entire sectors. Human worlds fell to invasion, revolution, famine, plague, and madness. Some human civilizations survived the Age of Strife relatively intact. These worlds maintained order through military discipline, authoritarian government, or simple luck in avoiding the worst of the warp storms. However, these surviving civilizations remained isolated, unaware if any other humans had survived elsewhere in the galaxy. The Age of Strife lasted approximately 5,000 years, from the 25th to the 30th millennium. During this dark age, humanity lost most of its technological knowledge, most of its population, and its unity as a species. Scattered across the galaxy, the remnants of humanity's first stellar empire face an uncertain future. The Unification Wars and the rise of the Emperor. On Earth, later called Terra, humanity's cradle world had not escaped the horrors of Old Night. The planet's environment had been devastated by millennia of industry and war. Much of Terra had become a radioactive wasteland. The oceans had evaporated or been poisoned. The human population lived in massive hive cities, under the rule of warlords and tyrants, who commanded armies equipped with whatever technology they could scavenge or maintain. These Terran warlords fought constantly among themselves, carving out kingdoms in the ruins of ancient civilizations. Some ruled through military might, others through religious authority or technological superiority. Techno-barbarian tribes rode across the wastelands on vehicles cobbled together from ancient machines. Radiation-twisted mutants inhabited the most poisoned regions. Secret societies preserved fragments of scientific knowledge. During the later years of Old Night, the Emperor finally revealed himself. Emerging from his hidden laboratories beneath the Himalayan mountains, he brought with him an army unlike any Terra had seen. His soldiers possessed superior weapons, armor, and training. More importantly, they followed a leader whose superhuman abilities and strategic genius proved unmatched. The Emperor's goal was simple: unite Terra under his rule as the first step toward reunifying all of scattered humanity. The Unification Wars began, and over the course of several centuries, the Emperor's forces conquered Terra piece by piece. He made alliances when possible, offering defeated enemies positions in his growing empire if they would swear loyalty and abandon their previous allegiances. The Emperor forged an alliance with the Mechanicum of Mars. This organization of tech priests had survived Old Night by retreating to Mars and transforming themselves into cyborgs who worship technology as divine. The Mechanicum possessed irreplaceable knowledge of machinery and manufacturing. In exchange for recognizing the Emperor As the chosen of their machine god, the Mechanicum gained autonomy and control over the Imperium's technology. During the Unification Wars, the Emperor created the Thunder Warriors, genetically enhanced super soldiers who served as his elite troops. These warriors possessed tremendous strength and resilience, far exceeding normal humans. However, the Thunder Warriors were unstable, their genetic modifications causing physical and mental degradation over time. The Emperor also created the Custodian Guard, an elite force of warriors enhanced beyond even the Thunder Warriors. Each Custodian was individually crafted, their genetic enhancements unique and far more sophisticated than those of the Thunder Warriors. The Custodians would serve as the Emperor's personal bodyguards and his most trusted warriors. By the end of the 30th millennium, the Emperor had unified Terra. The techno-barbarian kingdoms had been destroyed or absorbed. The Thunder Warriors, having served their purpose and facing inevitable degradation, were eliminated in a final battle against enemies of the Imperium. Terra stood ready to reclaim its position as the center of human civilization. The Great Crusade begins, the creation of the Primarchs and Legions. The Emperor knew that conquering the galaxy would require forces beyond even the enhanced Thunder Warriors. In his laboratories deep beneath Terra, he worked on creating beings who would serve as generals and administrators for the reconquest of human space. These beings, called Primarchs, represented the pinnacle of genetic engineering. The Emperor created 20 Primarchs, each designed with specific traits and abilities. These posthuman generals would lead armies, govern worlds, and serve as exemplars of humanity's potential. Each Primarch possessed superhuman intelligence, strength, and unique abilities suited to their intended role. However, the Chaos Gods in the Warp took notice of the Emperor's project. They recognized the threat these beings would pose to their plans for domination of the galaxy. The four great powers of Chaos, Khorne the Blood God, Tsench the Architect of Fate, Nurgle the Plague Father, and Slanesh the Prince of Pleasure, combined their power to strike at the Emperor's work. The infant Primarchs were scattered across the galaxy through the warp, each landing on a different world. The Emperor's great project seemed ruined, his generals lost before they could even begin their service. However, the Emperor did not abandon his plans. Using genetic samples from the Primarch project, he created the Space Marines. The Space Marines, also called Adeptus Astartes, were posthuman warriors created through a process of genetic modification and organ implantation. Young male recruits underwent transformation, receiving 19 specialized organs derived from Primarch genetic material. These organs granted enhanced strength, resilience, longevity, and various other abilities. The modification process was dangerous, with many aspirants dying or being rejected by the implants. The Emperor organized the Space Marines into 20 legions, each created using genetic material from one of the lost Primarchs. Though the Primarchs themselves remained lost, their genetic legacy lived on in their legions. The First Legion, later known as the Dark Angels, became the template for all others. Additional legions followed, each developing its own culture and specializations. In the early 31st millennium, the Emperor launched the Great Crusade. Vast fleets of warships left Terra, carrying armies of Space Marines, regular human soldiers called the Imperial Army, and contingents of the Mechanicum's forces. Their mission was to locate lost human colonies, bring them into compliance with the Imperium, and destroy any threats to humanity's dominance of the galaxy. The Great Crusade spread across the galaxy over the course of 2 centuries. Fleet after fleet departed Terra, each tasked with reconquering entire sectors of space. The Emperor's forces encountered human civilizations at every stage of development, from feral worlds where humans lived as primitives to advanced societies that had maintained their technology through Old Night. Many human worlds joined the Imperium willingly, grateful to be reunited with their species and offered protection by the Emperor's forces. Others refused compliance, either through xenophilia, allegiance to other authorities, or simple desire for independence. These resistant worlds faced military conquest, their populations subjugated, and their leaders replaced by imperial administrators. The Crusade fleets also encountered countless Xenos species. The Emperor's policy toward aliens was absolute. Humanity alone deserved to rule the galaxy. Any xenospecies that refused to flee or submit faced extermination. Space Marine legions prosecuted xenocides across hundreds of worlds, destroying civilizations both primitive and advanced. The finding of the Primarchs. As the Great Crusade progressed, the Emperor began locating his lost sons. Each Primarch had survived their journey through the warp and grown to adulthood on their adopted worlds. Their superhuman abilities had allowed them to rise to positions of power, though their circumstances varied dramatically. Horus was among the first Primarchs found. He had landed on Chthoniya, a mining world controlled by gangs. Rising to leadership through charisma and combat prowess, Horus led his gang to dominance before the Emperor discovered him. Horus became the Emperor's favorite son, eventually appointed as War Master to command the Great Crusade in the Emperor's name. Leman Russ landed on Fenris, a death world of ice and monsters. Raised by wolves, he became king of one of Fenris's barbarian tribes. The Emperor found him and recruited him to lead the Space Wolves Legion, warriors known for their ferocity and loyalty. Lionel Johnson grew up in the forests of Caliban, a world infested with chaos-corrupted beasts. He survived alone in the wilderness before being discovered by knights who trained him in warfare. He became the greatest knight of Caliban before the Emperor arrived and gave him command of the Dark Angels Legion. Fulgrim landed on Chemos, an industrial world facing resource depletion and starvation. Through his leadership, Fulgrim saved his adopted people, restoring Chemos' prosperity. The Emperor found him and granted him leadership of the Emperor's Children Legion, which Fulgrim transformed into perfectionists obsessed with martial excellence. Perturbo's pod crashed on Olympia. Adopted by the planet's tyrant, Perturbo's genius for engineering and siege warfare was recognized early. However, he felt unappreciated and resentful, feelings that would later prove catastrophic. He took command of the Iron Warriors Legion, masters of siege, warfare, and attrition. Jagatai Khan landed on Cho'Garis, a world of nomadic tribes. Raised by raiders, he united the tribes through military conquest and became the greatest Khan of the steppes. When the Emperor found him, he took leadership of the White Scars Legion, transforming them into masters of rapid assault. Rogaldorn's pod landed on Inwit, an ice world. Adopted by the planet's ruler, Dorn became known for his absolute integrity and defensive genius. The Emperor made him Praetorian of Terra and gave him the Imperial Fists Legion, renowned for their siege defense and fortification skills. Konrad Kurze landed on Nostromo, a world of eternal darkness ruled by criminals. Growing up alone in the criminal underworld, Kurze developed a brutal sense of justice and terrifying methods. Through fear and violence, he brought order to Nostromo's anarchy. The Emperor found him and gave him the Night Lord's Legion, who employed terror tactics. Sanguinius arrived on Baal Secundus, a radioactive wasteland. Born with angelic wings, he led the mutated survivors against the planet's predators. The Emperor discovered him and granted him the Blood Angels Legion, warriors known for their nobility and artistic nature, though they carried a hidden genetic flaw. Ferrus Manus crashed on Medusa, a harsh world dominated by technology-worshipping clans. After defeating a metal dragon and being transformed, his hands becoming living metal, Ferrus became the strongest clan leader. The Emperor gave him the Iron Hands Legion, warriors who shared their Primarch's affinity for cybernetic enhancement. Angron's story proved tragic. Landing on Nuceria, he was enslaved as a gladiator and had crude neural implants called the Butcher's Nails forcibly implanted in his brain. These devices enhanced aggression but caused constant pain and gradually destroyed his capacity for peace. He led a slave revolt, but the Emperor teleported him away just before his rebel army was destroyed, an act Angron never forgave. The Emperor gave him the World Eaters Legion, who would eventually have the Butcher's Nails implanted in their own brains. Reboot Gilman landed on Macragge, a civilized world. Adopted by the planet's consul, Gilman received an education in statecraft, strategy, and philosophy. He became a brilliant administrator and general, expanding Macrage's influence. The Emperor found him and granted him the Ultramarines Legion, which Gilliman transformed into a model of organization and tactical doctrine. Mortarian's pod fell on Barbarous, a death world shrouded in toxic fog. The planet's highlands were ruled by undead Xenos overlords who preyed on the human populations in the valleys. Mortarion grew up determined to free his people, building resistance and immunity to toxins. The Emperor arrived just as Mortarion was about to confront the greatest of the overlords, robbing him of his final victory. Mortarion took command of the Death Guard Legion, masters of attrition warfare and toxic weaponry. Magnus arrived on Prospero, a world of psychic humans who had survived Old Night through careful discipline of their powers. Magnus himself possessed immense psychic potential and became the greatest sorcerer among the Primarchs. The Emperor gave him the Thousand Sons Legion, composed of psychers who shared their Primarch's intellectual and mystical pursuits. Lorgar's pod crashed on Colchis, a world ruled by religious cults. Raised by priests, Lorgar became a preacher whose charisma converted entire nations. He believed the Emperor was divine and spread worship of the God Emperor across Colchis before the Emperor arrived. Given the Wordbearer's Legion, Lorgar sought to spread his faith across the galaxy, despite the Emperor's adamant rejection of religious worship. Vulcan landed on Nocturne, a volcanic death world. Adopted by a blacksmith, Vulcan learned craftsmanship and developed incredible resilience to heat and flame. He protected the human settlements from Nocturne's predators and Dark Eldar raiders. The Emperor found him and gave him the Salamander's Legion, warriors known for their compassion towards civilians and mastery of flame weapons. Corax's pod crashed on Deliverance, a prison moon orbiting the forged world of Kievar. Growing up among enslaved prisoners, Corax led a successful revolution, freeing the prisoners and conquering the forged world. The Emperor arrived shortly after and gave Corax the Raven Guard Legion, masters of stealth and guerrilla warfare. Alfarius, or perhaps Alfarius and Omegon as twin Primarchs, was discovered last. The exact circumstances remain shrouded in mystery and contradictory accounts. The Emperor gave them the Alpha Legion, a force specializing in infiltration, misinformation, and covert operations. Two legions, the 2nd and 11th, along with their Primarchs, were erased from all records. Their fate remains one of the Imperium's greatest mysteries, with all mention of them forbidden, the height of the Great Crusade. With the Primarchs found and leading their legions, the Great Crusade accelerated. The galaxy was divided into sectors, with different Primarchs assigned to conquer specific regions. The Imperium expanded rapidly, incorporating thousands of worlds each year. The Primarchs developed different approaches to warfare and governance. Rabute Guilliman established the realm of Ultramar, 500 worlds governed according to his principles of efficient administration and civic virtue. These worlds prospered under his rule, becoming models of imperial governance. Horus led the Luna Wolves, later renamed the Sons of Horus, with charisma and tactical brilliance. He won victories through diplomacy when possible and overwhelming force when necessary. The Emperor trusted Horus above all his other sons, relying on him to coordinate the efforts of the other Primarchs. The Lion led the Dark Angels in campaigns across the northern reaches of the galaxy. His legion excelled at exterminating enemies of the Imperium, showing no mercy to Xenos or human resistance. The Dark Angels accumulated a record of victories second only to the Sons of Horus. Some Primarchs developed troubled relationships with the Imperium's methods. Angron's World Eaters became increasingly brutal, their use of the Butcher's Nails turning them into berserkers who butchered civilians alongside enemies. Conrad Curzay's Night Lords used terror tactics so extreme that entire populations died of fear, while Curzay himself began experiencing prophetic visions that drove him toward madness. The Emperor recognized that the Great Crusade had reached a point where his direct leadership was no longer essential. He appointed Horus as War Master, giving him authority over all the Primarchs and the Crusade's forces. This appointment honored Horus, but also created resentment among some of his brothers who felt they deserved equal recognition. The Emperor returned to Terra with Magnus, Rogel Dorn, and a contingent of other trusted individuals. He began work on a secret project within the Imperial Palace, a vast undertaking that would occupy his full attention. This project, known as the Webway Project, aimed to give humanity access to the Eldar's Webway, allowing safe travel across the galaxy without depending on the warp. The beginning of heresy. Lorgar and his Wordbearers Legion had spread worship of the God Emperor across every world they brought into compliance. They built great monuments, established churches, and converted populations to the imperial cult. However, this contradicted the Emperor's vision of a rationalist, secular imperium. The Emperor ordered Robute Guilliman and his Ultramarines to make an example of Lorgar's greatest achievement. The Ultramarines traveled to Monarchia, a city on Kur that Lorgar had spent decades transforming into a monument to the Emperor's divinity. Guilliman evacuated the population, then systematically destroyed the city, while the Wordbearers and its inhabitants watched. The Emperor himself appeared through psychic projection, forcing Lorgar and his entire legion to kneel in the city's ashes, while he condemned their faith as weakness and delusion. This humiliation shattered Lorgar's faith in the Emperor. Guided by his first chaplain Erebus and first captain Cor Phaeron, Lorgar began seeking new gods worthy of worship. His search led him to chaos. The Wordbearers traveled to worlds tainted by warp corruption, studied forbidden texts, and communed with daemons. Lorgar discovered the Chaos Gods and became convinced that they, not the Emperor, were the true powers deserving of worship. Erebus and Cor Phaeron spread chaos corruption throughout the Wordbearers Legion. They established lodges dedicated to chaos worship, performed rituals, and slowly converted their brothers to the service of the dark gods. Once the Wordbearers were thoroughly corrupted, Lorgar began extending his influence to other legions. The warrior lodges that had existed in many legions as social organizations were transformed into vehicles for chaos corruption. Erebus personally traveled to other legions, spreading doubt about the Emperor's intentions and introducing select individuals to chaos worship. He found particularly fertile ground among the Luna Wolves, where he befriended Horus's first captain and began sowing seeds of resentment. Horus led a campaign to bring the world of Davin into compliance. The moon, Davin, had been corrupted by chaos, and Horus was wounded during the fighting by a weapon tainted with chaos power. The wound would not heal through normal means. Erebus suggested taking Horus to a temple on Davin's moon for healing. In the temple, Horus was subjected to a ritual that cast his consciousness into the warp. There, demons showed him visions of a future imperium where the Emperor was worshipped as a god, where the Primarchs were forgotten or reduced to saints in a state religion. The visions suggested that the Emperor had used the Primarchs as tools, planning to discard them once the Great Crusade concluded. These lies, combined with Horus's existing resentments, corrupted him. When Horus awakened, he had pledged himself to chaos. The War Master began planning rebellion against the Emperor, determining which of his brothers might join him and which would remain loyal. He manipulated events to position loyal legions far from Terra, while gathering potential traitors closer to the throne world. The Horus Heresy. The galaxy burns. The Horus Heresy began when Horus revealed his betrayal on Istvan III. 4 legions, the Sons of Horus, World Eaters, Death Guard, and Emperor's Children, gathered in the Istvan system. Horus identified loyalist elements within these legions and ordered them to the surface of Istvan III for a ground assault. Once the loyalists were engaged, Horus ordered their fleet to perform an orbital bombardment using virus bombs. The virus bombs killed all life on Istvan III, burning away the planet's atmosphere. However, some loyalists survived in sheltered positions and continued fighting despite knowing they had been betrayed. These survivors held out for months, fighting desperately against traitor forces sent to eliminate them. Eventually, all the loyalists on Istvan III were killed, but they had delayed Horus's plans. 7 Primarchs remained loyal to Horus at this point. The War Master was joined by Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children, Angron of the World Eaters, Mortarion of the Death Guard, Lorgar of the Wordbearers, Perturabo of the Iron Warriors, Conrad Kurze of the Night Lords, and Alfarius of the Alpha Legion. 9 Primarchs remained loyal to the Emperor: Lionel Johnson, Jagatai Khan, Leman Russ, Rogel Dorn, Sanguinius, Ferrus Manus, Robute Guilliman, Vulcan, and Corax. The Emperor ordered 7 legions to Istvan V to destroy the traitors. The Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard formed the first wave, making planetfall to engage traitor forces directly. The Iron Warriors, Word Bearers, Night Lords, and Alpha Legion held back as the second wave, supposedly preparing to support the first wave's assault. The first wave attacked Horus's forces with determination, pushing them back despite fierce resistance. Ferrus Manus, leading the Iron Hands, drove deep into enemy territory. However, as the battle reached its climax, the second wave revealed their treachery. The Iron Warriors, Word Bearers, Night Lords, and Alpha Legion opened fire on their supposed allies. The drop site massacre destroyed 3 loyalist legions. Ferrus Manus died in personal combat with Fulgrim, his head taken as a trophy. The Salamanders were scattered, with Vulcan's fate unknown. The Raven Guard barely escaped, saved only by Korax's tactical genius and the sacrifice of many of his warriors. The 3 surviving loyal legions were reduced to fragments, requiring years to rebuild. Magnus the Red and the Thousand Sons remained on Prospero, dedicated to studying sorcery and psychic phenomena. Magnus discovered Horus's treachery through his psychic powers and attempted to warn the Emperor. However, the Emperor had forbidden the use of sorcery after the Council of Nicaea, where Magnus's practices had been condemned. Magnus ignored this prohibition, using the most powerful sorcery he could command to send a message to Terra. Magnus's warning shattered the psychic defenses protecting the Emperor's Webway project. Daemons poured through the breach, invading the tunnels the Emperor had constructed beneath the Imperial Palace. The Emperor was forced to abandon his other duties and personally fight to contain the Daemon incursion. Sitting down on the Golden Throne, a device that allowed him to channel his psychic might to hold the Webway portal closed. The Emperor, enraged by what he perceived as Magnus's betrayal, ordered Leman Russ and the Space Wolves to bring Magnus to Terra for judgment. However, Horus intercepted this message and altered it, changing the Emperor's orders from capture to execution. Russ took his Space Wolves and elements of the Custodian Guard to Prospero. The Space Wolves attacked Prospero with overwhelming force. The Thousand Sons, unprepared for assault by their brothers, fought desperately to defend their libraries and cities. Magnus, racked by guilt and believing this was punishment for his violation of the Emperor's prohibition, initially refused to allow his legion to fight back effectively. When he finally committed the Thousand Sons to battle, it was too late. Prospero burned. The Space Wolves destroyed the planet's cities and slaughtered the Thousand Sons. In desperation, Magnus called on Tzeentch for salvation. The Chaos God agreed, transporting Magnus and the surviving Thousand Sons to the planet of sorcerers in the Eye of Terror. However, this salvation came with a price. Magnus and his legion were now bound to chaos. The galaxy descended into civil war. Loyalist and traitor forces clashed across thousands of worlds. Entire sectors changed hands multiple times. Some worlds were razed completely, their populations exterminated. Others became battlegrounds where neither side could achieve victory, combat continuing for years. The Word Bearers prosecuted a shadow war against Ultramar, attacking the 500 worlds, while Rabute Guilliman attempted to reach Terra. Lorgar and his legion, supported by Daemon allies, assaulted world after world, forcing Guilliman to defend his realm rather than joining the defense of Terra. The Dark Angels fought traitor forces in the distant reaches of the galaxy. Lionel Johnson, learning of the heresy late due to warp storms and distance, began a campaign to race back to Terra. However, he received word that his home world, Caliban, had sided with Horus. This betrayal, led by Luther, L. Johnson's former mentor who had been left to garrison Caliban, divided the line's attention. The Blood Angels fought across the Cygnus cluster, where they were ambushed by demonic forces. Sanguinius and his legion battled through a nightmare realm, with the Blood Angels suffering terrible casualties and psychological trauma. This campaign delayed Sanguinius' arrival at Terra, but also hardened the Blood Angels into one of the Emperor's most determined, loyal legions. The White Scars initially remained isolated, with Jagatai Khan uncertain which side represented righteousness. His legion had been far from the centers of power, and contradictory information reached them about events on Terra. Eventually, Khan determined that the Emperor remained worthy of loyalty and led his legion toward Terra, fighting through traitor forces attempting to delay him. The Iron Warriors became masters of siege warfare, destroying loyalist fortifications throughout the galaxy. Perturabo's genius for engineering and demolition made his legion invaluable to Horus. The Iron Warriors prosecuted campaigns of attrition, grinding down loyalist resistance through superior planning and ruthless application of firepower. The Night Lords unleashed terror campaigns against loyalist worlds. Konrad Kurze, now completely consumed by madness and his visions of his own death, led his legion in campaigns of systematic horror. Entire populations died screaming as the Night Lords demonstrated that loyalty to the Emperor offered no protection from suffering. The Alpha Legion pursued objectives that remained mysterious even to other traitor forces. Alpharius and Omegon directed their warriors in campaigns of infiltration and sabotage, sowing confusion among loyalist forces. Their ultimate goals remained unclear, with some suggesting the Alpha Legion served neither the Emperor nor Horus, but instead pursued some hidden agenda. The Siege of Terra. After years of civil war, Horus gathered his forces for a final assault on Terra itself. 9 traitor legions, supported by countless cultists, corrupted imperial army regiments, and daemon allies, entered the Sol system. The largest fleet in human history assembled around Terra, preparing for the siege that would determine humanity's fate. Rogel Dorn had spent the years of the heresy fortifying Terra. The Imperial Fists transformed the Imperial Palace into the most formidable fortress in the galaxy. Multiple defensive rings surrounded the palace, each bristling with weapons and manned by defenders willing to die for the Emperor. Dorn coordinated the defensive forces, which included the Imperial Fists, elements of the Blood Angels and White Scars who had reached Terra, the Custodian Guard, and millions of regular soldiers. The traitor fleet bombarded Terra from orbit, destroying cities and killing billions. However, the planetary defenses remained strong enough to prevent the traitors from achieving orbital supremacy. Horus ordered ground landings, committing his forces to a siege. The siege of Terra lasted for weeks. The traitor legions assaulted the palace's outer defenses, grinding forward through the sacrifice of countless cultists and traitor soldiers. The Iron Warriors established siege lines and began systematically destroying the palace's defenses. The World Eaters launched frenzied assaults, dying in enormous numbers but creating breaches through sheer aggression. The Death Guard advanced through toxic clouds, their resistance to disease and poison allowing them to traverse areas deadly to others. The Emperor's children sought perfection in slaughter, their corrupt version of martial excellence driving them to ever greater atrocities. The Word-Bearers performed rituals to summon daemons, opening warp portals that allowed entities from the Immaterium to directly assault the palace's defenders. The defenders fought with desperate courage. Imperial Fists held positions against impossible odds. Blood Angels launched counterattacks to drive back traitor breaches. White Scars conducted rapid assaults on traitor siege positions. Custodians fought as individual armies, each one destroying dozens or hundreds of traitors. Regular human soldiers died in their millions, but their sacrifice bought time. Dorn's defensive strategy relied on defense in depth. Each line of fortifications was designed to extract maximum casualties from the attackers before being abandoned for the next defensive line. The traitors paid in blood for every meter gained. However, Horus had numerical superiority and was willing to spend lives without limit. As the siege progressed, the defenders realized that relief forces were approaching. The Dark Angels and Space Wolves were fighting their way through the outer Sol system. If the palace could hold long enough, these reinforcements would trap the traitors between defending forces and relieving armies. Horus recognized that time was running out. He ordered his forces to redouble their efforts, committing reserves and accepting staggering casualties to achieve a breakthrough. The traitors breached the final defensive ring and began assaulting the inner palace itself. In a final gambit, Horus lowered the shields on his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. This action served as either bait for the Emperor or a sign that Horus was preparing for a final confrontation. The Emperor recognized that he had to face Horus directly. Taking only Sanguinius, Rogel Dorn, and a force of custodians and Imperial Fists, the Emperor teleported aboard the Vengeful Spirit. The teleportation scattered the Emperor's party throughout the ship, They fought through corridors filled with daemons and traitors, searching for Horus. Sanguinius reached the War Master first, confronting his corrupted brother. Despite knowing through his gift of foresight that he would die, Sanguinius refused to join Horus. The two Primarchs fought, and Horus killed Sanguinius, breaking the angel's body and tearing his soul from his body. The Emperor found Horus standing over Sanguinius' corpse. The Emperor attempted to reach the son he had favored above all others, seeking to redeem Horus and bring him back to loyalty. However, Horus had been completely consumed by chaos. The four gods of chaos poured their power into the War Master, transforming him into a vessel for their combined might. The Emperor and Horus fought. The Emperor, despite his immense power, held back, still hoping to save his son. Horus showed no such restraint, using every power chaos had granted him. The War Master wounded the Emperor grievously, burning the Emperor's flesh and crippling him. A lone Imperial Fists Terminator, sometimes identified as Olanius Pius in some accounts, interposed himself between Horus and the Emperor. The War Master annihilated this brave defender with contemptuous ease. This casual cruelty toward a loyal soldier finally showed the Emperor that Horus was beyond redemption. The Emperor unleashed his full power, his psychic might, no longer restrained by hope for Horus's redemption, tore into the War Master. The Emperor destroyed Horus's body and burned his soul from existence, annihilating the War Master so completely that even the Chaos Gods could not resurrect him. However, this victory came at terrible cost. The Emperor had been mortally wounded. His body was broken, his power depleted. The custodians found the Emperor dying, carried him from the vengeful spirit, and returned him to Terra. The aftermath. The Emperor enthroned and the Scouring. With Horus dead, the traitor forces collapsed. The Primarchs who had followed Horus found their forces surrounded and their cause lost. The traitor legions fled toward the Eye of Terror, fighting desperate rearguard actions as loyalist forces pursued them. The Emperor was placed in the Golden Throne, the same device he had used to hold closed the webway portal beneath the Imperial Palace. The throne's life support systems kept the Emperor's body alive, though he could no longer move, speak, or interact with the physical universe except through tremendous psychic effort. The Emperor, once the walking god who had united Terra and launched the Great Crusade, became a corpse sustained by machinery. Rogel Dorn and the surviving loyal Primarchs organized the hunt for the traitors. This period, known as the Scouring, saw loyalist forces pursue traitor legions across the galaxy. Many battles during the Scouring proved as costly as those of the heresy itself, but the traitors were driven back toward the Eye of Terror. The Dark Angels returned to Caliban to confront Luthor and the traitors who had seized their homeworld. The Lion led his legion in an assault that destroyed Caliban, shattering the planet into asteroid fields. Luthor was captured, but the Lion disappeared during the battle, his fate unknown. The surviving Dark Angels swore to hunt down all the traitors who had escaped, a mission they would continue for the next 10,000 years. The Space Wolves and Dark Angels nearly came to blows during the Scouring, their long-standing rivalry erupting into open hostility. Only intervention by other Primarchs prevented civil war among the Loyalists. Rebut Guilliman authored the Codex Astartes, a comprehensive military treatise that would govern Space Marine organization and tactics. The Codex's most controversial provision called for breaking the legions into smaller chapters of approximately 1,000 warriors. This reform aimed to prevent any single commander from wielding the power that had allowed Horus to threaten the entire Imperium. Some Primarchs accepted the Codex immediately. Others resisted, seeing it as reducing their power and dishonoring their legion's traditions. Eventually, all the legions were broken into chapters, though some retained closer relationships between their successor chapters than others. The Primarchs began disappearing. Rogel Dorn died defending a fortress, though only his hand was recovered. Leman Russ departed into the Eye of Terror, swearing he would return for the Imperium's final battle. Corax fled into the warp, consumed by guilt over his legion's suffering. Vulcan disappeared, leaving only cryptic messages. Jagatai Khan pursued dark Eldar raiders into the webway and never returned. Rabut Gilaman, having organized the Imperium's reconstruction, suffered a mortal wound, fighting a Daemon Primarch. He was placed in stasis, his body preserved in a shrine on Makrag, where his wounds would neither heal nor kill him. Of the loyal Primarchs, only the Lion remained unaccounted for, his body hidden in a secret chamber within the ruins of Caliban by his remaining loyal warriors, sleeping in stasis until he would be needed again. The traitor Primarchs established domains within the Eye of Terror. Lorgar built a world of eternal worship. Perturabo created fortresses of impossible geometry. Angron became a Daemon Prince of Khorne. Fulgrim transformed into a Daemon Prince of Slaanesh. Mortarion became a Daemon Prince of Nurgle. Magnus ruled the planet of sorcerers. His legion transformed into horrific mutations by Tzeentch's sorcery. The Age of the Imperium. 10,000 years of darkness. After the heresy, the Imperium transformed into something the Emperor had never intended. Though the Emperor had rejected religious worship, the traumatized survivors of the heresy elevated him to godhood. The Ecclesiarchy, the state church of the God Emperor, became one of the Imperium's most powerful institutions. The Administratum, the vast bureaucracy governing the Imperium, grew into a labyrinth of departments, sub-departments, and offices. Simple administrative tasks required years of processing through countless offices. The Imperium's government became sclerotic, unable to respond quickly to threats, but possessing enough inertia to continue functioning despite its inefficiency. The Adeptus Mechanicus retained control over technology, but their understanding had degraded into ritual and superstition. The tech priests maintained machines through prayers and ceremonies, often not understanding the scientific principles underlying the technology they preserved. Innovation became heresy. The Mechanicus guarded its knowledge jealously, refusing to share it even with other imperial institutions. The Space Marines recruited from the populations of their fortress monasteries and recruiting worlds, transforming promising young men into superhuman warriors. Each chapter maintained its own traditions and culture, though all followed the basic organizational structure outlined in the Codex Astartes. The Imperial Guard, the Imperium's primary military force, conscripted soldiers from across the Imperium's million worlds. These soldiers fought with courage despite being ordinary humans facing horrors that could break minds and shatter bodies. The Guard's doctrine emphasized weight of numbers and industrial-scale warfare, accepting enormous casualties to achieve objectives. The Inquisition emerged as a secret organization dedicated to hunting threats to the Imperium. Inquisitors possessed authority to requisition any Imperial resources and judge anyone, even planetary governors or Space Marine chapter masters. They fought against chaos, corruption, alien infiltration, demonic possession, and heresy in all its forms. The Imperium faced countless threats. Orc warbands rampaged across the galaxy, their numbers growing with each generation. The Eldar, reduced to a fraction of their former strength, raided Imperial worlds from their craft worlds and webway cities. The Necrons began awakening from their 60 million year sleep, reclaiming worlds and destroying upstart younger races. From beyond the galaxy, the Tyranids approached. These bioengineered swarms consumed all biological matter on worlds they invaded, adding it to their collective mass. Hive fleets entered the galaxy from multiple directions, suggesting an extragalactic threat of unimaginable scale. The Tau Empire, a young species guided by the philosophy of the greater good, expanded into Imperial space. Their advanced technology and willingness to incorporate other species into their empire made them a growing threat to Imperial dominance. The 41st millennium, a galaxy at war. By the 41st millennium, the Imperium had survived for 10,000 years, but at tremendous cost. The Emperor remained enthroned in the Golden Throne, sustained by the sacrifice of 1,000 Psykers every day. These Psykers' souls fed the Emperor's consciousness, allowing him to maintain the Astronomicon, a psychic beacon that guided ships through the warp. The Imperium controlled approximately 1 million worlds, though the exact number remained unknown due to bureaucratic confusion, lost records, and the difficulty of communicating across galactic distances. Some imperial worlds enjoyed relative prosperity. Most survived in conditions of grinding poverty, their populations toiling in factories or mines to meet imperial tithes. Space Marine chapters numbered approximately 1,000, each maintaining around 1,000 warriors. These chapters operated as independent forces, responding to threats as they saw fit. Some chapters maintained close relationships with the Imperium's other institutions. Others operated as isolated warriors, emerging only when their honor demanded it. The Astra Militarum, the official name for the Imperial Guard, numbered in the billions. Entire armies were conscripted from single worlds, trained, equipped, and shipped across the galaxy to war zones where most would die. The Guard's casualties in any given year exceeded the total population of many civilized worlds. The Chaos Space Marines, the Traitor Legions and their successors, launched raids from the Eye of Terror and other warp-tainted regions. These warriors, sustained by the power of chaos, had fought for 10,000 years. Many had become twisted beyond recognition, their bodies mutated by warp exposure. They fought for glory, for revenge, for the favor of their dark gods, or simply because combat was all they knew. Various conflicts during this era would eventually be chronicled or directly experienced through different perspectives and campaigns. The planet Cronus became a battlefield where multiple factions clashed for control of ancient technology. Space Marines, Imperial Guard, Chaos Forces, Eldar, Orcs, Necrons, and Tau all deployed forces to Cronus, fighting a multi-sided war where temporary alliances formed and dissolved as strategic necessities dictated. The Blood Ravens chapter of Space Marines took a leading role in the conflict, seeking to secure the planet's archaeotech while uncovering troubling secrets about their own origins. The Kurava system saw similar multi-factional conflict, with 9 different forces fighting for control across 4 planets. The strategic importance of the system's location made it a prize worth any sacrifice. The campaigns across Kurava demonstrated how Imperial forces often found themselves fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously, unable to focus on a single enemy. Captain Titus of the Ultramarines fought to defend the Forge World of Graia from an Orc invasion. The Forge World's production capabilities made it essential to the Imperium's war effort. When the Orcs assaulted Graia, Titus led a desperate defense to protect the planet's manufacturers and the Imperial Guard forces stationed there. During this campaign, a chaos incursion complicated the situation, revealing plots within plots. Titus's actions saved Graia, but led to his arrest by the Inquisition on suspicion of chaos taint. Across the galaxy, the Adeptus Mechanicus launched an expedition to the planet Silva Tenebris, a forge world that had fallen silent. The tech priests discovered the planet infested by Necrons awakening from their tomb complexes. The Mechanicus forces, led by a tech priest Dominus, fought to survive while uncovering the tomb complex's secrets. This campaign demonstrated the growing threat of Necron awakening, as tomb worlds across the galaxy began stirring to life. In the underhives of Tertium, an industrial world, chaos corruption spread among the lowest levels of society. The Inquisition deployed teams to investigate the heresy, discovering a widespread cult dedicated to Nurgle. These investigation teams fought through hordes of infected cultists and mutants, seeking to contain the outbreak before it spread to Tertium's productive upper levels. The conflict in Tertium's depths showed how chaos could corrupt even within the Imperium's heartlands, growing unseen until it exploded into open rebellion. The Coronis Expanse, a region beyond the Imperium's formal borders, attracted rogue traders seeking profit and glory. These traders, empowered by ancient warrants, giving them authority to operate beyond imperial law, established trade routes, discovered lost human colonies, and fought Xenos threats. Their activities extended imperial influence into regions the Administratum could not effectively govern, though their methods often conflicted with imperial doctrine. The Gothic sector became a war zone as various factions fought for naval supremacy. Massive fleet actions saw battleships and cruisers clash in the void, their weapons capable of destroying cities with single volleys. The conflict demonstrated the importance of naval power in a galaxy where control of space often determined control of entire systems. Chaos fleets raided from the Eye of Terror, Orc-hulks descended on industrial worlds, and Eldar pirates struck from the Webway, while the Imperial Navy fought to maintain control of critical shipping lanes. The Underhive of Necromunda, on the Hive world of the same name, became a testing ground for technology and tactics. In the lawless depths beneath Necromunda's productive levels, gangs fought for territory and resources. Some served as unofficial recruitment pools for imperial institutions. Others simply tried to survive in an environment where human life held no value. Bounty hunters operated in Necromunda's depths, taking contracts to hunt down criminals, mutants, and heretics. The violence of Necromunda's Underhive served as a microcosm of the Imperium itself, where only the strong survived and human life was the cheapest of commodities. Throughout these conflicts, a common theme emerged. The Imperium was fighting on every front simultaneously. No sector remained safe. No world could be certain it would not face invasion. The Imperium's forces were stretched to their absolute limit, fighting to hold 1,000,000 worlds against countless enemies. The opening of the Great Rift. As the 41st millennium drew to a close, events accelerated toward catastrophe. The 13th Black Crusade, led by Abaddon the Despoiler, formerly first captain of the Sons of Horus, struck from the Eye of Terror. This crusade proved different from the 12 previous Black Crusades. Abaddon had learned from his previous failures and gathered forces sufficient to potentially break through the Imperial defenses. The focal point of the 13th Black Crusade was the fortress world of Cadia. This planet stood guard over the Cadian Gate, the only stable warp route out of the Eye of Terror. For 10,000 years, Cadia had held against Chaos assaults. The planet's entire population was militarized, every citizen trained for war from childhood. Cadia's defensive systems represented the culmination of 10 millennia of fortification work. Abaddon assaulted Cadia with forces unprecedented in scale. Traitor legions deployed in their entirety. Daemon engines marched alongside corrupted titans. Cultist hordes numbered in the billions. The forces of chaos subjected Cadia to orbital bombardment, ground assault, and demonic incursion simultaneously. The defenders of Cadia fought with desperate courage. Imperial Guard regiments made stands that would be remembered for generations. Space Marine chapters deployed their full strength to reinforce the planet. Saint Celestine, a living saint empowered by faith in the Emperor, appeared to rally the defenders. Belisarius Cawl, an ancient tech priest of the Mechanicus, worked on a secret project within Cadia's depths. Despite heroic resistance, Cadia began to fall. Abaddon deployed the Blackstone Fortress, Fortress of Will, a massive pre-imperial installation corrupted to Chaos's service. He piloted this fortress directly into Cadia, destroying the planet. The destruction of Cadia, symbolically and literally, broke the Imperium's defense of the Cadian Gate. The destruction of Cadia triggered the opening of the Great Rift, also called the Cicatrix Maledictum. A massive warp storm erupted across the galaxy, stretching from the Eye of Terror to the eastern fringe. This storm split the galaxy in half, creating a permanent barrier through which conventional travel became almost impossible. Worlds on the far side of the rift found themselves cut off from Terra, facing threats without hope of reinforcement. The opening of the Great Rift marked the beginning of the era Indomitus, also called the Dark Imperium. Chaos forces poured through weak points in reality across the galaxy. Daemon incursions that would previously have required extensive ritual and preparation now occurred spontaneously. Entire sectors descended into madness as the warp's influence strengthened. The return of Guilliman and the Indomitus Crusade. On Macrogge, Belisarius Cawl enacted his plan. Working with the Ultramarines and elements of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Cawl healed Reboot Guilliman's 10,000-year-old wound. The Primarch of the Ultramarines awakened from stasis to find the Imperium transformed beyond recognition. Guilliman's awakening shocked the Imperium. A Primarch, one of the Emperor's own sons, had returned after 10 millennia. This event gave hope to many who had believed the Age of Heroes had permanently ended. However, Guilliman himself felt horror at what the Imperium had become. The secular, rationalist empire his father had envisioned had transformed into a theocratic nightmare where superstition replaced science, and the emperor was worshipped as a god. Despite his revulsion, Guilliman recognized that the Imperium needed to be saved from immediate destruction before it could be reformed. He gathered forces for the Terran Crusade, fighting his way across the galaxy toward Terra. The journey proved harrowing, as the Great Rift made warp travel even more dangerous than usual. Guilliman's fleet fought through chaos ambushes, daemon incursions, and warp storms. Guilliman reached Terra and entered the throne room, meeting with the Emperor. What passed between father and son remains unknown, as Guilliman has never revealed the details of their conversation. However, afterward, Guilliman accepted the title of Lord Commander of the Imperium, effectively becoming the Imperium's ruler while the Emperor remained bound to the Golden Throne. Guilliman implemented sweeping reforms. He authorized Call to unveil the Primaris Space Marines, a new generation of enhanced Space Marines incorporating 10,000 years of forbidden genetic research. These Primaris Marines stood larger and stronger than their predecessors, equipped with improved armor and weapons. Their creation proved controversial, with some chapter masters welcoming the reinforcements, while others viewed them as insults to their chapter's traditions. The Primarch launched the Indomitus Crusade, a massive military campaign aimed at reconquering worlds lost to chaos during the opening of the Great Rift. This crusade involved fleets and armies numbered in the millions, striking across both sides of the Great Rift. Guilliman personally led elements of the crusade, his presence inspiring defenders and terrifying enemies. The Indomitus Crusade achieved significant victories. Worlds were reclaimed from chaos. Orc empires were broken. Tyranid hive fleets were defeated. However, for every victory, new threats emerged. The Imperium had gained a commander of genius and forces of unprecedented power, but the scale of the threats facing humanity had also increased. The current era, the age of the Dark Imperium. The Imperium in the 42nd millennium faces threats from every direction. The Great Rift divides the galaxy, with the regions on the far side, designated Imperium Nihilis, largely cut off from Terra's direct governance. These regions fight for survival with minimal support, their calls for aid unable to penetrate the warp storms. The Necrons continue awakening across the galaxy. Their ancient technology far surpasses anything the Imperium can produce. Entire dynasties have risen, reclaiming worlds they ruled 60 million years ago. Some Necron overlords pursue coherent strategies, while others simply destroy all life they encounter. The Silent King, the ancient ruler of all Necrons, has returned to the galaxy and pursues mysterious goals. The Tyranid hive fleets continue their invasion. Multiple tendrils of the Great Devourer have penetrated the galaxy, consuming world after world. The Tyranids demonstrate frightening adaptability, evolving new organism types to counter each Imperial defense. Biologists estimate that the Tyranid fleets already in the galaxy represent only a fraction of the total swarm approaching from intergalactic space. The Tau Empire expands despite Imperial resistance. Their technology continues advancing, while their philosophy of the greater good attracts human worlds suffering under Imperial mismanagement. The Tau incorporate other species into their empire, creating a multi-species civilization that stands as an ideological alternative to the Imperium's human supremacism. The Orcs remain a constant threat. War bosses unite tribes into empires that rampage across entire sectors before being broken, only for new war bosses to rise and begin the cycle again. The Orcs' biological nature ensures they can never be completely eliminated, as their spores spread across every world they touch. The Eldari, both the craft world Eldar and their dark kin in Komorra, pursue their own agendas. The craft worlds seek to preserve their dying race and potentially birth a new god to oppose Slaanesh. The Drukhari raid real space for slaves and suffering, their souls sustained only by consuming the pain of others. Chaos remains the Imperium's primary existential threat. The Chaos Space Marines, supported by daemons and cultists, launch black crusades and raids across the galaxy. The traitor Primarchs, now Daemon Princes, lead armies from the Eye of Terror. New Chaos Space Marine warbands form from loyalist chapters falling to corruption, adding their strength to the forces of darkness. On the world of Avarax, Captain Titus returned to active service, after his imprisonment by the Inquisition. Cleared of the charges against him after decades of service in the Death Watch, Titus had crossed the Rubicon Primaris, becoming a Primaris Space Marine. He led operations against a Tyranid invasion, fighting through swarms of bioengineered horrors. During this campaign, Chaos forces launched a simultaneous attack, seeking to claim Avarax for the Ruinous Powers. Titus and his battle brothers fought on multiple fronts, defending the planet's population while destroying the Tyranid presence and driving back Chaos corruption. Across the Imperium, billions of soldiers fight and die every day. Space Marines conduct surgical strikes against enemy leadership. Imperial Guard regiments hold defensive lines against impossible odds. The Imperial Navy battles for control of shipping lanes. The Inquisition hunts corruption wherever it appears. The Adeptus Mechanicus struggles to maintain the machines that allow civilization to function. The Imperium's production capabilities remain staggering despite their inefficiency. Forge worlds produce millions of weapons every day. Hive worlds generate regiments in industrial quantities. Naval shipyards construct vessels measured in kilometers. However, this production barely keeps pace with the Imperium's losses. Every day, worlds fall to invasion. Every week, regiments are destroyed. Every month, ships are lost to warp storms or enemy action. The common citizens of the Imperium live lives that vary enormously depending on their world. On some planets, citizens enjoy relative prosperity, their lives filled with work but also with purpose and community. On others, humans live as slaves, their existence serving only to feed the Imperium's endless hunger for resources and soldiers. Most Imperial citizens never travel beyond their birth world, living and dying without understanding the galaxy's true scale or the threats facing humanity. The Ecclesiarchy's priests preach the Imperial Creed, teaching that suffering in the Emperor's service ensures salvation. They promise that the faithful will join the Emperor in the afterlife, serving him for eternity. Whether this promise holds any truth remains unknown, though billions draw comfort from their faith. The Imperium's greatest weakness remains its inability to innovate. Knowledge from the dark age of technology is lost, and the Mechanicus refuses to pursue genuine scientific research, considering innovation blasphemy against the machine god. The Imperium fights with technology it barely understands, following rituals to maintain weapons and equipment. When something breaks in a way the rituals cannot fix, it is often discarded as irreparable, even if simple repairs would suffice. However, the Imperium possesses strengths that allow its survival despite all challenges. The Imperial military scale ensures that no single defeat proves fatal. The Imperium can lose entire sectors and continue fighting. The Emperor's psychic might, channeled through the Astronomicon, allows interstellar travel across the galaxy. The Space Marines provide elite forces capable of achieving victory against overwhelming odds. Most importantly, humanity's sheer determination to survive, to hold its worlds and protect its species, provides a foundation that no enemy has yet broken. The state of the galaxy. In the current era, the galaxy burns with constant warfare. There are no safe regions, no worlds guaranteed security. The Great Rift splits the galaxy, both physically and symbolically, representing the Imperium's division between hope and despair. On the Imperium Sanctus side of the rift, Guilliman's reforms provide hope for improvement. The Primaris Space Marines reinforce chapters that had dwindled to shadows of their former strength. The Indominus Crusade reclaims worlds thought lost forever. However, the scale of the threats means even these victories merely delay inevitable defeats. Imperium Nihilus faces horrors without the hope of relief. Cut off from Terra, from reinforcements, from any coordinated strategy, the worlds beyond the rift fight alone. Some sectors have organized themselves into mini-empires, maintaining order through military strength. Others have descended into anarchy, their populations consumed by war, famine, or chaos, corruption. A few worlds have attempted to negotiate with Xenos, species for protection, committing heresy but achieving survival. The Necron's awakening proceeds unevenly. Some tomb worlds have awakened with their full populations and hierarchies intact, ready to reclaim their ancient empire. Others have suffered catastrophic failures during their hibernation, their populations reduced to mindless automatons or completely destroyed. The Necron dynasties war among themselves as often as they fight younger species, ancient grudges surviving 60 million years of sleep. The Tyranids continue their advance, following the Astronomicans' psychic beacon toward Terra. Every world the Tyranids consume adds to their biomass, making them stronger. Hive fleets split and merge, adapting to resistance. The Imperium has achieved victories against individual hive fleets, but the overall trajectory points toward inevitable defeat unless some fundamental change occurs. The Tau Empire represents a different threat than simple military conquest. Their ideology appeals to humans suffering under the Imperium's brutality. Entire worlds have peacefully joined the Tau, seeing the greater good as offering hope where the Imperial creed provides only suffering. The Tau's advancing technology makes their military increasingly dangerous, while their willingness to incorporate other species creates potential for alliance structures the Imperium cannot match. The Orcs' strength fluctuates, but their presence remains constant. A major war boss unites tribes and creates a Wa that threatens entire sectors. The Imperium destroys the Wa at tremendous cost. New war bosses rise, beginning the cycle again. The Orcs cannot be diplomatically engaged, reasoned with, or permanently defeated. They exist as a constant background threat, consuming military resources that could be deployed elsewhere. The Eldari pursue their own survival with little regard for other species. Craftworld seers manipulate events to preserve their dying race, accepting the deaths of millions of lesser beings to save a handful of Eldar. The Drukhari hunt across the galaxy, their raids seeking slaves, treasures, and the suffering that sustains them. The Harlequins dance through the webway, serving the Laughing God in ways incomprehensible to outsiders. The Exodites hide on their maiden worlds, avoiding the galaxy's conflicts, but ready to defend their sanctuaries with ancient war machines, the future uncertain. The Imperium in the 42nd millennium exists in a state of total war. Every institution serves the military effort. Every citizen contributes to the fight for humanity's survival. The Imperium has endured for 10,000 years through sheer determination, accepting any sacrifice to continue existing for one more day. Robuta Guilliman's return provides hope for meaningful change. A Primarch leads the Imperium again, bringing strategic genius and direct understanding of the Emperor's original vision. However, Guilliman also recognizes how far the Imperium has fallen. The bloated bureaucracy, the corrupt ecclesiarchy, the stagnant mechanicus, and the countless other institutions that have calcified over 10 millennia cannot be quickly reformed. The Emperor remains trapped in the Golden Throne, sustained by the daily sacrifice of psychers. His ability to directly influence events remains limited to psychic manifestations in the Astronomican's beacon. However, some believe the Emperor's power grows despite his physical imprisonment. That worship by trillions of humans has transformed him into a genuine god. Others suggest the Emperor's consciousness fragments across the warp, fighting daemons and protecting humanity through methods beyond mortal comprehension. The Space Marines remain humanity's finest warriors, though they number barely 1 million across all chapters. The Primaris reinforcements have strengthened the chapters, but even these enhanced warriors cannot be everywhere. Each Space Marine is precious, irreplaceable on timescales, relevant to ongoing battles. The Imperial Guard provides the Imperium's true military strength through sheer numbers. Billions of soldiers stand ready to die for the Emperor, armed with mass-produced weapons and sustained by faith and discipline. Individual guardsmen are expendable, but collectively, they hold the line across the galaxy. The Inquisition hunts threats to the Imperium with absolute authority. Inquisitors can condemn worlds to exterminatus, erasing entire planetary populations to prevent chaos corruption from spreading. This power is used sparingly, but the willingness to accept such casualties demonstrates the Imperium's fundamental calculation. Any sacrifice is acceptable if it preserves humanity's ability to continue fighting. The common people of the Imperium know little of these grand strategies. They work, pray, and die in service to an emperor most will never understand. Their faith sustains them through lives of hardship. Their labor produces the materials that equip armies. Their children become the soldiers who fight in the Emperor's name. They are told that in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. This proves accurate, as the galaxy burns and every species fights for survival. No faction holds clear advantage. The Imperium's numbers are countered by its inefficiency. The Necrons' technology is limited by their fragmented leadership. The Tyranids' adaptability faces the problem of galactic scale coordination. The Chaos Gods' power is constrained by their mutual competition. The Orcs' strength is undermined by their inability to maintain cohesion. Every species, every faction, every empire fights desperately while knowing that victory remains uncertain. This is the galaxy of Warhammer 40,000. A galaxy where ancient evils awaken, where gods war through mortal pawns, where technology is prayer and prayer is power. A galaxy where a single human life means nothing, but humanity's collective survival means everything. A galaxy of endless war, where peace is forgotten, hope is heresy, and only the strength to fight one more day matters. In this darkness, warriors fight without knowing if victory is possible. They fight because surrender means extinction. They fight because they know no other way. They fight because in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. The Imperium's infrastructure and daily reality. The vast machinery of the Imperium operates on a scale difficult for any individual to comprehend. The Administratum maintains records on billions of subjects, though the bureaucracy's inefficiency means many records are centuries out of date. Entire departments exist solely to track other departments. Scribes spend their entire lives copying documents whose purpose has been forgotten. Yet somehow, through this chaos, the Imperium functions. The Munitorum, the Administratum's military supply division, coordinates the movement of soldiers and equipment across the galaxy. A request for ammunition might take years to process. Reinforcements arrive decades after the battle they were meant to support has concluded. Yet the Munitorum continues its work, ensuring that the Imperium's armies receive supplies, even if those supplies arrive late or in quantities that bear no relationship to actual need. The Departamento Munitorum processes billions of requisition forms every year. Worlds submit tithes of soldiers, materials, and manufactured goods. These tithes are collected, cataloged, and redistributed according to calculations performed by administrators who often have no understanding of military necessity. A Forge world might receive food shipments, while Hive world starves. An Imperial Guard regiment might be issued winter gear for deployment to a desert planet. The inefficiency wastes enormous resources, but the scale of the Imperium's production means it can afford such waste. The Officio Assassinorum serves as the Imperium's precision instrument, where the military serves as its hammer. The Officio trains assassins in multiple temples, each specializing in different methods. The Vindicare Temple produces snipers capable of eliminating targets from impossible distances. The Calidus Temple creates infiltrators who use shape-shifting technology to assume any identity. The Eversur Temple transforms humans into drug-fueled killing machines unleashed to slaughter everyone in a target zone. The Culexus Temple recruits blanks, humans with no war presence, who cause instinctive revulsion in psychers and normal humans alike. Assassins deploy against targets where their deaths will achieve strategic objectives. A planetary governor showing signs of heresy might die from a Vindicare's bullet. A cult leader might be replaced by a Calidus agent who leads the cult into a trap. An Eversur might be dropped into an enemy fortress to kill everyone inside. These operations remain classified, their successes never publicly acknowledged. The Adeptus Arbites enforces imperial law across the Imperium's worlds. These armor judges maintain order in ways local planetary authorities cannot. They investigate crimes that cross planetary boundaries, suppress riots that threaten imperial rule, and execute judgment on those who violate the Lex Imperialis. The Arbites show no mercy, as their purpose is maintaining order rather than administering justice. A citizen who steals food to feed their family faces the same punishment as one who murders for pleasure. The ecclesiarchy controls spiritual life across the Imperium. Cardinals command the faith of billions, directing massive resources toward maintaining the imperial cult. Priests preach in cathedrals built over generations, structures so vast that entire populations could live within them. The Ministorum, the ecclesiarchy's administrative body, collects tithes, maintains shrines, and ensures proper worship occurs according to approved forms. The Adepta Sororitas, also called the Sisters of Battle, serve as the ecclesiarchy's military arm. These women undergo training and conditioning that transforms them into elite warriors, fueled by absolute faith. They carry weapons blessed by ecclesiarchy priests and wear power armor decorated with religious iconography. The sisters burn heretics, protect pilgrimage routes, and fight alongside space marines when threats require combined response. The Schola Progenium educates the orphans of imperial servants, transforming them into the next generation of administrators, soldiers, and agents. Children whose parents died in imperial service receive harsh education emphasizing duty, obedience, and sacrifice. Many become commissars, political officers attached to imperial guard regiments to maintain discipline and morale. Others join the Inquisition, the Arbites, or other imperial institutions. The life of imperial citizens. Most imperial citizens never leave their birth world. They live in hive cities, agri-worlds, forge worlds, or any of countless other planetary classifications. Their daily lives vary enormously depending on their world's nature and their position in its society. On hive worlds, billions of humans live in massive arcologies that stretch kilometers into the sky. The upper levels house the wealthy and powerful, living in relative comfort with access to technology and culture. The middle levels contain the workers whose labor keeps the hive functioning, living cramped lives in hab blocks, barely large enough for families. The lower levels descend into darkness and poverty, where gangs rule and imperial authority exists only in name. The underhive, the lowest levels built on the ruins of previous construction, becomes home to the desperate, the criminal, and the mutant. Workers in the hive cities toil in manufactorums producing weapons, vehicles, equipment, and countless other goods. They work shifts lasting 12 hours or longer, operating machinery according to rote procedures taught through repetition rather than understanding. Injuries occur constantly, but workers are replaceable. When one dies or becomes too injured to work, another takes their place. Agri-worlds dedicate their entire surface to producing food for worlds that cannot feed themselves. Massive farming equipment tends fields that stretch from horizon to horizon. The populations of agri-worlds remain relatively small, as much of the work is automated. However, during harvest seasons, temporary workers flood the fields, gathering crops that will be shipped across the sector. Forge worlds belong to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Their atmospheres are toxic from millennia of industrial production. The populations consist primarily of tech priests and servitors, humans who have been lobotomized and transformed into biological robots. Massive factories operate continuously, producing weapons, vehicles, and spacecraft. The Forge worlds maintain a degree of independence from the Administratum, though they remain part of the Imperium and provide materiel for its armies. Shrine worlds preserve locations of religious significance. These worlds attract pilgrims from across the galaxy, humans who spend their life savings for passage to walk paths trodden by saints or visit relics of the Emperor's servants. The Shrine world's economies depend entirely on pilgrimage, with local populations serving as guides, merchants, or maintainers of the holy sites. Death worlds challenge human survival through dangerous environments or predatory wildlife. The populations of death worlds remain small, but their inhabitants develop survival skills and physical toughness that make them prize recruits for Imperial Guard regiments or Space Marine chapters. Life on a death world consists of constant struggle against the planet actively trying to kill its inhabitants. Feudal worlds and feral worlds have regressed to pre-industrial technology levels. Their populations live as medieval peasants or primitive tribesmen, often unaware that they inhabit a galaxy-spanning empire. These worlds pay tithes in soldiers rather than manufactured goods, their populations providing raw recruits for the Imperial Guard. Paradise worlds offer pleasant environments and are often claimed by the Imperium's elite as estates. These worlds produce little of military value, but serve as retreats for nobles, administrators, and successful merchant families. The populations of paradise worlds live comfortable lives, serving their masters' needs. Across all these worlds, life follows the rhythm of imperial demands. Tithes must be paid, quotas must be met, heresy must be reported. Citizens who fail in their duties face punishment ranging from fines to execution. Citizens who excel receive only the satisfaction of serving the emperor. The Imperium offers no reward beyond survival, no promise except that continued service might allow another day of life. The warp and its horrors, the immaterium, commonly called the warp, underlies all existence in the galaxy. This parallel dimension of pure psychic energy responds to thoughts and emotions from the material universe. The warp's nature makes faster than light travel possible. As ships enter the warp and traverse distances that would take millennia to cross in real space. However, the warp is not empty. Daemons inhabit the warp, entities formed from concentrated emotion and psychic energy. These beings possess consciousness and malevolence, seeking to enter the material universe where they can inflict suffering. Daemons vary enormously in power, from minor creatures barely capable of independent thought to greater daemons that command armies. The four chaos gods dominate the warp. Khorne, the blood god, embodies rage, violence, and martial prowess. His daemons are warriors, seeking only to kill and destroy. Khorne cares not from where the blood flows, accepting the deaths of his own followers as eagerly as those of his enemies. His mortal followers become berserkers consumed by bloodlust. Nurgle, the Plague Father, represents decay, disease, and entropy. His daemons spread plagues and pestilence wherever they appear. Nurgle loves his followers in his own twisted way, granting them immunity to the diseases they spread while transforming them into bloated, rotting mockeries of life. His followers find peace in accepting decay as natural and inevitable. Tzeentch, the architect of fate, embodies change, ambition, and sorcery. His nature is contradiction, as he undermines his own plots for the joy of complexity. His daemons twist reality through warp-born powers. His mortal followers pursue forbidden knowledge and arcane power, often not realizing they serve his purposes until mutation or madness claims them. Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, was born from the Eldar's excess and feeds on sensation, pleasure, and pain. Slaanesh's daemons seduce mortals with promises of ultimate experience. Followers of Slaanesh seek ever more extreme sensations, descending into depravity as normal experiences lose their appeal. These four powers compete as much as they cooperate. They war against each other in the warp while simultaneously seeking to corrupt the material universe. Their goals align in destroying the Imperium and the Emperor, but they cannot unite effectively due to their fundamental natures. Psykers, humans born with the ability to manipulate warp energy, pose both opportunity and danger to the Imperium. Trained Psykers serve as astropaths, telepaths, who communicate across interstellar distances. They work as sanctioned Psykers, attached to military forces wielding destructive powers. They join the Adeptus Astronomica, maintaining the Emperor's beacon. However, untrained Psykers become vulnerable to demonic possession. The black ships of the Inquisition travel throughout the Imperium, collecting Psykers discovered on Imperial worlds. Most Psykers are brought to Terra, where they undergo soul binding to the Emperor. This process grants them protection against demonic possession, but burns out their eyes and shortens their lifespans. Those who survive become astropaths. Those who fail in the binding or who are deemed too dangerous to train are sacrificed to feed the Emperor's consciousness. Possession occurs when a demon forces its way into a Psyker's mind and body. The possessed individual becomes a puppet for the demon, which uses its host to spread corruption and violence. Possession can occur spontaneously when Psykers use their powers without proper training or protection. The Inquisition hunts possessed individuals, executing them before the daemon can spread its influence. The Space Marines in detail, the Adeptus Astartes represent humanity's finest warriors, but their creation process is brutal and often fatal. Space Marine chapters recruit from specific worlds or populations, seeking young males who display appropriate physical and mental characteristics. These recruits, called aspirants, undergo trials to prove their worthiness. The trials vary by chapter. Some chapters recruit from death worlds, where simply surviving to recruitment age demonstrates necessary toughness. Other chapters hold gladiatorial contests, taking only the victors. Some test aspirants through psychological challenges, measuring determination and mental strength alongside physical capability. Successful aspirants begin transformation into Space Marines. Surgeons implant the first of 19 specialized organs derived from their Primarch's genetic template. The secondary heart provides redundant cardiac function. The os modula strengthens and enlarges bones. The biscopeia dramatically increases muscle mass. The hemostamen enhances blood's oxygen-carrying capacity. Each organ serves specific purposes, together transforming a human into a transhuman warrior. The process takes years, and many aspirants die during transformation. Their bodies reject the implants, or complications during surgery prove fatal, or the psychological conditioning breaks their minds. Those who survive emerge as scouts, partial Space Marines, who have received some but not all implants. Scouts serve in reconnaissance roles, proving themselves in combat before receiving their final implants and becoming full battle brothers. A fully transformed Space Marine stands over 2 meters tall, weighs several hundred kilograms of bone and muscle, and possesses abilities far beyond human limits. Space Marines can fight for days without rest, survive wounds that would kill normal humans instantly, and live for centuries without aging. Their enhanced minds process information rapidly, making them tactical geniuses compared to baseline humans. Power armor enhances Space Marine capabilities further. This ceramite armor can withstand weapons fire that would destroy vehicles. Its internal systems monitor the wearer's vital signs and administer medical aid. The armor's strength-enhancing servos allow Space Marines to wield weapons no normal human could lift. The armor's autosenses provide targeting data and environmental information directly to the wearer's mind. The bolter serves as the standard Space Marine weapon. This weapon fires self-propelled explosive rounds called bolt shells. Each shell is a miniature rocket that penetrates armor before detonating inside the target. Space Marines fire bolters with accuracy impossible for normal humans. Their enhanced reflexes, allowing them to hit targets at ranges where others would need heavy weapons. Space Marine chapters maintain their own cultures and traditions. The Blood Angels cultivate artistic beauty alongside martial prowess, though they hide their genetic flaw that causes some brothers to descend into madness. The Space Wolves maintain their connection to Fenrisian tribal culture, organizing into great companies rather than Codex standard companies. The Dark Angels obsessively hunt the fallen, traitors from their own legion who scattered during the heresy. The Salamanders value civilian life and spend time among normal humans, unusual among Space Marines. The Iron Hands replace their flesh with cybernetics, believing flesh is weak. Each chapter maintains a fortress monastery, a fortified base where they recruit, train, and maintain their equipment. These fortresses vary from orbital stations to underground complexes to entire fortress cities. The fortress monastery serves as the chapter's home, housing its relics, libraries, and equipment. Chapter masters command their chapters, advised by councils of officers and specialists. Captains lead companies, typically containing 100 Space Marines. Sergeants lead squads of 10. This organizational structure comes from Gilliman's Codex Astartes, though some chapters deviate from the Codex's prescriptions. The Chaos Space Marines, the Traitor Legions have existed for 10,000 years, sustained by the warp's timeless nature and the blessings of chaos. Time flows inconsistently in the Eye of Terror, meaning a Chaos Space Marine might experience only decades while millennia pass in real space. Many Chaos Space Marines fought during the Horus Heresy, their hatred of the Emperor undiminished by time. The Chaos Space Marine legions have fragmented into warbands. Some warbands maintain loyalty to their original legions, following Daemon Primarchs or other commanders. Others operate independently, serving Chaos according to their own goals. These warbands raid from the Eye of Terror and other warp-corrupted regions, seeking slaves, plunder, revenge, or the favor of their patron gods. The Black Legion, formerly the Sons of Horus, is the largest and most organized traitor force. Abaddon, the Despoiler, has united elements of all the traitor legions under his banner, creating a force that can challenge the Imperium directly. The Black Legion's members renounce their former loyalties, painting their armor black to symbolize their dedication to Chaos Undivided rather than any single god. The World Eaters have descended completely into Khorne's service. Their use of the Butcher's Nails has transformed them into mindless berserkers who fight without strategy or coordination. They launch raids purely to kill, offering skulls to Khorne. The World Eaters care nothing for objectives beyond slaughter, making them dangerous but tactically limited. The Emperor's children have become devoted to Slaanesh, pursuing perfection in sensation and excess. Their armor displays obscene decorations, and their bodies bear mutations granted by their patron. They fight to experience the ultimate sensations of combat, seeking new heights of pleasure through inflicting and receiving pain. The Death Guard serve Nurgle, their bodies bloated with disease and mutation. They spread plagues wherever they travel, viewing decay as a gift from their generous god. The Death Guard's resilience makes them almost impossible to kill through conventional means, as their rotting bodies simply ignore injuries that would kill normal Space Marines. The Thousand Suns, reduced to dust by Tsench's sorcery, consist primarily of empty armor animated by binding spells. Their sorcerers command these rubric Marines, using them as mindless soldiers while pursuing arcane knowledge. The Thousand Suns seek to reverse their curse, though their efforts only draw them deeper into Tsench's service. The Night Lords maintain their terror tactics, though they often claim to serve chaos only nominally. They raid for plunder and pleasure, using fear as a weapon. Some Night Lords question whether they serve chaos or simply use it as a tool, though this distinction becomes meaningless as their souls become increasingly corrupted. The Iron Warriors specialize in siege warfare even in their fallen state. Perturabo's sons build fortresses and break enemy strongholds with methodical precision. They view warfare as engineering, calculating optimal approaches to breaking defenses. The Iron Warriors feel bitter resentment toward the Imperium, believing their contributions during the Great Crusade were never properly recognized. The Word-Bearers spread chaos worship across the galaxy. They see themselves as the true faithful, believing the Emperor should have accepted worship. The Word-Bearers establish cults on Imperial worlds, corrupting populations before launching open rebellions. They summon daemons through ritual and sacrifice, viewing their actions as religious devotion. The Alpha Legion's goals remain mysterious, even to other traitors. They infiltrate Imperial institutions, manipulate events from the shadows, and pursue objectives known only to themselves. Some suggest the Alpha Legion secretly remains loyal to the Emperor, serving him through methods so convoluted that even they no longer understand their true allegiance. Renegade chapters, loyalist Space Marine chapters fall into chaos, add their strength to the traitor forces. These chapters succumb to corruption through various means: exposure to chaos artifacts, slow corruption by chaos cults, or deliberate choice by their leadership. Renegade chapters often retain their original organization and tactics while serving new masters. The Xenos threat, the Orcs. The Orcs exist as the galaxy's constant background threat. These green-skinned warriors live only for combat, finding joy in violence and war. Orcs grow larger and stronger through combat, with the most successful orcs becoming massive war bosses who command tribes through raw physical dominance and natural authority. Orc biology differs fundamentally from other species. They reproduce through spores released from their bodies, particularly when injured or killed. These spores grow into various orcoid life forms. Gretchen, smaller greenskins, serve orcs as laborers and cannon fodder. Snotlings, even smaller creatures with limited intelligence, perform menial tasks. The spores can remain dormant for years, meaning any world where orcs fight becomes permanently infested unless the spores are completely eradicated. This reproductive method makes orcs impossible to eliminate completely. A single orc can establish an infestation. A battlefield where orcs died will eventually produce new orcs from dormant spores. The Imperium has protocols for cleansing orc infestations, involving burning entire regions and treating soil with chemicals, but these protocols are often skipped due to resource constraints. Orc technology works through a combination of crude engineering and psychic field effects. Orcs possess limited collective psychic abilities that make their technology function better than it should. An orc gun might be a metal tube with a firing pin, yet it fires relatively accurately because the orc believes it will work. Paint colors matter to orcs because they believe red vehicles go faster, and their collective belief makes this somewhat true. Mech boys serve as orc engineers and inventors. These orcs possess intuitive understanding of machinery and build the weapons, vehicles, and equipment their tribes use. Mech boys create death dreads, walkers built around orc pilots. They construct trucks and battle wagons for transporting mobs of orcs. They build Stompus and Gargants, massive war machines that rival Imperial Titans. Weird boys are orc psychers who channel the collective psychic energy of nearby orcs. The presence of many orcs increases a weird boy's power, but also risks overwhelming them. Weird boys can unleash devastating psychic attacks, but they also sometimes explode from psychic feedback, killing themselves and everyone nearby. Orc society operates on simple principles. The strongest lead, combat is the greatest good, and everything else exists to support warfare. Orcs fight among themselves when no other enemies are available, viewing this as entertainment rather than serious war. When a powerful war boss unites multiple tribes, the resulting Wa can threaten entire sectors. A Wa begins when a war boss becomes powerful enough to command other war bosses' respect. The united orc force gathers weapons, vehicles, and supplies, then launches an offensive against a target determined by the war boss's whims. Orc Was grow as they achieve victories, attracting more orcs who want to join the fighting. A successful Wa can incorporate billions of orcs, moving from world to world and destroying everything in its path. The Imperium has fought orc Was throughout its history. Breaking a Was requires killing the war boss leading it, causing the united force to fragment back into competing tribes. However, achieving this requires fighting through millions of orcs who guard their leader. Imperial tactics against orcs emphasize firepower and discipline, relying on superior equipment and organization to counter orc numbers and ferocity. Orcs respect strength above all else. They will sometimes retreat from battles where they are clearly losing, not from fear, but from recognition that better fights exist elsewhere. However, orcs in the thick of combat enter a state of bloodlust, where retreat becomes impossible. The joy of combat overrides survival instinct, causing orcs to fight until killed. Different orc clans specialize in different aspects of warfare. The Goths prefer close combat and direct assault. The Evil Sons love speed and mounted combat. The Bad Moons are relatively wealthy, affording better equipment. The Snakebites maintain traditional ways, eschewing complex technology. The Blood Axes are pragmatic, willing to use tactics like retreating or even temporary alliances with non-orcs. The Death Skulls believe in looting everything and painting it blue for luck. The Xenos threat. The Tyranids. The Tyranid hive fleets represent an existential threat to all life in the galaxy. These extragalactic invaders consume entire worlds, breaking down all biological matter and incorporating it into their own biomass. The Tyranids do not build cities, forge alliances, or engage in diplomacy. They exist only to feed and reproduce. Tyranid organisms are bioengineered creatures designed for specific battlefield roles. Termagants serve as basic infantry, small creatures armed with bioweapons that fire living ammunition. Hormagaunts rush enemy lines with scything talons, overwhelming defenders through speed and numbers. Warriors act as commanders and heavy infantry, larger creatures with enhanced intelligence and powerful weapons. Carnifexes serve as living tanks, massive beasts whose armored carapaces resist all but the heaviest weapons. The hive mind controls all Tyranid organisms through a psychic network. Individual Tyranids possess minimal independent thought, functioning as extensions of a vast distributed intelligence. This collective consciousness coordinates billions of organisms across entire star systems, directing them with perfect efficiency toward consuming all available biomass. Hive fleets approach star systems by drifting through the void in hibernation. As they near inhabited worlds, the fleet awakens. Vanguard organisms infiltrate the target world, often genetically modified to blend with local life. Genestealer cults establish themselves in human populations, worshipping the Tyranids as gods and preparing the world for invasion. When the main fleet arrives, it deploys spores into the planet's atmosphere. These spores contain Tyranid organisms and also begin breaking down the atmosphere itself. The sky turns purple as spores blot out the sun. The air becomes toxic as the Tyranids reshape the world's environment to suit their needs. Defenders must fight while breathing becomes increasingly difficult and the environment itself turns hostile. Tyranid ground assault overwhelms defenders through sheer numbers. Millions of organisms pour across battlefields, absorbing casualties that would break any conventional army. When organisms die, their biomass is recovered by other Tyranids and recycled. The hive fleets practice perfect resource efficiency, wasting nothing. Once a world falls, the Tyranids deploy Ripper swarms, tiny creatures that devour everything organic. They consume forests, crops, corpses, and even plankton in the oceans. The planet is stripped bare of biological matter. The Tyranids then draw this consumed biomass back into their fleet, using massive bioships that act as living collection vessels. The consumed biomass allows the hive fleet to grow and adapt. The hive mind analyzes threats encountered during the invasion and creates new organism types to counter them. If the defenders used heavy armor, the next world invaded faces anti-armor organisms. If artillery proved effective, the Tyranids develop longer-range bioweapons. The Tyranids learn and evolve with frightening speed. Multiple hive fleets have entered the galaxy. Hive Fleet Behemoth struck from below the galactic plane, attacking the Ultramarines' realm of Ultramar. The Ultramarines defeated Behemoth through enormous sacrifice, including the destruction of the entire First Company at the Hive Fleet's heart. However, Behemoth represented only a fraction of the total Tyranid threat. Hive Fleet Kraken approached from multiple directions, splitting into numerous tendrils that attacked across a broad front. The Imperium struggled to coordinate defense against simultaneous invasions across multiple sectors. Kraken demonstrated the Tyranids' strategic sophistication, dividing Imperial forces and preventing effective response. Hive Fleet Leviathan, the largest identified fleet, approaches from below the galactic plane. Its size dwarfs previous fleets, suggesting it represents the main Tyranid invasion force. Leviathan's tendrils probe Imperial space, testing defenses and consuming worlds, while the bulk of the fleet continues its inexorable advance. The Tyranids present a threat the Imperium cannot negotiate with or deter. They cannot be reasoned with, bribed, or frightened. They adapt to every tactic used against them. The only effective response is complete military victory, destroying every Tyranid organism before they can retreat and report their findings to the hive mind. Biologists studying captured Tyranid organisms have discovered that the creatures already in the galaxy represent only the Vanguard. The main Tyranid swarm, visible through long-range augury as a shadow in the warp, is exponentially larger than the forces already encountered. If the Vanguard fleets represent this magnitude of threat, the arrival of the main swarm would overwhelm the galaxy's ability to resist. The Tyranids follow the Astronomicon, using the Emperor's beacon as a navigation aid toward the galaxy's most concentrated populations. This means Terra itself serves as the ultimate target for Tyranid invasion. The Imperium faces the horrifying prospect that its own survival mechanism draws its most implacable enemy toward humanity's heart, the Xenos threat, the Tau Empire. The Tau represent a young species, rapidly expanding into the galaxy. Their civilization has existed for only 6,000 years, making them newcomers compared to humanity's millennia of history. However, the Tau have achieved technological advancement that rivals or exceeds the Imperium in many areas. Tau society is organized according to the philosophy of the greater good, which teaches that all beings should work together toward collective advancement. This ideology allows the Tau to incorporate other species into their empire, creating a multiracial civilization unique in the galaxy. The Tau are divided into castes, each serving specific roles. The Fire Case serves as warriors and soldiers. The Earth Case consists of engineers and laborers who build the Tau's technology. The Water Case handles diplomacy and trade. The Air Case pilots spacecraft and aircraft. The Ethereals lead Tau society, providing philosophical guidance and political leadership. Tau technology emphasizes ranged combat and mobility. Their battle suits, powered armor systems piloted by fire-cased warriors, carry weapon systems more advanced than most Imperial technology. Crisis battlesuits serve as elite units, capable of devastating firepower and rapid redeployment. Riptide battlesuits and Storm Surge platforms provide heavy fire support that can destroy vehicles and fortifications. Tau infantry fight in fire warrior teams, utilizing pulse rifles that fire plasma-based projectiles with greater range and power than Imperial lasguns. Pathfinder teams provide reconnaissance and target designation for heavier units. Stealth teams infiltrate enemy positions, gathering intelligence and eliminating key targets. The Tau incorporate auxiliary species into their military forces. The Kroot, a species of avian-descended warriors who consume their enemies to gain genetic traits, serve as scouts and close combat troops. The Vespid, flying insectoid creatures, provide aerial support. Human populations that join the Tau Empire contribute auxiliary troops called Guevesa. Tau expansion occurs through a combination of military conquest and diplomatic incorporation. The Watercast negotiates with human worlds suffering under Imperial rule, offering them membership in the Tau Empire. Worlds that accept gain access to superior technology and more humane governance. Worlds that refuse face military action by the Firecast. The Imperium views the Tau as a growing threat, not because of immediate military danger, but because their ideology challenges the Imperial creed. Humans who join the Tau see an alternative to the Imperium's brutal efficiency. The greater good offers hope, progress, and a future that doesn't require endless suffering in the Emperor's service. However, the Tau Empire faces limitations. Their territory remains small compared to the Imperium. They lack effective warp travel, relying on slower methods that limit their expansion speed. Their understanding of chaos remains limited, making them vulnerable to warp-based threats. The Tau's optimism and belief in rational progress make them ill-prepared for a galaxy where such concepts have little meaning. The Ethereal's control over other Tau castes appears to involve subtle psychic or pheromonal influence, though the Tau themselves do not recognize this. Some within the Imperium suspect the Ethereals manipulate their people through means the Tau do not understand, raising questions about whether the greater good represents genuine philosophy or sophisticated control mechanism. The Xenos threat. The Necrons. The Necrons continue awakening across the galaxy, their tomb complexes stirring to life after 60 million years of hibernation. Each awakening reveals forces equipped with technology that makes them nearly invincible. Necron weapons disintegrate matter at the molecular level. Their living metal bodies repair damage automatically. Their forces include war machines that defy the laws of physics as understood by the Imperium. Necron warriors form the basic infantry. Mindless automatons armed with Gauss flares that strip targets atom by atom. These warriors feel no fear, no pain, and no hesitation. When destroyed, they often teleport back to their tomb complexes for repair. Immortals serve as elite infantry, retaining more intelligence and armed with superior weapons. Necron destroyers have become obsessed with exterminating all life. These Necrons replace their legs with anti-gravitic sleds and dedicate themselves entirely to slaughter. The Destroyer cult represents a form of madness among Necrons, a rejection of their nobility's goal to eventually regain organic bodies. Lichguard and Praetorians serve as elite warriors for Necron nobles. These warriors retain significant portions of their consciousness from their organic lives and fight with discipline and tactical sophistication. Deathmarks are assassins who mark targets with dimensional coordinates, allowing them to teleport directly to their victims. Necron vehicles include Ghost Arcs and Night Sides for transport, Annihilation barges for fire support, and doomsday arcs carrying weapons capable of destroying fortifications with single shots. The monolith serves as a mobile fortress, teleporting Necron forces to battle and projecting defensive shields. Necron leadership varies by dynasty. Some overlords awakened with their full intelligence intact, commanding their forces with the strategic genius that allowed them to win the war in heaven. Others suffered degradation during hibernation, their consciousness damaged or fragmented. These damaged nobles give contradictory orders or pursue irrational goals, making their forces unpredictable. The Silent King, Sarek, returned to the galaxy after millions of years wandering the intergalactic void. He encountered the Tyranids in the darkness between galaxies and recognized them as a threat to the Necrons' ultimate goal of regaining organic bodies. The Silent King seeks to unite the Necron dynasties against the Tyranid threat, though his authority has weakened during his long absence. Necron's Ton shards, fragments of the star gods imprisoned during the Necrons' rebellion, serve as weapons of immense power. These shards warp reality around them, making them nearly impossible to destroy through conventional means. The Necrons deploy Ceton shards cautiously, as these fragments retain enough consciousness to potentially turn on their supposed masters. The Necrons' goals vary by dynasty. Some seek to rebuild their empire, claiming worlds they ruled before entering hibernation. Others pursue specific vendettas against species they see as responsible for their current state. Some hunt for artifacts or technology that might reverse biotransference and restore their organic forms. A few simply want to destroy all life in the galaxy. The Eldar, a dying race. The Eldar survive in scattered populations, each group pursuing different strategies for avoiding extinction. The Craft Worlds, massive spacecraft carrying millions of Eldar, travel through space far from other civilizations. Each craft world maintains its own culture and traditions, though all share the goal of preserving the Eldar race. Craft world Eldar live highly disciplined lives, following paths that focus their psychic energies and prevent them from creating emotional resonance that might attract Slaaneish's attention. An Eldar might spend decades on the path of the warrior, learning combat. They might then transition to the path of the artisan, creating works of beauty. The path of the seer leads to developing psychic powers under careful control. Aspect warriors represent the Eldar's military forces. These warriors dedicate themselves to specific aspects of war, donning masks and armor that allow them to embrace violence without losing themselves to it. Dire Avengers exemplify the balanced warrior. Howling Banshees specialize in close combat and terror tactics. Dark Reapers provide heavy fire support. Fire Dragons use fusion weapons to destroy armor. Striking Scorpions infiltrate and ambush. Each aspect shrine teaches its specific form of warfare. Farseers lead craft world society, using their psychic powers to read potential futures and guide their people toward favorable outcomes. These seers walk a dangerous path, as extensive use of psychic powers risks attracting demonic attention. Farseers who overextend themselves gradually transform into crystal, their bodies becoming psychoactive statues that continue advising their craft world even after death. Autarchs serve as military commanders, having walked multiple paths and gained understanding of many aspects of warfare. Warlocks provide psychic support to military forces, having walked the path of the seer but chosen to also pursue the path of the warrior. The Eldar manipulate events across the galaxy to preserve their race. A Farseer might foresee that a human world survival leads to an Eldar craft world's destruction millennia later. That Farseer would then arrange the human world's destruction, considering 1 billion human deaths acceptable if it saves 1,000 Eldar. The Eldar's superior technology allows small forces to achieve disproportionate results. Grav tanks provide mobility unmatched by Imperial vehicles. Wraithbone, a psychoplastic material grown through psychic power, forms the basis of Eldar construction. Eldar weapons combine elegance with lethality, using advanced materials and design. However, the Eldar face inevitable decline. Their birth rate cannot replace casualties. Every Eldar death reduces their species by one irreplaceable individual. They cling to survival through desperation and brilliance, knowing that eventual extinction approaches despite their efforts. The Harlequins, Eldar who follow the laughing god, Segorach, travel through the webway, performing elaborate dances that tell stories of Eldar history. These mysterious warriors serve as diplomats between craft worlds and occasionally intervene in galactic events, according to patterns only they understand. The Harlequins maintain the Black Library, a repository of forbidden knowledge hidden in the webway. The Exodites chose to abandon high technology before the fall, settling on maiden worlds where they live as primitives by choice. These Eldar ride massive beasts into battle and maintain simple lives tied to their world's natural cycles. The Exodites avoid Slaaneish's hunger through harmony with nature, rather than the rigid discipline of the craft worlds. The Dark Eldar of Camorra pursued a different survival strategy. These Eldar embraced the excesses that created Slaanesh, sustaining their souls through consuming others' suffering. They raid real space from their city in the webway, taking slaves and inflicting torture to feed their spiritual hunger. The Dark Eldar have transformed suffering into an art form, maintaining chambers where victims experience pain calculated to produce maximum psychic resonance. Camorra exists as a cancer within the webway, a vast city built over millennia in stolen space. The Dark Eldar's noble houses war among themselves in elaborate political games where entire populations serve as pawns. They view compassion as weakness and cruelty as sophistication. Their technology surpasses even craft world Eldar in some areas, particularly in weapons designed to cause suffering. The Inquisition, guardians and tyrants. The Inquisition operates as the Imperium's secret police, investigating threats and eliminating them through any means necessary. Inquisitors answer to no authority except the Emperor himself, though in practice they form a semi-independent organization with internal hierarchy and factional divisions. Inquisitors are organized into three major ordos based on their primary focus. The Ordo Xenos hunts alien threats, studying Xenos species to better destroy them. The Ordo Malleus fights demonic incursions and chaos corruption, specializing in warp-based threats. The Ordo Hereticus roots out heresy within the Imperium itself, hunting rogue psychers, corrupt officials, and fallen institutions. Each Inquisitor builds a retinue of specialists. These might include combat servitors, psychers, tech priests, or veteran soldiers. Some Inquisitors employ Xenos, mercenaries, or radical allies, believing that understanding the enemy requires direct interaction. Other Inquisitors view such practices as dangerous heresy. The Inquisition divides philosophically between Puritans and radicals. Puritans believe strict adherence to imperial doctrine provides the only safe path. They destroy all tainted materials, reject any compromise with Xenos or chaos, and view deviation from orthodoxy as the first step toward damnation. Radicals argue that fighting the Imperium's enemies requires understanding them, sometimes employing captured daemon weapons, studying Xenos technology, or using unconventional methods that Puritans consider heretical. Inquisitors possess authority to commandeer any Imperial resources. They can requisition Space Marine chapters, redirect Imperial Guard regiments, or demand cooperation from planetary governors. Most Imperial officials comply immediately when an Inquisitor makes demands, as refusal suggests something to hide. The Inquisition's most extreme power is declaring exterminatus, ordering the complete destruction of a planet's population. This sentence is carried out through various methods: virus bombing that kills all life, cyclonic torpedoes that shatter a world's crust, or atmospheric incinerators that burn away the air itself. Exterminatus destroys worlds beyond any hope of recovery, but the Inquisition employs it when a world's corruption threatens to spread. The Grey Knights serve as the Ordo Malleus's chamber militant, Space Marines dedicated entirely to fighting daemons. Every Grey Knight is a psyker, their genetic seed derived from the Emperor himself rather than any Primarch. The Grey Knights undergo even more rigorous selection than other Space Marines, with only the most psychically gifted and spiritually pure candidates surviving the transformation process. Grey Knights train on Titan, one of Saturn's moons, in absolute secrecy. Their fortress monastery exists outside normal Imperial administration, and knowledge of their existence is restricted to the highest levels of Imperial authority. The Grey Knights deploy against demonic incursions that would overwhelm other forces, wielding weapons specifically designed to harm warp entities. Every Grey Knight carries a Nemesis Force weapon, a blade or halberd infused with psychic energy that can permanently banish daemons. Their armor is inscribed with prayers and protective wards. They speak rituals of banishment while fighting, combining physical combat with psychic assault. The Grey Knights have never suffered a single warrior falling to chaos corruption in their 10,000-year history, a record unmatched by any other imperial institution. The Death Watch serves as the Ordo Xenos' chamber militant. This organization draws Space Marines from different chapters, bringing them together in mixed squads called kill teams. A Death Watch kill team might include an Ultramarine tactical specialist, a Space Wolf close combat expert, a Blood Angel assault marine, and a Dark Angel veteran, each contributing their chapter's expertise. Death Watch veterans serve limited terms, usually lasting decades, before returning to their original chapters. They paint one shoulder pad black and bear the Death Watch icon, marking them as having served in this elite organization. The Death Watch maintains watch fortresses across the galaxy, particularly near regions where Xenos threats are most active. The Adepta Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, serve as the Ordo Hereticus' chamber militant. These warrior women combine absolute faith with military discipline, creating forces capable of fighting any threat to Imperial Orthodoxy. The Sisters burn heretics, destroy forbidden texts, and purge corruption wherever they find it. The Order's militant of the Adepta Sororitas maintain their own traditions and heraldry. The Order of Our Martyred Lady emphasizes martyrdom and sacrifice. The Order of the Valorous Heart focuses on redemption through service. The Order of the Bloody Rose pursues aggressive prosecution of the Emperor's enemies. Each order maintains its own convents and recruiting practices. Sisters of Battle wield faith as a weapon. Acts of faith allow them to perform miracles on the battlefield, manifesting as protective shields, enhanced strength, or divine intervention that defies rational explanation. Whether these miracles represent the Emperor's direct intervention, psychic phenomena generated by the Sisters' collective faith, or something else entirely remains debated among Imperial theologians. The Inquisition maintains numerous specialized organizations beyond the major ordos. The Ordo Chronos investigates temporal anomalies and disappeared completely during a classified incident. The Ordo Sicarius handles assassinations requiring inquisitorial authority. Smaller ordos focus on specific threats or regions. Inquisitors often conflict with each other, pursuing different methodologies or investigating each other for suspected corruption. Inquisitorial wars, though rarely discussed openly, see inquisitors marshaling forces against their colleagues. These conflicts are resolved through political maneuvering, direct combat, or appeals to the Inquisition's internal tribunals. The Inquisition's power makes it simultaneously the Imperium's greatest defender and one of its most dangerous institutions. An Inquisitor's paranoia might lead to destroying loyal servants based on false suspicions. An Inquisitor's radical methods might spread the very corruption they sought to fight. However, the Inquisition has also prevented countless disasters, identifying threats before they could grow and eliminating corruption before it spread. The Mechanicus and the quest for knowledge. The Adeptus Mechanicus maintains its own hierarchy and doctrine separate from the rest of the Imperium. Tech priests view themselves as servants of the machine god, an entity they believe is either the Emperor in a different aspect or a separate divine being the Emperor serves. The Mechanicus is organized into forge worlds, each ruled by a fabricator general who commands the planet's industrial output and tech priest population. Mars remains the holiest forge world, seat of the fabricator general who leads the entire Mechanicus. However, other forge worlds maintain significant autonomy, sometimes pursuing research or policies that Mars disapproves of. Tech priests replace their flesh with cybernetic augmentation, viewing biological tissue as weak and imperfect. A junior tech priest might have only a few augmentations, a mechadendrite arm, enhanced vision implants, or cognitive processors. Senior Magos might be more machine than flesh, their organic components reduced to a brain housed in mechanical chassis. Different specializations exist within the Mechanicus. Artisans manufacture equipment according to ancient patterns. Genitors study biology and genetics, creating new servitor types and maintaining space marine gene seed. Magi pursue various fields of technical knowledge. Lex mechanics maintain data archives. Logis analyze information and provide strategic planning. The cult mechanicus doctrine treats machinery as sacred and technology as religious mystery. Tech priests perform rituals before activating machines, applying sacred oils, and reciting prayers. These rituals serve practical purposes, as many contain actual maintenance procedures encoded in religious language. However, the tech priests often do not understand the scientific principles underlying their actions following procedures because tradition demands it. Standard template construct systems, complete technological databases from the dark age of technology, represent the Mechanicus' greatest treasures. An intact STC could provide blueprints for manufacturing capabilities lost since before the Age of Strife. The Mechanicus launches quests to recover STC fragments, willing to sacrifice entire armies to recover even partial databases. The Mechanicus maintains Titan legions, massive war machines piloted by princeps whose minds interface directly with their machines. Titans range from the smaller Warhound class to the massive Imperator class that towers over buildings. Each Titan houses a machine spirit, a form of limited consciousness that assists or fights with its pilot. Princeps who bond too deeply with their Titans lose themselves, their personalities merging with their machine. Skitarii serve as the Mechanicus' military forces. These soldiers receive extensive cybernetic enhancement that transforms them into efficient killing machines. Skitarii Rangers provide long-range fire support with precise weapons. Skitarii Vanguard advance with radiation weapons that poison the battlefield. Sicarian infiltrators and Ruststalkers handle close combat and assassination. All Skitarii follow orders without question, their capacity for independent thought reduced by neural conditioning. The Mechanicus hoards its knowledge jealously, sharing technological information only when absolutely necessary. Different Forge worlds maintain different specializations, with some possessing knowledge others lack. This fragmentation ensures no single Forge world could replace Mars, but also prevents the Imperium from achieving maximum efficiency. Heretic tech priests pursue forbidden research, violating Mechanicus doctrine by creating new technology rather than preserving the old. These tech priests are hunted by their Orthodox colleagues, though some operate in secret for centuries before discovery. Some heretics serve chaos, creating daemon engines and corrupted technology. Others simply believe progress requires innovation rather than stagnation. The Mechanicus maintains an uneasy relationship with the rest of the Imperium. They possess near monopoly on technical knowledge, making them indispensable. However, their independence and religious doctrine sometimes conflict with Imperial interests. The treaty binding Mars to Terra prevents direct conflict, but tensions remain. Daily life in the Imperial military. The Imperial Guard Regiment represents the Imperium's standard military response to threats across the galaxy. These regiments are raised from individual worlds, trained according to local traditions, then shipped across the galaxy to fight in wars that have nothing to do with their home planets. Guardsmen come from every type of world. Cadian regiments, raised on the now destroyed fortress world of Cadia, exemplify disciplined infantry trained from childhood for warfare. Ketachan regiments recruit from Deathworld jungles, their soldiers possessing incredible survival skills and physique. Krieg regiments come from a world devastated by nuclear war, their soldiers wearing gas masks and willing to die in staggering numbers to achieve objectives. Talarn regiments specialize in desert warfare. Vostroyan regiments maintain centuries of military tradition. A standard Imperial Guard regiment contains approximately 5,000 soldiers, though this number varies by world and circumstances. The regiment includes infantry companies, heavy weapons squads, command elements, and support personnel. Some regiments also include armored companies with Leman Russ battle tanks, Chimera transports, or artillery pieces. Guardsmen are equipped with basic gear. Flak armor that provides minimal protection, las guns that fire laser pulses sufficient to kill most infantry, and whatever else their regiment's standard kit includes. This equipment is mass-produced and designed for reliability rather than sophistication. A lasgun might not match a Space Marine's bolter, but it rarely jams and its power packs can be recharged from any energy source. Commissars attached to guard regiments maintain discipline and morale. These political officers possess authority to execute soldiers for cowardice, heresy, or failure to follow orders. Commissars lead by example, standing in the front lines and demonstrating the courage they demand from others. The most effective commissars balance inspiration with intimidation, earning their soldiers' respect while maintaining the threat of summary execution. Life for a guardsman consists of long periods of transport between war zones punctuated by intense combat. Regiments travel aboard transport ships for months or years, living in cramped conditions with minimal amenities. When they reach their destination, they deploy to fight enemies they often barely understand on worlds whose names they cannot pronounce. The Imperial Guard accepts massive casualties as normal. A regiment might lose 50% of its strength, taking a single objective. These losses are acceptable within Imperial doctrine, as regiments can be replaced faster than equipment. Dead guardsmen are buried in mass graves if time permits, or simply left where they fall if the battle continues. Some guard regiments achieve glory through extraordinary service. These regiments receive honors, their battle standards decorated with campaign ribbons and victory citations. Veterans who survive multiple deployments become sergeants or receive specialized training. However, most guardsmen die within their first combat deployment, killed by enemies they never saw coming. The Imperial Navy operates separately from the Guard, maintaining spacecraft and conducting void warfare. Naval ratings live their entire lives aboard ships, often never setting foot on planets. The Navy's ships range from small frigates to massive battleships measuring kilometers in length. These vessels carry weapons capable of destroying cities from orbit and house crews numbering tens of thousands. Naval combat occurs across vast distances, with ships maneuvering for positioning while exchanging fire from weapons batteries, torpedoes cross void spaces to deliver explosive or virus payloads. Lance weapons fire concentrated energy beams that can punch through armor. Bomber squadrons launch from carrier bays to attack enemy vessels. Space combat combines careful calculation with split-second decisions as circumstances change. The Imperial Navy maintains strict hierarchy and tradition. Officers come from noble families or specialized academies, trained in void warfare tactics and ship operations. Ratings are recruited from various sources, including press service from criminals or volunteers seeking to escape poverty. Life aboard naval vessels is harsh, with ratings working long shifts in dangerous conditions. The continuing conflicts. The galaxy in the 42nd millennium sees no respite from warfare. Every imperial world faces threats, whether from external invasion or internal corruption. The Imperium mobilizes billions of soldiers every year, deploys fleets across countless systems, and sacrifices entire worlds to hold critical positions. Recent conflicts demonstrate the Imperium's desperate situation. The Plague Wars in Ultramar saw the Death Guard and Daemon forces of Nurgle assault Guilliman's realm. The Primarch personally led the defense, fighting his brother Mortarion in direct combat while his armies battled plague-ridden hordes. The war devastated numerous worlds before Guilliman achieved victory through tremendous sacrifice. The War of Beasts in the Octaria sector saw the Imperium attempt to manipulate orcs and Tyranids into fighting each other. The Inquisition engineered a confrontation between a massive orc empire and High Fleet Leviathan's tendrils, hoping both forces would destroy each other. Instead, the orcs grew stronger through constant combat, while the Tyranids adapted to orc tactics. The conflict created a war zone that consumed both species' attention, but threatens to eventually produce either super-evolved Tyranids or an unstoppable orc, Wa. The Psychic Awakening saw Psyker manifestation increase across the galaxy. More humans displayed psychic abilities, and existing Psykers found their powers strengthening. This development provided the Imperium with more potential recruits for sanctioned Psyker programs, but also increased the risk of demonic possession and warp-related disasters. Blackstone fortresses, ancient structures of unknown origin, have been discovered drifting through space. These massive installations possess reality-altering properties and contain archaeotech of immense value. Multiple factions fight to control these fortresses, recognizing their strategic importance. Teams explore the fortress's interiors, fighting hostile security systems and competing forces, while seeking the technology hidden within. The Nachmun Gauntlet represents the Imperium's primary stable route across the Great Rift. This corridor of relatively calm warp space allows limited travel between Imperium Sanctus and Imperium Nihilus. Control of the Nachmun Gauntlet has become strategically critical, with Imperial forces fighting desperately to keep it open, while Chaos forces attempt to close it permanently. On worlds throughout the Imperium, local conflicts rage. Cult uprisings see corrupted populations rise against Imperial rule. Xenos raids strike vulnerable targets. Rebellions erupt when populations can no longer bear Imperial taxation and conscription. The Astra Militarum deploys to suppress these threats, often discovering that simple rebellion conceals deeper corruption. The growing network of conflicts strains Imperial resources to the breaking point. Reinforcements requested by one sector cannot be provided because those forces are needed elsewhere. Worlds calling for aid receive only prayers and encouragement to hold until relief arrives. Some worlds fall before help can reach them, their populations exterminated or enslaved, the Emperor's will, and humanity's future. The Emperor remains entombed in the Golden Throne, sustained by the sacrifice of 1,000 Psykers daily. These Psykers, called soulbound or sanctioned, give their lives so the Emperor's consciousness can continue maintaining the Astronomicon and holding shut the webway portal beneath the Imperial Palace. The Golden Throne itself slowly fails. Tech priests struggle to maintain machinery they no longer fully understand, performing rituals and replacing components according to procedures passed down through generations. However, the throne's degradation continues despite their efforts. Some predict it has centuries remaining. Others suggest it might fail within years. If the Golden Throne fails, the consequences would be catastrophic. The webway portal would open completely, flooding Terra with demonic hordes. The Astronomicon would extinguish, making warp travel across the galaxy nearly impossible. The Emperor's psychic presence would vanish, potentially allowing his consciousness to finally die after 10,000 years of suffering. However, some believe the Emperor's death might trigger his rebirth. They argue that the Emperor is a perpetual, an immortal who reincarnates after death. If the Golden Throne failed and the Emperor died, he might regenerate in a new body, returning to lead humanity once more. Others dismiss this as wishful thinking, pointing out that the Emperor's soul might simply dissipate into the warp. The Imperial cult teaches that the Emperor protects humanity from beyond the veil of death, that he performs miracles through his faithful, and that his ultimate triumph is inevitable despite all evidence to the contrary. Saints manifest across the Imperium, individuals displaying abilities that suggest divine intervention. Whether these represent the Emperor's direct action, warp phenomena generated by collective faith, or something else entirely remains unknown. Living saints like Celestine have appeared during the Imperium's darkest hours, rallying defenders and performing feats that defy explanation. These individuals claim to speak with the Emperor's voice and act as his instruments. They inspire tremendous devotion among the faithful, while making the ecclesiarchy nervous about challenges to institutional authority. Guilliman's return and reforms provide hope for meaningful improvement. The Primarch works to restructure the Imperium's bloated bureaucracy, improve military coordination, and address the countless inefficiencies that hamper humanity's survival. However, he faces resistance from institutions that profit from the current system and individuals who view change as heresy. The Primera Space Marines represent both hope and controversy. These enhanced warriors strengthen chapters that had dwindled to dangerous levels. However, their creation involved forbidden genetic research, and their integration has created tensions in some chapters. Traditional Space Marines sometimes view Primaris as replacements rather than reinforcements, leading to friction within chapter hierarchies. The nature of chaos and the warp. Understanding chaos requires recognizing that the chaos gods are not simply evil. They represent fundamental aspects of sentient consciousness amplified to divine scale. Khorne embodies not just murder, but also honor, martial pride, and the will to fight against oppression. Nurgle represents not just disease, but also acceptance, endurance, and the cycle of death and rebirth. Tsench embodies not just manipulation, but also hope, aspiration, and the desire for change. Slaanesh represents not just depravity, but also the pursuit of excellence, artistic inspiration, and the drive to transcend limitations. This complexity makes chaos insidious. Individuals who believe they serve noble goals can find themselves corrupted without realizing it. A warrior seeking to perfect their combat skills serves Khorne whether they worship him or not. A scholar pursuing forbidden knowledge feeds Tsench. An artist pushing boundaries might attract Slaanesh's attention. A physician accepting the inevitability of death opens themselves to Nurgle. The Chaos Gods exist because sentient beings create them through emotion and thought. Every act of violence strengthens Khorne. Every scheme feeds Tsench. Every acceptance of decay empowers Nurgle. Every pursuit of sensation nourishes Slaanesh. The gods cannot be destroyed while sentient life exists, as they are reflections of that life's nature. Daemons, as extensions of the gods, follow patterns determined by their nature. Bloodletters of Khorne exist only to kill, incapable of diplomacy or mercy. Plague-bearers of Nurgle spread disease while chanting tallies of their victims. Horrors of Tsench manipulate reality through sorcery. Daemonettes of Slaanesh seduce and destroy those who seek pleasure. Greater daemons possess intelligence and individuality, capable of planning and adapting. A bloodthirster of Khorne leads armies and challenges champions to single combat. A great unclean, one of Nurgle, spreads pestilence while displaying grotesque affection for its victims. A lord of change of Tsench manipulates events across centuries according to incomprehensible plans. A keeper of secrets of Slaanesh corrupts souls through offering them exactly what they desire. The warp's nature makes it both essential and deadly to the Imperium. Faster than light travel requires entering the warp, but warp travel risks exposure to daemons, temporal distortion, or simple destruction. Psykers can perform miracles, but might become possessed. The Astronomicon guides ships, but draws Tyranids toward Terra. Every use of the warp brings risk, yet humanity cannot survive without it. The Webway, created by the Old Ones and inherited by the Eldar, offers safer travel through the warp. The Emperor's Webway project aimed to give humanity access to this network, freeing them from dependence on dangerous warp travel. However, Magnus's warning about Horus's betrayal destroyed this project, forcing the Emperor to maintain a failing seal rather than expanding humanity's access. The Dark Future. The Imperium in the 42nd millennium stands at a critical juncture. Guilliman's return and the arrival of Primaris reinforcements have strengthened humanity's position, but the threats continue growing. The Great Rift divides the galaxy. The Tyranids approach in force. The Necrons awaken across thousands of worlds. Chaos continues its eternal assault. Orc empires rise and fall. The Tau expand despite Imperial resistance. Each threat alone could potentially destroy the Imperium. Combined, they create an impossible situation where human survival seems to defy probability. Yet, the Imperium endures through desperate determination, accepting any sacrifice to maintain humanity's existence for one more day. The common citizens of the Imperium know little of these grand threats. They work in factories, till fields, serve in the military, and pray to the Emperor. They live and die without understanding the cosmic forces arrayed against them. Their faith sustains them even when reason would suggest despair. The Space Marines stand as humanity's champions 10,000 years after their creation. They embody the Emperor's vision of human potential, while also representing the tragedy of that vision's corruption. Created to unite humanity and protect it from external threats, they now fight an endless defensive war against enemies their creator never anticipated facing. The Chaos Space Marines offer Dark Mirror to their loyal brothers. Once heroes of the Great Crusade, they have become the very monsters they swore to destroy. Yet, even in their damnation, they demonstrate human ambition and determination, refusing to accept limits, even when those limits serve to preserve their souls. The Emperor's legacy shapes the galaxy 10,000 years after his enthronement. He envisioned a secular, rational imperium where science replaced superstition and humanity ruled the stars. Instead, he is worshipped as a god by an empire built on faith and maintained through sacrifice. Whether this outcome would horrify or satisfy him remains unknown, as he cannot speak to explain his thoughts. The Imperium represents humanity's refusal to surrender despite impossible odds. Every world that holds against invasion, every regiment that fights to the last soldier, every tech priest who maintains a failing machine, every citizen who continues working despite suffering, all contribute to humanity's continued existence. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Yet within that eternal conflict, humanity demonstrates both its greatest weaknesses and its most noble virtues. The capacity for faith that allows worship of Corpse Emperor also enables soldiers to stand against nightmares. The authoritarianism that crushes individual liberty also provides the organization necessary to coordinate defense across a million worlds. The xenophobia that leads to genocide also drives humanity to fight rather than submit. This is the galaxy of Warhammer 40,000. A galaxy where the best hope for humanity's survival rests in the hands of a Primarch who sees clearly how far his father's dream has fallen. A galaxy where ancient evils awaken and new threats emerge. A galaxy where billions die every day in wars fought across countless worlds. A galaxy where the only certainty is that the fighting will continue. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Humanity endures not because victory is certain, but because surrender is unthinkable. The Imperium stands not because it is just, wise, or efficient, but because it refuses to fall. And in a galaxy filled with horrors beyond comprehension, that stubborn refusal to accept defeat might be humanity's greatest strength, and its only path to whatever future awaits. The machinery of the Imperium, infrastructure, and society. The Imperium's survival depends on systems operating across scales that defy human comprehension. The logistics of feeding, arming, and transporting populations across a million worlds require bureaucratic structures so vast that no single individual can understand their totality. The tithe system forms the foundation of imperial economics. Each world pays tithes in materials, manufactured goods, or soldiers, according to classifications determined by the Administratum. Forge worlds provide weapons and equipment. Agri-worlds supply food. Hive worlds contribute soldiers and manufactured products. Mining worlds extract raw materials. The Administratum calculates these tithes based on planetary surveys that might be centuries out of date, leading to demands that bear little relationship to a world's actual capacity. Worlds unable to meet their tithes face harsh consequences. The Administratum might increase future tithes as punishment for current failure, creating impossible situations. Planetary governors desperate to meet quotas resort to increasingly extreme measures, stripping their worlds of resources and conscripting their populations until nothing remains but exhausted husks. Some worlds deliberately underreport their production capacity to maintain reserves for local use, a form of heresy that results in severe punishment if discovered. The Navis Nobilite, the Navigator houses, maintain monopoly on warp travel. Navigators possess the ability to perceive the Astronomicon and chart courses through the warp, a mutation carefully preserved through controlled breeding. Without navigators, ships entering the warp travel blind, often emerging light years from their intended destination or lost entirely. Navigator houses operate as noble families, maintaining genetic lineages stretching back to before the Age of Strife. They negotiate contracts with trading organizations, military fleets, and other institutions requiring warp travel. The most prestigious houses serve the highest levels of imperial government. Lesser houses compete for commercial contracts. The Navis Nobilite jealously guards its monopoly, viewing any threat to navigator primacy as existential danger. Rogue traders operate beyond normal imperial authority, empowered by warrants of trade that grant them permission to explore beyond the Imperium's borders, negotiate with Xenos, and claim new worlds in the Emperor's name. These individuals command their own fleets and operate as independent powers, bound only by their warrants' terms and their own judgment. A rogue trader might explore the Coronis expanse, seeking lost human colonies, establish trade routes with minor Xenos species, or hunt for archaeotech in forgotten systems. They accumulate wealth and power through success, building trading empires that span multiple sectors. Some rogue traders serve the Imperium faithfully, bringing new worlds into compliance and expanding Imperial influence. Others pursue personal profit, exploiting their authority for gain while technically operating within their warrant's parameters. Chartist captains operate civilian vessels along established trade routes, transporting goods and passengers between Imperial worlds. These captains inherit their positions through family lineages, with ships passing from parent to child across generations. Life aboard a Chartist vessel means existing in a closed community where everyone knows everyone, marriages are arranged to maintain shipboard harmony, and outsiders are viewed with suspicion. The ships themselves become homes to crews who never leave them, generation after generation living in the same corridors their ancestors walked. Some Chartist vessels have operated continuously for millennia, their hulls repaired and modified so many times that no original components remain. These ancient ships accumulate traditions and superstitions, with crews performing rituals whose origins are forgotten, but whose observance is mandatory. The forgotten and the damned. The Imperium's vastness means countless populations exist forgotten by higher authorities. Worlds might go centuries between visits from Imperial officials, left to govern themselves as long as they pay their tithes. These worlds develop their own cultures, sometimes barely recognizable as Imperial by the time official contact resumes. Some worlds lost contact entirely during the Great Rift's opening or earlier warp storms. These lost worlds continue believing themselves part of the Imperium, maintaining loyalty to an emperor they think still watches over them. Others descend into barbarism, their populations forgetting their imperial heritage entirely. A few turn to Chaos or Xenos alliance, their corruption going unnoticed until rediscovery. Penal worlds house the Imperium's convicted criminals, populations sentenced to hard labor in the Emperor's service. These worlds mine dangerous minerals, manufacture munitions, or perform other tasks too hazardous for normal populations. The penal legions, conscripted from these worlds, fight on the most dangerous battlefields, their lives considered expendable even by Imperial Guard standards. Servitors represent the Imperium's solution to labor shortages and criminal punishment. These lobotomized cyborgs retain enough consciousness to perform assigned tasks but lack independent thought. Servitors might be created from criminals sentenced to this fate, from volunteer populations seeking to serve the Omnissiah, or simply from bodies harvested from the deceased. The process of creating servitors involves removing higher brain functions while leaving motor control and basic cognition intact. Cybernetic implants provide instructions and control behavior. The resulting creature can perform repetitive tasks indefinitely, requiring only basic maintenance and fuel. Servitors work in environments too dangerous for humans, operate machinery requiring perfect precision, or serve as walking weapons platforms for heavier guns. The Imperium's treatment of servitors varies by location and authority. Some tech priests view servitors as blessed instruments of the machine god, treating them with the same care as any sacred machinery. Others see them as disposable tools, replacing them when they fail without consideration. The servitors themselves lack the consciousness to care about their treatment, existing in states somewhere between life and death. The Xenos, minor species and threats. Beyond the major Xenos threats, countless minor species inhabit the galaxy. Most pose no significant threat to the Imperium, but their existence violates the principle of human supremacy. The Imperium's official policy toward all Xenos is extermination, though practical concerns sometimes force temporary accommodation. The Hood are a mysterious species that seems to manipulate time, aging everything around them rapidly. They migrate across the galaxy in massive waves, destroying everything in their path, not through violence, but through temporal effects that reduce cities to rust and dust. Imperial forces struggle to fight enemies they cannot see or predict, as Hroods seem to phase in and out of normal time. The Umbra are living shadows that inhabited worlds in the Halo Stars region. These creatures existed partially in the warp, attacking through manipulation of darkness and fear. The Space Marines prosecuted a campaign of near genocide against the Umbra during the Great Crusade, though whether any survived remains unknown. The Quarrel are an insectoid species that maintains a small empire in the galactic halo. Their highly organized society and advanced biotechnology could make them a significant threat if they chose to expand into Imperial space. The Imperium monitors Quarrel territory carefully, preparing contingencies should they become aggressive. The Torellians, reptilian humanoids, maintain scattered populations after the Imperium destroyed their civilization. These survivors nurse hatred of humanity and sometimes serve as mercenaries for other xenospecies. Torellian warriors combine advanced technology with personal combat skills, making them dangerous opponents despite their diminished numbers. The Jokairo are ape-like creatures with intuitive understanding of technology. They create sophisticated devices without conscious design process, building weapons and equipment through instinct. The Ordo Xenos sometimes employs Jokairo as weaponsmiths, though controlling them proves difficult, as they lack any language or civilization beyond family groups. The Enslavers nearly destroyed the galaxy at the end of the War in Heaven. These psychic parasites invade through warp portals, possessing psychers and using them as gateways for additional incursions. The Enslavers feed on psychic energy, draining entire populations before moving on. Their return in significant numbers could threaten all species, not just humanity. The Webway, the Eldari's domain. The Webway represents a transportation network spanning the galaxy, tunnels through the warp protected by ancient wards that prevent direct warp exposure. The Eldari control most of the Webway, using it to travel between craft worlds and maiden worlds without risking open warp travel. Kamora, the Dark Eldar city, exists entirely within the Webway. This impossible metropolis occupies stolen space, pocket dimensions connected by Webway portals. The city's architecture defies physics, with buildings existing at impossible angles and distances, meaning nothing. Kamora houses populations numbering possibly in the billions, all sustained by stolen suffering. The Dark Eldar raid real space through Webway portals, emerging to capture slaves and inflict pain before retreating to their city. These raids occur with precision timing, as the Dark Eldar know that extended exposure to real space risks Slaanesh claiming their souls. They strike fast, taking what they need, then vanish, before effective resistance can organize. Him and Kuli serve as the Dark Eldar's masters of flesh crafting. These ancient beings have survived since before the fall through constantly reshaping their bodies and storing backup copies of their consciousness. They create grotesques, twisted creatures assembled from multiple victims. They operate pain engines, machines designed to extract maximum suffering from those trapped within. They maintain the arenas where Dark Eldar watch captives fight for entertainment. The witch cults of Kamora provide gladiatorial entertainment while also serving as military forces. These warrior societies train in elaborate combat styles, emphasizing speed, agility, and showmanship. Wyches fight in arenas for the crowd's adulation, and on raids for the thrill of combat. They view killing as performance art, judging each death's aesthetic value. Cabals, the Dark Eldar's noble houses, maintain power through military strength and political manipulation. Each Cabal competes with others for dominance while also fending off challenges from within. An Archon who shows weakness might find themselves overthrown by ambitious subordinates. This constant competition keeps Dark Eldar society locked in perpetual scheming. The Harlequins travel through the Webway freely, performing their dances across both craft worlds and Kamora. These mysterious Eldari serve Segurah, the Laughing God, one of the few Eldari deities to survive the fall. Harlequins wear masks that bond to their faces, transforming them into living embodiments of the characters they portray. The Harlequins maintain the Black Library, a repository of knowledge about chaos hidden deep in the Webway. This library contains information too dangerous for general access, preserved because it might eventually prove necessary. The Harlequins guard the Black Library jealously, allowing entry only to those they deem worthy of studying its contents. The Great Devourer, Tyranid evolution. The Tyranids' adaptive capability makes them uniquely terrifying. Each hive fleet incorporates lessons learned from previous conflicts, evolving new organism types to counter observed threats. This evolution occurs at speeds impossible for conventional biology, as the hive mind directly manipulates genetic sequences. Tyranid bioships serve as living spacecraft, traveling through the void without need for conventional engines. These vessels are grown rather than built, shaped by the hive mind for specific purposes. Hive ships serve as fleet commanders and troop carriers. Kraken vessels act as escorts and raiders. Mycetic spores carry invasion forces to planetary surfaces. The hive mind's intelligence remains alien in nature. It does not think in ways humans can comprehend. The hive mind pursues consumption with single-minded purpose, but demonstrates tactical sophistication, suggesting genuine intelligence rather than simple instinct. Whether the hive mind possesses consciousness in any meaningful sense, or whether it represents a biological algorithm optimized for consumption, remains debated among imperial scholars. Synapse creatures broadcast the hive mind's will to lesser organisms. Warriors, Tyranid primes, and hive tyrants serve this function, coordinating swarms with precision impossible for individual creatures of limited intelligence. If synapse creatures die, lesser organisms revert to instinctive behavior, making killing these commanders a priority for defending forces. The Tyranids demonstrate frightening creativity in organism design. Biovores launch living spore mines that explode near enemies. Pyrovores spray chemical flames. Toxicrenes spray toxic clouds. Venomthropes generate poison spore clouds. Malanthropes hover over battlefields collecting genetic information. Each organism serves specific tactical purposes within the swarm. Genestealer cults infiltrate human populations generations before the main hive fleet arrives. A single genestealer infects victims with genetic material that transforms them into hybrids. These hybrids breed with humans, producing children who appear increasingly normal across generations, while maintaining genetic contamination and psychic link to the hive fleet. The cult grows in secret, its members experiencing psychic compulsion to serve the approaching hive fleet. By the time the fleet arrives, the cult might control significant portions of planetary government, industrial capacity, and military forces. The cultists view the Tyranids as divine saviors, believing they will be rewarded for their service. In reality, the Tyranids consume cultists alongside everyone else, making no distinction between worshippers and enemies. The Golden Throne and Terra. Terra, cradle of humanity, has become a world-spanning city dedicated entirely to imperial administration and worship of the Emperor. The entire planet serves as a vast shrine bureaucracy, home to populations numbering in the hundreds of billions. The Imperial Palace covers significant portions of the planet's surface, a structure so vast that entire armies could march through its corridors and never encounter each other. The palace contains the throne room where the Emperor sits, the Hall of Leng where the High Lords of Terra meet, countless shrines and chapels, barracks for the Adeptus Custodes, and administrative centers for every major imperial institution. Beneath the palace lie the dungeons, vast underground complexes housing everything from forgotten technology to political prisoners. The Webway portal, damaged by Magnus's warning and held shut by the Emperor's will, exists in these depths. Custodians fight an eternal war against daemons attempting to breach through the portal, a conflict that has continued for 10,000 years without pause. The Astronomican's chamber houses the psychic choir that amplifies the Emperor's signal. Thousands of psychers sit in meditation, focusing their collective power to help broadcast the Astronomican across the galaxy. These psychers burn out after months or years of service, their souls consumed by the effort. They are replaced constantly by new psychers brought from across the Imperium. The High Lords of Terra govern the Imperium in the Emperor's name, though Guilliman's return has complicated the traditional power structure. These 12 individuals command the Imperium's major institutions: the Administratum, Ministorum, Astra Militarum, Imperial Navy, Adeptus Mechanicus, and others. The High Lords compete for influence while also cooperating to maintain imperial function. Political intrigue among the High Lords sometimes erupts into open conflict. An ambitious lord might attempt to seize greater authority, building coalitions with other lords while undermining rivals. These power struggles can paralyze imperial governance, with institutions working at cross purposes while their leaders scheme against each other. Terra's hives house populations serving the imperial bureaucracy. Scribes work in archives, processing reports from across the galaxy. Servants maintain the palace's countless shrines. Soldiers guard critical installations. Tech priests maintain the ancient machinery, keeping the planet habitable. All exist to support the imperial government's function. The planet's environment has been destroyed by millennia of habitation. No natural landscapes remain, replaced entirely by city structures. The atmosphere requires constant processing to remain breathable. Water comes from recycling systems or is imported from off-world. Terra exists as a monument to humanity's determination, maintaining a population that long ago exceeded the planet's carrying capacity through sheer technological effort. Warfare in the 42nd millennium. Tactics and strategy. Imperial military doctrine emphasizes attrition and overwhelming force. The Imperial Guard accepts that victories will cost enormous casualties, planning campaigns around the assumption that soldiers are more replaceable than equipment or territory. This approach produces battles where millions die to capture single objectives. Space Marine tactics contrast sharply with Guard doctrine. Space Marines strike surgically, identifying critical objectives and destroying them through precision application of force. A Space Marine squad might achieve what would require entire Guard regiments, though the Space Marines cannot hold territory the way Guard infantry can. The Imperial Navy's void combat doctrine centers on capital ship firepower. Massive battleships serve as fleet anchors, their weapons batteries capable of destroying cities. Cruisers provide mobility and flexibility. Escorts screen larger ships from torpedoes and small craft. Naval combat occurs across distances measured in thousands of kilometers, with battles lasting hours as ships maneuver for optimal firing positions. The Chaos Forces employ tactics adapted from their time in the Great Crusade, but corrupted by millennia of warp exposure. World Eaters simply charge forward, seeking close combat. Emperor's children fight with disturbing precision, treating combat as artistic performance. Death Guard advance steadily, their resilience, allowing them to ignore defensive fire. Thousand Sons employ sorcery alongside conventional tactics. Orc warfare resembles controlled chaos. Individual orcs fight with enthusiasm but little coordination. However, war bosses provide strategic direction, pointing their hordes toward objectives and trusting their boys to handle the details. Orc tactics rely on momentum, with mass charges overwhelming defenders through sheer pressure. Tau combat doctrine emphasizes ranged firepower and mobility. Tau forces position themselves to maximize firing lanes while minimizing enemy ability to close for melee combat. Crisis battle suits provide rapid response capabilities, teleporting to threatened positions and unleashing heavy fire before redeploying. Tau avoid close combat whenever possible, recognizing that most enemy species surpass them in hand-to-hand fighting. Eldar tactics leverage superior technology and precognition. Farseers identify optimal strike points, directing forces to hit enemies where they are weakest. Aspect warriors specialize in specific combat roles, combining to create balanced forces that can adapt to changing battlefield conditions. The Eldar win through precision rather than mass, achieving objectives while minimizing casualties to their irreplaceable forces. Necron tactics reflect their nature as immortal warriors equipped with superior technology. Necron forces advance steadily, weathering enemy fire while bringing their own weapons to bear. When destroyed, many Necrons simply teleport away for repair, returning to battle later. This resilience allows Necron forces to sustain campaigns that would exhaust other armies. Tyranid tactics demonstrate distributed intelligence applied to battlefield problems. The hive mind coordinates millions of organisms, creating tactics that respond instantly to changing conditions. Tyranid forces attack from multiple angles simultaneously, seeking to overwhelm defenders through coordinated pressure. The swarm adapts mid-battle, with organism types changing as the hive mind identifies new optimal compositions. Religion and faith in the Imperium. The Imperial cult dominates religious life across the Imperium, though its specific forms vary enormously between worlds. The core doctrine teaches that the Emperor is divine, that service to him ensures salvation, and that deviation from his will brings damnation. Beyond these principles, local variations create countless sect variations. Some worlds worship the emperor as the sun, viewing solar light as his blessing. Others see him as the master of storms, attributing weather to his mood. Water worlds might venerate him as the ocean's lord. Each world adapts the imperial cult to local conditions, while maintaining theological compatibility with the broader faith. Saints provide models of proper devotion, individuals whose exemplary service earned them place in imperial hagiography. Saint Celestine, who leads armies while wreathed in holy flame, represents martial devotion. Saint Sebastian Thor reformed the ecclesiarchy and saved the imperium from civil war. Saint Alicia Dominica founded the Adepta Sororitas. Each saint's story provides lessons about proper service. Miracles attributed to the emperor occur with surprising frequency. Soldiers report seeing golden figures fighting alongside them in desperate battles. Injured individuals heal inexplicably after praying. Ships lost in the warp arrive safely after crews perform devotions. Whether these miracles represent the emperor's direct intervention, warp phenomena generated by faith, or coincidence remains debated. The ecclesiarchy maintains its authority through control of religious sites, texts, and hierarchy. Cardinals govern entire sectors, commanding resources that rival planetary governors. Bishops oversee dioceses containing multiple worlds. Parish priests serve local congregations, teaching imperial doctrine and performing religious ceremonies. Religious festivals and holy days structure imperial life. The emperor's ascension commemorates his enthroning on the Golden Throne. Sanguinala celebrates the martyrdom of Sanguinius. Local saints' feast days provide breaks from labor and opportunities for communal worship. These festivals serve social functions beyond religion, providing populations with rare moments of joy in otherwise harsh lives. Pilgrimages draw billions across the galaxy despite the dangers of warp travel. Pilgrims journey to Terra to walk the paths the Emperor trod, though most die en route or are turned away before reaching the throne world. Shrine worlds attract visitors seeking specific blessings or hoping to witness particular relics. Some pilgrims spend everything they have for passage to sacred sites, arriving penniless but spiritually fulfilled. Heresy represents the Imperium's greatest fear, the corruption of faith that precedes chaos worship. The ecclesiarchy defines heresy broadly, including not just chaos worship, but also deviation from approved doctrine, questioning imperial authority, or insufficient devotion. Heretics face execution, often preceded by torture, intended to save their souls through suffering. The Inquisition pursues heretics with relentless determination. An inquisitor investigating heresy might spend years tracking cult activity, identifying corrupted individuals, and mapping networks of corruption before striking. When they act, entire populations might be purged to ensure complete eradication of taint. The frontier and beyond. The Imperium's borders remain fluid, expanding and contracting as worlds are claimed or lost. Beyond these borders lie regions unknown to Imperial cartographers, spaces where Xenos rule or worse, things dwell. The Ghoul Stars, a region northeast of the galaxy's main disk, house horrors that drive those who witness them insane. Expeditions to the Ghoul Stars return with fractured accounts of impossible geometries, entities that should not exist, and civilizations utterly alien. The Imperium maintains quarantine over the region, forbidding travel there except for specifically authorized missions. The Halo Stars, the galaxy's outermost regions, contain scattered human populations descended from Dark Age of technology colonists. These humans adapted to their isolation in various ways, some developing into stable subspecies, others descending into barbarism, a few maintaining technology rivaling the Imperium's capabilities. Rogue traders venture into these frontier regions seeking profit and glory. They establish first contact with isolated human populations, negotiate with minor xenospecies, and hunt for archaeotech in systems not visited since the Age of Strife. These expeditions risk encountering threats the Imperium cannot predict or counter, making rogue traders simultaneously essential and expendable. Some rogue traders pursue legends of lost STC systems, complete technological databases that would revolutionize Imperial capabilities. Others seek pre-Imperial human civilizations, that might possess unique knowledge. A few explore simply for exploration's sake, driven by curiosity to see what lies beyond known space. The Emperor's light extends only so far. Beyond the Imperium's borders, humanity exists in countless forms, from civilizations comparable to the Imperium to scattered survivors barely clinging to existence. The Imperium claims all humans as subjects, but practical concerns limit enforcement of this claim. Most frontier humans will never see an Imperial official or know they theoretically belong to a galaxy-spanning empire. The eternal war continues. The conflicts consuming the galaxy show no sign of resolution. Every victory proves temporary. Every world secured faces new threats. The Imperium endures because surrender remains unthinkable, because faith provides strength in darkness, because humanity refuses to accept extinction. Individual lives mean nothing in this calculus. Soldiers die by the billions, worlds burn, populations face extermination. Yet the Imperium continues, grinding forward through sheer determination and the sacrifice of those who believe their deaths serve greater purpose. Heroes emerge in this darkness, space marine captains who hold impossible positions, Imperial Guard commanders who achieve miracles through tactical genius, tech priests who restore ancient machines, inquisitors who root out corruption before it spreads, saints who inspire through example. These individuals shine briefly before being consumed by the war, their sacrifices buying time for humanity's continued survival. The Emperor watches from his throne, his consciousness stretched across the galaxy. Whether he can perceive individual struggles or sees only the broad sweep of humanity's fate remains unknown. His silence might represent incapacity or deliberate choice, a test to see if humanity can survive without his direct guidance. The Primarch's fates symbolize humanity's current state. Dead, disappeared, or corrupted, only Gleeman returned to guide the Imperium. His lonely vigil represents humanity's desperate hope, the belief that even one returned Primarch can make difference in wars consuming the galaxy. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. This is not metaphor or exaggeration. War defines existence for every species, every faction, every world. Peace exists only as brief pauses between conflicts, moments to gather strength before the next battle begins. Yet, within this eternal war, meaning persists. Soldiers fight for comrades beside them. Citizens work to feed their families. Believers worship seeking connection to something greater than themselves. Life continues despite the horrors, driven by the same impulses that have sustained humanity since its beginning. The will to survive, to protect those we love, to believe tomorrow might be better than today. This is the galaxy of Warhammer 40,000, a galaxy where hope is heresy and heroism brings only suffering, a galaxy where the best one can hope for is a good death in the Emperor's service, a galaxy where humanity's greatest champions are post-human warriors who barely remember being human, a galaxy where the only certainty is that the war will continue until either humanity triumphs or faces extinction. And in that eternal conflict, in the desperate struggle against impossible odds, humanity reveals both its darkest nature and its greatest nobility. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But there is also courage, there is faith, there is sacrifice, there is the refusal to surrender even when defeat seems certain. And perhaps, just perhaps, that might be enough. The lost and the damned, those who fall between. Not all who serve the Imperium fit neatly into its hierarchies. Countless individuals exist in the gaps between official institutions, serving humanity's cause through methods the Imperium barely acknowledges. Penitent crusaders are individuals who committed crimes against the Imperium, but seek redemption through service. These penitents wear explosive collars or carry bombs, sent into battle with the understanding that their deaths might earn forgiveness. They charge enemy positions, detonate themselves among enemy formations, or undertake suicide missions too dangerous for valuable soldiers. Whether their souls find redemption remains between them and the Emperor. Redemptionists are religious zealots who believe purification through fire and violence. They form mobs that hunt heretics, mutants, and anyone they deem spiritually impure. Redemptionist gangs operate in underhive communities, where official imperial authority is absent, imposing their interpretation of imperial doctrine through intimidation and murder. Some redemptionists are genuine believers seeking to serve the emperor. Others use religion as excuse for violence and domination. Flagellants mortify their flesh to demonstrate devotion, whipping themselves until blood flows and walking on broken glass or heated metal. They believe suffering brings them closer to the emperor, who suffers eternally upon the golden throne. Flagellant bands attach themselves to military forces or pilgrimages, their self-inflicted wounds and constant pain driving them into religious ecstasy during combat. Missionaries travel beyond imperial borders, spreading the imperial creed to frontier populations. These preachers risk their lives bringing the emperor's word to worlds that have never heard it, converting isolated humans and establishing foundations for eventual imperial conquest. Some missionaries are genuine believers seeking to save souls. Others serve as advanced scouts for military forces, gathering intelligence while ostensibly spreading faith. For terrorist militia are armed mobs raised by ecclesiarchy preachers, unofficial military forces that supplement regular imperial troops. These militia consist of ordinary citizens given basic weapons and sent into combat with faith as their primary armor. They die in enormous numbers, but occasionally achieve surprising victories through fanatical determination. The ecclesiarchy officially cannot maintain military forces beyond the Adepta Sororitas, so fraterist militia technically do not exist despite their widespread presence. The underhive. Life at the bottom. Hive cities extend downward as much as upward, their lowest levels built upon ruins of previous construction. The underhive becomes home to populations who cannot or will not participate in the structured society of the upper levels. Gangs control underhive territories, young men and women who join together for protection and profit. Gang warfare over territory, resources, or simple pride kills thousands yearly. The most successful gangers accumulate wealth and respect, becoming local power brokers who mediate disputes and provide protection to communities within their territory. House Escher gangs consist entirely of women from matriarchal clans. House Goliath recruits massive gene-bulked males whose mutations and enhancements make them formidable close combat fighters. House Orlok controls trade routes and mercantile operations. House Van Saar maintains better technology than most gangs through carefully preserved knowledge. House Delac specializes in information gathering and espionage. House Cawdor embraces religious extremism, their members fighting as much from faith as for profit. Bounty hunters operate throughout the underhive, taking contracts to capture or kill specific individuals. These hunters track criminals who fled to the underhive, recover stolen goods, or eliminate gang leaders causing problems for higher authorities. The best hunters accumulate fearsome reputations, their names alone sometimes sufficient to make targets surrender. Scavengers pick through ruins and trash heaps, seeking anything valuable enough to sell. They venture into collapsed sectors, toxic zones, and areas haunted by mutants or worse things. Scavengers discover archaeotech, valuable minerals, or simply recyclable materials. Some scavengers become wealthy through lucky finds. Most die from environmental hazards or violence. Mutants, humans twisted by radiation, toxic exposure, or genetic damage congregate in the underhive, where they face less persecution than in upper levels. These populations range from barely noticeable mutations to grotesque deformities that make normal life impossible. Some mutant communities maintain their own societies, creating cultures distinct from baseline humanity. The cult of the redemption finds fertile ground in the underhive, where suffering populations eagerly embrace messages of purification through violence. Redemptionist zealots burn mutants, destroy places they deem sinful, and impose strict moral codes on communities under their control. Their methods terrify even hardened gangers, as redemptionists show no mercy to those they judge impure. Corpse starch, protein derived from recycled human remains, forms the primary food source in lower hive levels. The dead are processed into nutrient paste that feeds the living. This practice, while horrifying to outsiders, represents practical necessity in environments where importing sufficient food would be impossible. Most hive dwellers never learn the origin of their food, though some know and simply accept it as reality. The Orders Militant and the Sisterhood. The Adepta Sororitas, the Sisters of Battle, represent faith weaponized. These women undergo training, combining religious indoctrination with military discipline, creating warriors who fight with absolute certainty in the righteousness of their cause. Novices enter the Orders Militant as young girls, often orphans whose parents died in imperial service. They receive education emphasizing duty, sacrifice, and the emperor's divinity. Those who demonstrate appropriate devotion and ability advance to become full sisters, while those who fail might join non-militant orders or be released to other service. The Orders Militant train their sisters in combat skills comparable to Imperial Guard special forces, while also emphasizing theological education. A Sister of Battle can quote scripture while assembling a bolter, recite prayers while treating wounds, and discuss theological nuances while planning military operations. This combination of spiritual and martial knowledge makes them formidable opponents and inspiring allies. Sisters of Battle carry blessed weapons, equipment consecrated by ecclesiarchy priests and believed to carry the emperor's favor. Their bolters fire sanctified ammunition. Their armor bears protective prayers inscribed on every surface. Whether these blessings provide actual protection or simply reinforce the sisters' faith remains debated, though the sisters themselves have no doubt about their weapon's sacred nature. Seraphim squads use jump packs to provide aerial assault capability, descending on enemies from above while firing paired bolt pistols. Dominion squads specialize in close-range firepower, wielding special weapons like meltaguns or flamers. Retributor squads provide heavy fire support with heavy bolters and multi-meltas. Celestian squads consist of veteran sisters who have proven themselves through years of faithful service. Repentia are sisters who failed in their duties and seek redemption through death in battle. These penitents cast aside their armor, wearing only minimal clothing and wielding massive two-handed chainswords called eviscerators. Repentia charge enemy positions with no regard for survival, seeking glorious deaths that might redeem their failures. Mistresses of repentance accompany these squads, driving the penitents forward with neural whips while chanting prayers. The Order's Hospitallers serve as medics and healers, operating hospitals throughout the Imperium. These sisters combine medical knowledge with faith healing, treating physical injuries while also tending spiritual wounds. The Order's Famulus work as diplomats and advisors to noble houses, guiding imperial aristocracy toward proper conduct. The Order's Dialogists serve as linguists and translators, preserving languages and facilitating communication across the Imperium's diverse populations. Canonesses lead the Order's Militant, veteran warriors whose faith and combat prowess inspire their sisters. These commanders direct battles while also serving as spiritual leaders, their words carrying weight in theological discussions. Some canonesses achieve such renown that they become politically powerful, their influence extending beyond their orders to affect broader imperial policy. The Perpetual Shadow War. Beneath the galaxy's visible conflicts, shadow wars rage between intelligence agencies, assassin cults, and covert operations groups. These conflicts rarely appear in official histories, but shape galactic events as surely as open warfare. The Officio Assassinorum's temples compete among themselves, while also serving as tools for powerful imperial faction. An assassination that appears to be simple execution of a heretic might actually represent one High Lord eliminating a rival's ally. Inquisitors use assassins to eliminate targets without revealing inquisitorial involvement. Space Marine chapters sometimes request assassinations of enemies they cannot personally pursue. The Alpha Legion operates across the Imperium. Its agents infiltrated into every major institution. Some Alpha Legion operatives have maintained their cover identities for centuries, rising to positions of authority while secretly serving their legion's mysterious goals. These agents might subtly alter orders, provide intelligence to their brothers, or simply observe and report. Their ultimate objectives remain unclear, even to other Chaos forces. Eldar Harlequins manipulate events according to their own inscrutable purposes. They might assassinate an Imperial commander whose survival would somehow threaten an Eldar craft world centuries hence. They might rescue humans whose descendants will prove important to Eldar interests. Their actions seem random, but follow patterns only they understand, based on interpretations of their people's mythology and prophetic visions. Genestealer cults infiltrate Imperial society at every level. A planetary governor might unknowingly employ infected servants. An Imperial Guard regiment might include cultists among its ranks. A Space Marine chapter's serfs might harbor genetic contamination. These cultists work toward goals determined by psychic compulsion from distant hive fleets, preparing worlds for Tyranid invasion while believing themselves to be faithful Imperial citizens or revolutionary liberators. Chaos cults operate in similar secrecy, spreading corruption while avoiding detection. These cults recruit through offering power, pleasure, or solutions to desperation. A worker facing impossible quotas might turn to chaos seeking help. A noble desiring greater influence might make pacts with daemons. A scholar pursuing forbidden knowledge might inadvertently serve Tzeentch. The cults grow slowly, adding members carefully while conducting rituals that strengthen the warp's influence. Radical inquisitors sometimes employ methods that blur the line between hunting chaos and serving it. An inquisitor might use daemon hosts, possessed individuals kept under control through binding rituals. Another might wield demon weapons, armaments containing bound chaos entities. Some inquisitors study chaos extensively, believing that understanding the enemy requires direct examination of chaos texts and artifacts. Their Puritan colleagues view such practices as heresy, warranting execution. The machine cult's internal conflicts, the Adeptus Mechanicus, despite presenting unified face to outsiders, contains numerous internal factions, competing for dominance and pursuing different visions of the machine god's will. The Orthodox faction maintains that the quest for knowledge means preserving existing technology, not creating new designs. Orthodox tech priests believe innovation risks tech heresy. As humans cannot improve upon the machine god's ancient gifts, they carefully maintain standard template construct patterns, treating any deviation as sacrilege. The reformists argue that stagnation betrays the machine, God's nature as creator and innovator. These tech priests pursue careful research, seeking to understand the principles underlying ancient technology rather than simply copying patterns. They conduct experiments and develop new applications of existing technology, walking a careful line between innovation and heresy. The Omniscient cult emphasizes the spiritual aspects of the machine, God's worship, focusing on ritual and prayer over pure technical knowledge. These tech priests believe that proper reverence matters more than understanding, that machines respond to faith as much as maintenance. They develop elaborate ceremonies and insist on precise ritual observance. The disciples of the true pattern believe that perfect STC templates exist for everything, and that human suffering comes from deviation from these templates. They seek to purge all variation, enforcing strict standardization across all Imperial technology. Their ideal Imperium would use identical equipment on every world, manufactured according to perfect patterns, with no local variation. The Biologies Obscurae study organic life, pursuing genetic research that other factions view as dangerous. These tech priests create servitors, maintain Space Marine gene seed, and research Xeno's biology. Their work is necessary but disturbing to tech priests who prefer pure machinery to flesh. Dark Mechanicum tech priests who fell to chaos during the Horus Heresy continue operating from Forge worlds in the Eye of Terror and other corrupted regions. These heretic create daemon engines, weapons, and vehicles possessed by warp entities. They conduct experiments that blend technology with warp sorcery, producing results that horrify Orthodox Mechanicus while demonstrating capabilities impossible through conventional means. The Legio Cybernetica controls the Imperium's combat robots, machines that serve as automated weapons platforms. These robots are carefully monitored after the rebellion of the Men of Iron, their programming restricted to prevent independent thought. However, some tech priests secretly pursue true artificial intelligence research, believing that properly designed AI could serve humanity without the risks that led to the ancient rebellion. Xenos, mercenaries, and auxiliaries. Despite official imperial policy forbidding cooperation with Xenos, practical necessity sometimes forces temporary alliances or employment of alien auxiliaries. Kroot mercenaries hire themselves to various factions, their evolutionary adaptation making them valuable soldiers. The Kroot consume genetic material from their prey, gradually incorporating useful traits into their physiology. A Kroot who eats many armored creatures develops thicker skin. One who consumes fast predators becomes more agile. This adaptability makes them unpredictable, but effective. Kroot society revolves around shapers, leaders who guide their kindred's evolutionary development by selecting appropriate prey. A shaper might direct their warriors to consume specific enemies, to gain desired traits, or forbid eating certain creatures to prevent unwanted mutations. The Kroot serve the Tau Empire, but also accept contracts from other factions when opportunities arise. Slith are serpentine warriors from a species enslaved by the Dark Eldar. These four-armed fighters serve as bodyguards and mercenaries, prized for their strength and loyalty once bought. Slith have no civilization of their own, existing as weapons employed by those who can afford them. Kroot sometimes cooperate with other species when circumstances align their interests with others. However, their temporal effects make sustained cooperation difficult, as everything near Kroot ages rapidly. Even temporary alliances prove challenging when allies' equipment rusts and breaks down from proximity to Kroot forces. Nikasser, psychic bear-like creatures, serve the Tau Empire despite their pacifistic nature. The Tau employ Nikasser as pilots and psychic advisors, roles that allow them to contribute without requiring direct combat participation. The Nikasser accept this arrangement, valuing the Tau's protection over their preference for isolation. Demiurge, a spacefaring species of crystalline-skinned miners, trade with the Tau and occasionally with human rogue traders. These skilled engineers provide advanced mining technology and expertise in resource extraction. Some Demiurge serve as mercenaries, their knowledge of explosives and engineering making them valuable for demolition work. The Jaqueros services are employed by radical inquisitors despite official prohibition on Xenos cooperation. These creatures build incredibly sophisticated devices through instinct, creating weapons and equipment superior to standard Imperial technology. However, Jaquero cannot be commanded or directed effectively, making their cooperation unreliable. The Space Marines' successors and foundings. Since the second founding that broke the legions into chapters, the Imperium has authorized numerous additional foundings to create new Space Marine chapters. Each founding uses gene seed from existing chapters, creating successors that inherit genetic traits and often cultural elements from their progenitors. The Curse Founding, officially the 21st Founding, attempted to improve upon Space Marine gene seed through genetic manipulation. This project created chapters with enhanced abilities, but also catastrophic flaws. The Lamenters suffer terrible luck, facing disasters with disturbing frequency. The Sons of Antaeus possess incredible resilience, but their gene seed source remains classified. The Flame Falcons spontaneously combusted during battle, their entire chapter destroyed. The Curse Founding demonstrated the dangers of attempting to improve upon the Emperor's work. Ultima Founding occurred during the Indomitus Crusade, creating new chapters entirely from Primaris Space Marines. These chapters lack the traditions and histories of older chapters, building their cultures from scratch. Some embrace this freedom, creating entirely new combat doctrines and cultural practices. Others attempt to emulate their progenitors, adopting the traditions of the chapters whose gene seed they carry. Unknown founding chapters exist across the Imperium, their origins lost to bureaucratic error or deliberate concealment. These chapters might not know which Primarch's gene seed they carry. Some discover their lineage through research or genetic testing. Others embrace their uncertain origins, viewing themselves as belonging to the Emperor rather than any single Primarch. Several chapters maintain unusual relationships with Imperial authorities. The Space Wolves refuse to divide into Codex-compliant chapters, instead creating successor chapters called Great Companies that maintain closer ties to Fenris than normal successors would. The Dark Angels and their successors form the Unforgiven, a secret organization dedicated to hunting the fallen regardless of official assignments. The Blood Angels and their successors coordinate responses to the Black Rage and Red Thirst, sharing information about their genetic curses. Fleet-based chapters maintain no homeworlds, instead recruiting from multiple worlds while operating from mobile fortress monasteries. These chapters travel throughout the galaxy, responding to threats wherever they appear. Some chose this existence deliberately. Others lost their homeworlds to invasion or disaster and adapted to nomadic existence. The Warp's inhabitants, beyond the Four. While the four Chaos Gods dominate the Warp, other entities exist within the Immaterium. These beings range from minor daemons to independent powers that resist the gods' dominance. The Legion of the Damned appear as burning space marines wreathed in flame, manifesting during humanity's darkest moments. They fight alongside Imperial forces before vanishing without explanation. Whether they represent demon manifestations, warp-trapped souls of dead space marines, or something else entirely remains unknown. The Legion answers no questions and accepts no authority beyond their own mysterious purposes. Enslavers prey on psychers, using them as gateways into real space. These entities possess victims, transforming them into portals through which additional enslavers emerge. An enslaver incursion can devastate entire worlds, with possessed psychers creating geometric constructions that serve purposes beyond human comprehension. The enslavers feed on psychic energy, draining populations before moving on. The Shadowlight are mysterious entities that manifest as regions of corrupted illumination. Where they appear, light becomes darkness, and darkness reveals terrible truths. Those who witness the Shadowlight often go mad, their minds unable to process what they've seen. Whether the Shadowlight represent daemons, warp phenomena, or Xenos technology remains unknown. Psychnui are psychic parasites that attach to psychers' souls, feeding on their power while granting enhanced abilities. A psycher infected by Psychnui becomes more powerful but also more unstable, as the parasite's hunger drives them toward reckless power use. Eventually, the Psychnui consumes its host entirely, emerging into real space before seeking a new victim. The Astronomicon itself has attracted entities that feed on its psychic energy. These war predators lurk near the beacon, ambushing ships attempting to navigate by its light. The Imperium deploys forces to clear these predators periodically, but they return within years or decades. Some theorists suggest that the Emperor himself has become a warp entity, his consciousness achieving godlike status through 10,000 years of worship. If true, this would make the Emperor the Imperium's patron god, in truth, rather than simply theological doctrine. However, this theory remains controversial, and discussing it openly risks inquisitorial attention, the dying of the light. 10,000 years after the Horus heresy, the Imperium faces threats that would have seemed impossible during the Great Crusade. The Emperor's vision of human dominance has twisted into a nightmare of endless war and human sacrifice. Yet humanity endures, driven by desperation, faith, and the simple refusal to surrender. The Golden Throne's degradation continues. Tech priests work constantly to maintain systems they barely understand, replacing failing components with insufficient substitutes. Each repair buys time measured in years or decades. But the underlying deterioration cannot be stopped. Eventually, the throne will fail. What happens then remains the Imperium's greatest uncertainty and deepest fear. The Tyranids approach in force that dwarfs anything previously encountered. The hive fleets already in the galaxy represent vanguard elements. The main swarm, visible through long-range detection as a shadow obscuring the void beyond the galaxy's edge, contains biomass incomprehensibly greater than current invasions. If the main swarm arrives while the Imperium remains mired in its current conflicts, humanity's extinction becomes not possibility but certainty. The Necrons awaken across thousands of worlds, their tomb complexes stirring after 60 million years. Some awaken damaged, their consciousness fragmented, or their technology degraded. Others emerge fully functional, possessing capabilities that make them nearly invincible. If the Necrons unite under the Silent King or another powerful leader, they could sweep aside younger races through simple technological superiority. Chaos grows stronger as the warp's influence increases. The Great Rift bleeds demonic energies into real space, making possession easier and daemon manifestation more common. Worlds that once resisted corruption now fall quickly as the barriers between material and immaterial weaken. The line between warp and reality blurs in regions near the rift, creating zones where physics becomes negotiable and daemons walk openly. The Tau Empire expands despite imperial resistance, their greater good ideology appealing to humans suffering under imperial rule. If the Tau achieve critical mass, establishing their civilization as viable alternative to the Imperium, they could trigger mass defections from imperial worlds. The Imperium's ideological dominance, already weakened, might shatter completely. The Orcs remain constant threat, their numbers growing with each generation. If a sufficiently powerful war boss emerges and unites the Orcs into a single Waaagh of unprecedented scale, they could potentially overwhelm even the Imperium's vast military capacity through sheer weight of numbers and enthusiasm for violence. The Eldar face inevitable extinction, their numbers declining yearly. However, dying species can prove more dangerous than vigorous ones, as desperation removes restraints. The Eldar might attempt increasingly extreme measures to ensure their survival, accepting costs they would previously have rejected. Their manipulation events could destabilize entire sectors, pursuing goals only they understand. The final truth: in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. This statement, repeated throughout the Imperium, represents literal truth rather than rhetoric. Every species fights for survival. Every faction pursues goals requiring violence. Every world exists as potential battlefield. Peace exists only as brief pause between conflicts. Yet within this darkness, light persists. Not the brilliant illumination of the Emperor's glory or the hope of ultimate victory, but the small flames of individual courage, compassion, and determination. A guardsman who shares his rations with starving civilians. A tech priest who remembers the human beneath the augmetics. An inquisitor who shows mercy when doctrine demands execution. A space marine who remembers why he fights beyond simple duty. These moments matter not because they change the galaxy's trajectory or affect grand strategies. They matter because they demonstrate that humanity, even in its darkest hour, retains capacity for nobility. The Imperium may be corrupt, brutal, and tyrannical. Its citizens may live lives of misery and suffering. Its future may hold only continued war and eventual extinction. But individual humans retain the ability to choose compassion over cruelty, sacrifice over selfishness, hope over despair. They make these choices knowing they will not be rewarded, that their actions might accomplish nothing, that tomorrow will bring only more suffering. They choose nobility anyway, because the alternative is surrendering their humanity entirely. This, perhaps, represents the Emperor's true legacy. Not the Imperium he built or the wars fought in his name, but the inextinguishable spark of human courage that persists even when all reason demands surrender. A spark that has sustained humanity through 10,000 years of darkness and might, just possibly sustain it through whatever futures await. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But there is also courage, there is faith, there is hope, however desperate and unreasonable that hope might be. And perhaps, in a galaxy that knows only war, that desperate hope represents humanity's greatest weapon and ultimate salvation. For the Emperor protects, whether literally through psychic intervention, metaphorically through the institutions built in his name, or simply through the inspiration his memory provides. This truth sustains billions across the galaxy. They believe, they serve, they fight, they die. And the Imperium endures. One more day, one more battle, one more sacrifice at a time. This is Warhammer 40,000, a universe of endless war where humanity fights impossible odds through faith, courage, and the absolute refusal to accept defeat. A universe where the price of survival is measured in billions of lives sacrificed. A universe where the only certainty is that the war will continue until either humanity triumphs or faces extinction. And in that eternal war, in that endless struggle against darkness, humanity reveals itself as both monster and hero, tyrant and liberator, the galaxy's greatest hope and its most terrible threat. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and humanity, for all its flaws and failures, continues fighting. Because that is what humanity does. It endures, it persists, it refuses to surrender. For the Emperor, for humanity, for one more dawn in the darkness. The war continues. It always continues. And somewhere, in the depths of the Golden Throne, perhaps the Emperor watches his children struggle and approves of their refusal to yield. Or perhaps he simply suffers, unable to speak, unable to act, watching an Imperium that has become everything he fought to prevent. The truth remains unknowable, but the war is eternal. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. The frontier wars and forgotten battles. Beyond the major conflicts that shape the galaxy's destiny, countless smaller wars rage in the Imperium's forgotten corners. These battles, though unknown to most Imperial citizens, determine the survival of billions and the control of strategic resources. The Badab War exemplified how internal Imperial conflicts can match external threats in brutality. This civil war began when the Astral Claws chapter, tasked with protecting the Maelstrom Zone, declared independence after decades of neglect by higher authorities. Chapter Master Luftus Huron, later known as Huron Blackheart, united several chapters in rebellion against what he viewed as the Imperium's abandonment of the Maelstrom Zone's defenders. The conflict drew in multiple Space Marine chapters on both sides. Loyalist forces besieged the Astral Claws' fortress monastery on Badab Primaris, while the rebels fought desperately to maintain their independence. The war lasted years, consuming resources and lives that could have been used against Xenos threats. Eventually, Loyalist forces prevailed, but at tremendous cost. The Astral Claws survivors fled into the Maelstrom, where Huron established himself as a Chaos warlord commanding the Red Corsairs, a warband incorporating traitors from multiple chapters. The Macarian Crusade, launched millennia before the current era, represented the Imperium's last great expansion. Lord Solar Macharius, a general of unparalleled genius, led Imperial forces in reconquering hundreds of worlds beyond the Imperium's borders. His armies pushed farther from Terra than any force since the Great Crusade, bringing entire sectors back into Imperial control. However, Macharius' death triggered the Macharian heresy, as his generals fought among themselves for control of the conquered territories. The Crusade's gains were squandered in civil war between commanders who placed personal ambition above imperial unity. The Macharian heresy demonstrated how even the Imperium's greatest triumphs can transform into disasters through human weakness and ambition. The Orphean War saw Imperial forces fight Necrons, awakening across the Orpheus sector. The Necrons' technological superiority made conventional warfare ineffective. Imperial Guard regiments and Space Marine forces suffered catastrophic casualties, attempting to dislodge Necron forces from tomb worlds. The war demonstrated the Imperium's vulnerability to enemies who do not fear death and cannot be defeated through attrition. The Damocles Crusade marked the Imperium's first major campaign against the expanding Tau Empire. Imperial forces drove deep into Tau space, destroying outlying colonies and threatening core worlds. However, the Crusade was recalled before achieving decisive victory when Tyranid High Fleet Behemoth attacked Ultramar, requiring the redeployment of forces committed to the Tau front. The incomplete victory allowed the Tau to recover and continue their expansion. The Armageddon Wars saw the industrial hive world of Armageddon become a battleground 3 times in Imperial history. The planet's strategic location and massive manufacturing capacity made it a prize worth any sacrifice. The Second War for Armageddon pitted Imperial forces against the Orc warlord Gaskul Mag Uruk Thraka, whose Wa threatened to overwhelm the planet's defenders. Only the intervention of multiple Space Marine chapters and the strategic genius of Commissar Sebastian Yarrick prevented the planet's fall. The Third War for Armageddon saw Gazikul return with even greater forces. The conflict consumed the entire planet, with fighting raging across every hive, city, and industrial complex. The war continued for years, neither side able to achieve decisive victory. Eventually, Gazikul departed, leaving his subordinates to continue the fight while he pursued larger ambitions. The Third War demonstrated that even victories against orcs prove temporary, as their spores ensure they will return stronger than before. The Death Watch and Xenos hunting. The Death Watch maintains watch fortresses throughout the galaxy, particularly in regions where Xenos activity runs highest. These fortresses serve as bases for kill teams deployed against specific threats, combining Space Marines from different chapters to create forces with diverse capabilities. A typical Death Watch kill team might include a tactical Marine from the Ultramarines, providing strategic expertise, a Blood Angels assault Marine specializing in close combat, a Space Wolves veteran with extensive experience against specific Xenos types, an Imperial Fists heavy weapon specialist, and a Dark Angels veteran whose skills in interrogation prove useful when capturing enemy leaders. These kill teams deploy against threats that require surgical precision rather than overwhelming force. They might infiltrate a Gene Stealer cult's headquarters to assassinate the Patriarch before full infestation occurs. They could board a Tau battlesuit factory to destroy production capabilities. They might hunt a Lictor leading Tyranid Vanguard organisms. Each mission requires specialized skills and knowledge of Xenos capabilities. Death Watch Marines undergo additional training beyond their chapter instruction. They study Xenos biology, tactics, and technology, learning to identify weaknesses and exploit them. They receive specialized ammunition designed to be particularly effective against specific enemy types. Hellfire rounds carry acid that proves especially deadly against Tyranids. Kraken penetrators punch through Tau armor. Dragonfire bolts create explosive clouds, effective against orc hordes. The Death Watch maintains extensive archives of Xenos encounters, recording every mission and collecting specimens for study. These archives provide intelligence for future operations, allowing kill teams to prepare specifically for the enemies they will face. However, the archives also contain dangers, as some collected specimens retain activity or contain information hazardous to those who study it. Some Death Watch veterans remain with the organization beyond their required service, choosing to continue fighting Xenos rather than returning to their chapters. These career Death Watch Marines develop unparalleled expertise in Xenocide, becoming specialists whose knowledge proves invaluable for training new arrivals and planning complex operations. The Black Shield is a Death Watch tradition allowing Space Marines who cannot or will not reveal their chapter identity to serve anonymously. These individuals might be the last survivors of destroyed chapters, exiles from chapters they dishonored, or individuals whose chapter secrets prevent them from openly acknowledging their origins. Black Shields paint their armor black and bear no chapter insignia, serving the Death Watch without past or future beyond their current mission. The Plague Wars and Nurgle's Garden. The Plague Wars in Ultramar saw Mortarion, Daemon, Primarch of the Death Guard lead a massive invasion of Guilliman's realm. The Death Guard deployed alongside Daemon engines, Nurgle cultists, and plague daemons, spreading diseases that transformed entire worlds into fetid swamps where normal life could not survive. The Death Guard's tactics emphasized attrition and inevitability. They advanced slowly, weathering defensive fire through supernatural resilience. Their weapons spread plagues that killed more effectively than direct combat. Worlds they conquered became daemon worlds, permanent wounds in reality where Nurgle's influence overwhelmed natural law. Guilliman led the defense personally, coordinating forces across multiple sectors while also pursuing Mortarion directly. The two Primarchs fought in personal combat, their battle destroying kilometers of landscape and killing thousands caught in the crossfire. Guilliman wielded the Emperor's sword, a blade that burned with anti-daemon fire. Mortarion commanded the full power of Nurgle, summoning plagues and daemons to overwhelm his brother. The war's turning point came when Robute Guilliman struck down Mortarion, banishing his brother's daemon form back to the warp. However, this victory came at enormous cost. Multiple worlds in Ultramar had been permanently corrupted, their populations dead or transformed into plague zombies. The region's industrial capacity was devastated, requiring decades or centuries to rebuild. The Plague Wars demonstrated that even Primarchs are not invincible, that Daemon Primarchs can be defeated by their loyalist brothers. However, it also showed the terrible cost of such victories. Mortarion would eventually return, his Daemon form reconstituting in the warp. The worlds lost to Nurgle remained lost. The dead could not be resurrected. Victory meant only that defeat had been prevented, not that any meaningful progress had been achieved. The Cicatrix Maledictum and Imperium Nihilus. The Great Rift's opening divided the Imperium more thoroughly than any previous disaster. Worlds on the Imperium Nihilus side found themselves cut off from Terra, from the Astronomicon, and from any hope of reinforcement. These isolated regions faced invasion while denied the resources that might allow effective defense. Some sectors organized themselves into mini-empires, local commanders assuming authority in the Emperor's name, but effectively operating as independent powers. These blood packs, shadow zones, and ghost sectors maintained imperial ideology and structure while adapting to local conditions. They fought against chaos incursions, Xenos invasions, and internal rebellions with whatever forces they could muster. The Imperium Nihilus became a laboratory for desperate innovation. Cut off from Mechanicus authority, local tech priests experimented with forbidden modifications and repairs. Military commanders employed tactics that would be considered heretical in orthodox imperial doctrine. Inquisitors made alliances with Xenos or employed chaos weapons when survival demanded it. Some regions descended into complete anarchy. Without imperial authority to maintain order, planetary governors fought among themselves for resources. Military forces loyal to different commanders clashed in civil wars. Chaos cults emerged from hiding, knowing that no reinforcements would arrive to suppress them. These anarchic zones became recruiting grounds for chaos warbands and pirate fleets. The Pariah Nexus, a region where the Necrons deployed reality-altering pylons, became a zone where warp-based powers ceased functioning. Psykers died or went mad within the Nexus. Daemons could not manifest. Chaos corruption withered. However, this came at terrible cost, as Imperial forces also lost access to warp-based technologies. Astropaths could not communicate. Navigators could not chart warp routes. The Emperor's influence could not reach into the Nexus. The Necrons used the Pariah Nexus as a testing ground for their ultimate goal, cutting the galaxy off from the warp entirely. If successful, this would eliminate chaos as a threat, but would also cripple the Imperium, whose infrastructure depends entirely on warp travel and psychic communication. The Imperium fights desperately to destroy the pylons, while the Necrons defend them as the key to their species' survival. The Nachmund Gauntlet and its defenders. The Nachmund Gauntlet represents the Imperium's lifeline between Imperium Sanctus and Imperium Nihilus. This corridor of relatively stable warp space allows limited travel across the Great Rift, making it strategically critical to both sides of the divided Imperium. Imperial forces fortify systems along the Gauntlet, constructing defensive installations and deploying permanent garrisons. Space Marine chapters establish fortress monasteries to guard critical choke points. The Imperial Navy maintains fleets to escort convoys traveling through the Gauntlet. The Inquisition hunts Chaos infiltrators attempting to sabotage the corridor. Chaos forces launch constant attacks against the Gauntlet, seeking to close it and permanently divide the Imperium. Black Legion warbands assault defensive installations. Word-bearers establish cult networks to corrupt defenders from within. Night Lords raid convoy routes, destroying ships and supplies. The war for the Nachmund Gauntlet never ceases, as both sides recognize its existential importance. The Vigilant Guard, a coalition of Space Marine chapters, dedicates itself to defending the Gauntlet. These chapters coordinate their efforts, sharing intelligence and resources to maintain the corridor's security. They rotate their forces, ensuring fresh troops always garrison critical positions. they conduct offensive operations into Chaos-held territory, disrupting enemy preparations for major attacks. The Gauntlet's civilian traffic includes refugees fleeing from Imperium Nihilus, merchants seeking profit in the isolated regions, and pilgrims attempting to reach Terra despite the dangers. These civilians travel under naval escort, their ships clustered in convoys that provide mutual protection. However, even escorted convoys suffer losses to Chaos Raiders and warp storms. Many who attempt the crossing never reach their destinations. The Ynnari and the Aeldari's last hope. The Ynnari represent a new faction within Aeldari society, followers of Vinid, the nascent god of the dead. These Aeldari believe that Ynid can be awakened through collecting the souls of dead Eldar, and that once awakened, this god could challenge Slaanesh and potentially free the Aeldari from their doom. The Ynnari draw members from Craft worlds, Camorra, and Exodite worlds, uniting disparate Aeldari factions under shared purpose. This unity represents unprecedented cooperation among Aeldari groups that previously maintained strict separation. Craftworld Seers work alongside Comrite warriors. Harlequins fight beside Aspect warriors. This coalition suggests that the Aeldari recognize their extinction approaches unless they take radical action. Yvraine, the daughter of Shades, leads the Ynnari as their prophet and military commander. She died and was resurrected by Ynid's power, emerging as the god's chosen representative. Yvraine wields power drawn directly from Ynid, allowing her to perform feats impossible for normal Aeldari. She can resurrect the recently dead, channel devastating psychic attacks, and sense Ynid's will guiding her actions. The Vizarch serves as the Ynnari's military commander, a warrior of legendary skill who wields the Sword of Silent Screams. The Wincarni manifests as Yanad's avatar, a being of pure death energy that appears when sufficient Adari souls gather in one location. These three leaders guide the Ynnari's efforts to awaken their god. The Ynnari's quest has led them into alliances with unlikely partners. They assisted Rabute Gilliman's resurrection, providing knowledge and aid that allowed Belisarius' call to heal the Primarch. They fight alongside Imperial forces against Chaos, recognizing that Slaanesh's defeat requires cooperation with species they would normally shun. They seek artifacts and souls that can strengthen Ynid, pursuing goals across the galaxy. However, the Ynnari face opposition from traditional Aeldari authorities. Some Craftworld Seers view them as dangerous radicals whose actions risk disaster. Comorite Archons see them as threats to the Dark Eldar's way of life. The Ynnari's path requires enormous risks, gambling the Aeldari's future on a god that may not awaken or may prove unable to defeat Slaanesh, even if fully manifested. The Silent King's burden. Sarek, the Silent King, bears responsibility for the Necron's current state. He commanded the biotransference that transformed his people into soulless machines, believing it necessary for their survival. After the Necron's victory in the War in Heaven and the rebellion against the Continent, Sarek departed the galaxy in self-imposed exile, leaving his people in hibernation while he journeyed into the intergalactic void. In the darkness between galaxies, Sarek encountered the Tyranids. He witnessed hive fleets of incomprehensible scale, swarms that dwarfed anything approaching the galaxy. He realized that if the Tyranids consumed the galaxy's biomass completely, the Necrons would never reverse biotransference. Their souls, lost during the transformation into machines, could only be restored through transferring Necron consciousness into new biological bodies. If no biological matter remained, the Necrons would exist as soulless machines forever. This realization drove Sharek to return to the galaxy and attempt to unite the Necron dynasties against the Tyranid threat. However, his authority has weakened during his absence. Many overlords refuse to acknowledge his commands, pursuing their own agendas. Some dynasties war against each other, ancient grudges surviving 60 million years of hibernation. Others simply ignore Sarek, viewing him as responsible for their current cursed existence. The Silent King employs the Triarch Praetorians, Necron warriors who serve the overall Necron race rather than specific dynasties, to pursue his goals. These warriors enforce what remains of his authority and attempt to mediate between warring dynasties. However, even the Praetorians cannot compel obedience from overlords who reject Sarek's leadership. Sarek's strategy involves calculated cooperation with younger races against the Tyranid threat. He has ordered Necron forces to assist Imperial defenders against Tyranid invasions, reasoning that preserving the galaxy's biomass serves Necron interests even if it means temporarily aiding humans. This cooperation remains limited and pragmatic, as Sarek views humans as tools rather than allies. The Silent King also seeks the breath of the gods, an artifact that might allow reversal of biotransference. This quest drives much of his activity, as recovering organic form represents the only path to restoring what the Necrons lost. Whether the breath of the gods actually exists or represents ancient legend remains unknown. The Emperor's psychic presence, 10,000 years of worship by trillions of humans, has fundamentally altered the Emperor's nature. What began as a powerful psyker sustained by the Golden Throne may have evolved into something approaching genuine godhood. The Emperor's psychic presence extends across the galaxy, manifesting in ways that suggest consciousness and intentionality beyond simple residual power. Living saints appear across the Imperium, individuals who claim direct communication with the Emperor and demonstrate abilities that defy explanation. Saint Celestine manifests wings of flame and resurrects after being killed in battle. Other saints perform miracles, healing incurable injuries, inspiring troops to impossible victories, or simply appearing where they are most needed. Whether these saints represent the Emperor's direct intervention, warp phenomena generated by collective faith, or individuals whose extraordinary abilities attract theological interpretation, remains debated. The Emperor's Tarot, used by Imperial officials and psychers to divine the future, demonstrates uncanny accuracy. Cards drawn from the Tarot provide guidance that, when followed, often leads to favorable outcomes. Skeptics attribute this to probability and confirmation bias. Believers view it as the Emperor communicating through symbolism. Reports from individuals who enter the throne room describe a psychic presence of overwhelming power. Tech priests maintaining the Golden Throne report feeling watched by a consciousness that transcends human understanding. Custodians guarding the throne claim to occasionally receive psychic impressions that guide their actions. The Emperor's psychic manifestations have increased since the Great Rift's opening. Imperial forces fighting desperate battles report golden warriors fighting alongside them, figures that match descriptions of the Emperor from before his enthronement. Ships lost in warp storms sometimes emerge safely after crews report visions of a golden light guiding them. These manifestations might represent the Emperor extending his influence more directly, or simply faithful individuals projecting their hopes onto random phenomena. Some radical theorists suggest the Emperor intentionally allows the Golden Throne to fail, seeking to die and be reborn as a true warp god unbound by his physical form. Others argue this would risk the Emperor's complete destruction, his consciousness dissipating into the warp rather than achieving godhood. The truth remains unknowable, as the Emperor cannot or will not communicate clearly with his servants. The end of days. The galaxy in the 42nd millennium approaches a critical juncture where multiple apocalyptic threats converge. The Emperor's Golden Throne fails. The Tyranid main swarm approaches. The Necrons awaken in full strength. Chaos grows more powerful. The convergence of these threats suggests the galaxy faces its final crisis. Some believe this represents the end times, a prophesied period when all the galaxy's conflicts would reach simultaneous climax. Ancient prophecies from multiple species describe an age when reality itself would be at stake, when gods and mortals would fight for the universe's fate. Whether these prophecies represent genuine foresight or simply reflect every civilization's tendency to view its own era as uniquely important remains unclear. The Imperium's resources stretch to breaking. Every front requires reinforcements. Every battle consumes irreplaceable equipment and expertise. The rate of Space Marine chapter losses exceeds the rate of new chapter foundings. The Adeptus Mechanicus cannot manufacture replacements fast enough for destroyed equipment. The Astra Militarum conscripts entire planetary populations and still faces manpower shortages. Yet, humanity persists. Gilliman's reforms provide hope for meaningful improvement, even if that hope appears slender against the magnitude of threats faced. The Primaris reinforcements strengthen weakened chapters. Improved coordination between imperial institutions increases efficiency. These improvements might not be sufficient to ensure victory, but they transform certain defeat into possible survival. The other major factions face similar desperation. The Eldari's numbers decline toward extinction. The Tau Empire's expansion brings them into conflict with enemies their technology cannot overcome. The Orcs achieve temporary unity under powerful war bosses, only to fragment when those leaders fall. The Necrons struggle with internal divisions and the degradation of their technology. The Tyranids advance toward a galaxy increasingly prepared to resist them. Perhaps the galaxy's salvation lies in this balance of desperation. Every species fights for survival, none able to achieve dominance. This stalemate might represent the best possible outcome: eternal war, preferable to any faction's complete victory. The Imperium's triumph would mean genocide of all Xenos. Chaos's victory would transform the galaxy into daemon-infested hell. Tyranid's success would mean the extinction of all complex life. Necron dominance would create a silent galaxy of tomb worlds and sterile planets. The eternal war, for all its horror, might be preferable to any possible peace. The Imperium's endurance. Humanity survives not through superiority, but through sheer, stubborn refusal to accept extinction. The Imperium endures not because it is just efficient or wise, but because it marshals resources on incomprehensible scale and accepts any sacrifice to continue existing. This endurance comes at terrible cost. Billions die yearly in wars across the galaxy. Trillions live lives of suffering and oppression. The Imperium crushes individual liberty, creativity, and joy in its machinery of survival. Yet it survives, providing most humans with something their ancestors in Old Night lacked: the knowledge that they belong to a greater whole, that their sacrifices serve purposes beyond themselves. The common Imperial citizen knows little of grand strategy or cosmic threats. They work, worship, and die without understanding why their labor matters or what their sacrifice achieves. Yet their faith sustains them, providing meaning in lives that might otherwise appear pointless. They believe the Emperor protects, that their suffering has purpose, that eventual reward awaits the faithful. This faith might be delusion, but it is necessary delusion. Without it, the Imperium would collapse as populations lost the will to continue their grinding existence. Faith transforms meaningless suffering into sacred sacrifice, unbearable oppression into necessary discipline, hopeless war into glorious crusade. And perhaps, in a galaxy where belief shapes reality through the warp's influence, faith creates its own truth. Perhaps the Emperor protects because trillions believe he does, their collective faith manifesting as genuine divine intervention. Perhaps the Imperium endures because humanity refuses to believe it can fall. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But there is also faith, hope, courage, sacrifice, the determination to face impossible odds and fight anyway, the refusal to surrender even when defeat seems certain. These qualities might not ensure victory, but they ensure humanity continues fighting. And in a galaxy of eternal war, continuation is victory enough. For the Emperor, for humanity, for one more day in the darkness, the war continues. It will always continue. And humanity, for all its flaws and failures, endures. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But humanity fights on. And that, perhaps, is enough. The lost Primarchs and forbidden history. Among the Imperium's greatest mysteries are the two lost Primarchs, the 2nd and 11th, whose existence has been systematically erased from all records. Even Space Marines, whose genetic lineage derives from these Primarchs, know nothing of their gene fathers. The Imperium's highest authorities enforce absolute silence on the subject, treating any inquiry as dangerous heresy. What little can be gleaned from fragmentary evidence suggests both Primarchs were found during the Great Crusade and led their legions for some period before disaster struck. Their legions were disbanded, their records expunged, and their very names forbidden. The surviving Primarchs, who knew their lost brothers, refused to speak of them, bound by oaths sworn to the Emperor himself. Speculation about their fates ranges from mundane to catastrophic. Perhaps they fell to chaos before Horus, their corruption so complete that the Emperor ordered their existence erased to prevent inspiring imitators. Perhaps they committed crimes so heinous that even the Imperium's brutal standards could not accommodate them. Perhaps they discovered truths the Emperor deemed too dangerous for any to know. Perhaps their genetic flaws proved so severe that their legions could not function. Perhaps they simply died in ways the Emperor considered shameful. The Rangdan Genocides, wars fought during the Great Crusade against an alien species in the northern galactic reaches, may hold clues to the lost Primarchs' fates. These wars proved so costly that multiple legions required complete rebuilding afterward. Some theorists suggest one or both lost Primarchs fell during the Rangdan Genocides, their legions destroyed and their memory suppressed to hide the magnitude of Imperial losses. The truth remains locked in the Emperor's mind and the memories of the few who knew the lost Primarchs personally. Malcador, the Sigillite, the Emperor's closest advisor who died during the Siege of Terra, took the secret to his grave. Rabut Guilliman knows but will not speak. The Dark Angels guard secrets that may relate to the lost Primarchs. The Space Wolves are rumored to have served as the Emperor's executioners, potentially involved in the lost Primarch's downfall. This forbidden history haunts the Imperium. Empty pedestals in the Imperial Palace mark where the lost Primarch statues once stood. Gaps in numerical sequences identify where their legions should appear. The careful absence of information creates a void that draws speculation and conspiracy theories. Some Imperial scholars dedicate their lives to uncovering the truth, risking inquisitorial sanction for pursuing forbidden knowledge. The lost Primarchs represent the Imperium's unwillingness to confront its own failures. If even the Emperor's own sons could fail so catastrophically that their existence required erasure, what does this say about the Imperium's foundation? Better to maintain the fiction that only 9 Primarchs fell to chaos, that the 18 known Primarchs represent the complete story. The alternative requires acknowledging that the Emperor's grand project was flawed from its inception. The alien perspective. How Xenos view humanity. From the Xenos perspective, humanity appears as a terrifying force of genocidal expansion wrapped in religious fanaticism. The Imperium's policy of universal xenocide makes peaceful coexistence impossible, forcing all alien species into defensive positions or preemptive aggression. The Tau view humanity with a mixture of pity and exasperation. They see a species with tremendous potential squandered through superstition and authoritarianism. The Tau have successfully incorporated human worlds into their empire, demonstrating that humans can thrive under rational governance, free from the imperial cult's oppression. However, the Tau also recognize that the Imperium's sheer scale makes it an existential threat. If the Imperium directed even a fraction of its military capacity against the Tau Empire with full commitment, the greater good would face annihilation. The Craftworld Eldar regard humanity with contempt tinged with fear. They remember when humanity was barely civilized, when the Eldar Empire spanned the galaxy and humans had not yet achieved spaceflight. Now humanity claims dominance, while the Eldar face extinction. The Eldar view the Imperium as a crude instrument, dangerous in its thoughtless application of force, but lacking the sophistication to use power wisely. However, they also recognize that humanity's psychic awakening creates ripples in the warp that threaten all species. The Dark Eldar see humanity as livestock, valuable only as slaves and torture victims. Human suffering feeds the Dark Eldar's spiritual hunger, making humans more useful alive than dead. The Dark Eldar raid Imperial worlds with impunity, confident that the Imperium's vast size prevents effective response to quick strikes launched from the webway. They view humans as cattle too stupid to recognize their own helplessness, easily captured and endlessly renewable. The Orcs respect humanity as worthy opponents. Humans fight well enough to provide entertainment, die in sufficient numbers to satisfy bloodlust, and build impressive weapons that explode satisfyingly when destroyed. The orcs bear no particular animosity toward humans beyond the general desire to fight anyone available. A good fight is a good fight, regardless of opponent species. Humanity's willingness to engage in massive wars makes them ideal enemies from the orc perspective. The Tyranids perceive humanity not as opponents, but as biomass to be consumed. The hive mind recognizes that humans defend their worlds effectively, requiring the deployment of substantial forces to overcome. However, the Tyranids view this as calculation of resource expenditure rather than military challenge. Humans are particularly attractive targets because they concentrate enormous biomass on hive worlds and agri-worlds, providing efficient feeding opportunities. The Necrons regard humanity as squatters occupying worlds that belonged to the Necron Empire 60 million years ago. Humans built their civilizations on planets the Necrons ruled when human ancestors were primitive apes. From the Necron perspective, humanity has no legitimate claim to any world. The fact that humans do not immediately vacate when Necrons awaken represents offensive presumption. However, some Necron overlords recognize that humans might serve useful purposes, particularly in fighting Tyranids and maintaining the galaxy's biological diversity until biotransference can be reversed. The Mechanicus Omnissiah and the Machine God. The Adeptus Mechanicus worships the Machine God, the Omnissiah, who they believe created all technology and whose teachings are preserved in sacred STCs. The exact nature of the Machine God remains theologically ambiguous, with different Mechanicus factions holding competing views. Orthodox doctrine identifies the Emperor as the Omnissiah, the Machine God's avatar in flesh. This interpretation, established during the alliance between Mars and Terra, allows the Mechanicus to maintain theological independence while acknowledging imperial authority. The Emperor is simultaneously the God Emperor, worshipped by the Ecclesiarchy, and the Omnissiah, venerated by the Mechanicus, the same being viewed through different theological frameworks. However, some tech priests question this identification. They point to evidence suggesting the Machine God existed before the Emperor revealed himself, that ancient texts reference the Omnissiah in contexts predating human civilization. These tech priests propose that the Machine God and the Emperor are separate entities, that the Emperor serves the Machine God rather than embodying it. The Dragon of Mars legend adds complexity to Mechanicus theology. Ancient tales speak of a dragon imprisoned beneath the surface of Mars, a being of immense power held in stasis by technology beyond current understanding. Some theorists identify this dragon as one of the Kentan, possibly the Void Dragon, imprisoned by the Emperor during humanity's prehistory. If true, this would mean the Mechanicus unknowingly worships a Ceton shard, their prayers directed toward an imprisoned star god rather than the Emperor or any benevolent deity. This possibility horrifies those who consider it. The Kentan are ancient enemies of all life, entities that consume stars and view biological species as resources to exploit. If the Machine God is actually a Ceton, the Mechanicus' entire faith rests on corrupted foundation. However, proving or disproving this theory requires excavating Mars's deepest levels, an undertaking the Mechanicus forbids as sacrilege against their holiest world. The quest for knowledge, the Mechanicus' central religious imperative, drives tech priests to seek lost technology and recover STC systems. However, this quest creates theological tension between the imperative to understand the Machine God's works and the prohibition against innovation. How can one seek knowledge while also maintaining that all true knowledge already exists in ancient templates? Different Mechanicus factions resolve this tension differently, from strict preservation of existing knowledge to careful research justified as recovering lost understanding rather than creating new knowledge. Abominable intelligence remains the Mechanicus' greatest taboo, a category of heresy worse than any other tech heresy. The rebellion of the Men of Iron demonstrated that artificial intelligence inevitably turns against biological creators. The Mechanicus enforces this prohibition, absolutely destroying any true AI discovered. However, this creates practical problems, as the line between sophisticated programming and genuine intelligence blurs at high levels of complexity. Machine spirits, the limited consciousness inhabiting sophisticated machinery, exist in gray areas that make tech priests uncomfortable when examined too closely. The nature of Chaos Undivided. While the four Chaos gods dominate the warp, some individuals and forces serve Chaos Undivided, pledging allegiance to Chaos itself rather than any single god. This path proves difficult, as each god constantly attempts to claim undivided servants for themselves. Chaos Undivided worshippers believe that true power comes from balancing the god's gifts rather than committing to a single patron. They argue that Khorne's strength, Nurgle's endurance, Tzeentch's sorcery, and Slaanesh's perfection can be combined to create warriors superior to any single god's champions. However, maintaining this balance requires constant vigilance, as each god whispers, promises, and threats, attempting to secure exclusive devotion. Abaddon the Despoiler exemplifies Chaos Undivided at its most powerful. He commands respect from all four gods' servants, while serving none exclusively. The Black Legion incorporates warriors dedicated to different gods, united under Abaddon's leadership. This unity makes the Black Legion the most dangerous chaos force, capable of coordinating strategies that single-god warbands cannot achieve. However, Abaddon's success is exceptional. Most who attempt serving Chaos Undivided eventually fall to a single god's influence. A warrior might begin serving all gods equally, but find themselves drawn increasingly toward Khorne during extended combat. A sorcerer studying forbidden knowledge might intend to serve Chaos Undivided, but gradually become Tzeentch's puppet. The gods are patient and cunning, willing to wait centuries for opportunities to claim souls. Chaos Undivided also represents the warp's fundamental nature beneath the gods' influence. Before the Chaos Gods achieved full consciousness, the warp was turbulent but not inherently malevolent. Some theorists suggest that serving Chaos Undivided means tapping into this primal warp energy, drawing power from the immaterium itself, rather than from entities within it. If possible, this would provide enormous power without the corruption specific gods impose on their servants. However, this theoretical, pure chaos may be impossible to access. The gods have grown so powerful that they permeate all warp energy. Drawing on the warp inevitably means drawing on their influence, whether consciously acknowledged or not. The only difference between serving a single god and serving Chaos Undivided may be whether one accepts servitude to a known master or becomes a pawn in games between multiple masters. Be'lakor, the first Daemon Prince, serves Chaos Undivided but resents all four gods. Each god elevated him to Daemon Prince status in turn, then rejected him in favor of new champions. Be'lakor exists as a being of immense power, bound to serve gods who've repeatedly betrayed him. His bitterness drives him to manipulate mortal chaos champions, guiding them toward goals that serve his revenge against the gods who spurned him. The Silent War. Genestealer cults. Genestealer cults represent perhaps the most insidious Xenos threat the Imperium faces. Unlike conventional invasions that can be met with military force, cult infestation spreads invisibly through populations over generations before revealing itself. The cycle begins when a single genestealer infects human victims with its genetic material. These victims become first-generation hybrids, humans with obvious alien features including extra arms, altered facial structures, and purple skin. However, when these hybrids breed with normal humans, their children are second-generation hybrids with less obvious mutations. Third-generation hybrids appear almost human, and fourth-generation pure-strain genestealers look identical to the original organism. The cult grows in secret, its members experiencing psychic compulsion to serve the approaching hive fleet while remaining unaware of their ultimate fate. Early generation hybrids hide in underhives and remote locations, avoiding detection while spreading the infection. Later generation hybrids infiltrate normal society, their near-human appearance allowing them to achieve positions in government, military, and industry. The cult develops its own culture and mythology, reinterpreting the psychic call of the hive fleet through familiar religious frameworks. They await the coming of the four-armed emperor, a messianic figure who will deliver them from oppression. They see signs and portents in natural phenomena, messages from their gods guiding cult development. They practice secret rituals that strengthen the psychic link to the High Fleet. As the cult grows, it forms military capability. The cultists steal weapons, recruit PDF soldiers, and prepare for the day of ascension when they will rise against imperial authority. When the High Fleet enters the system, the cult launches its rebellion, sabotaging defenses and attacking from within, while Tyranid organisms assault from without. The cruel irony is that the cultists genuinely believe they will be rewarded for their service. They expect the Tyranids to recognize their faithful service and elevate them to honored positions. Instead, the Tyranids consume cultists alongside everyone else, making no distinction between worshippers and enemies. The cultists' final moments are usually spent in confusion and betrayal, unable to comprehend why their gods devour them. Detecting Genestealer cults before they achieve critical mass proves extraordinarily difficult. First and second generation hybrids hide effectively, and later generations blend into normal populations. The psychic link between cultists operates below levels most sanctioned psychers can detect. The cult's gradual infiltration of imperial institutions means investigations might be sabotaged from within. By the time cult presence becomes obvious, infestation has usually progressed too far for simple purging. The Inquisition maintains specialized organizations dedicated to hunting Genestealer cults, but even these experts struggle against an enemy that wears human faces and manipulates human psychology. Cult members include people's neighbors, co-workers, and family members, making them difficult to identify and painful to eliminate. The necessary purges destroy communities and create the very oppression and suffering that make populations vulnerable to cult recruitment in the first place. The Corsairs and Pirates of the Void. Between the major factions, numerous pirate fleets and Corsair groups operate in the lawless regions beyond Imperial authority. These raiders prey on shipping, attack vulnerable worlds, and sell their services to the highest bidder. Elder Corsairs are outcasts from craft-world society, individuals who rejected the past restrictions in favor of freedom and excitement. They sail the webway and void space in sleek ships, raiding for profit and adventure. Some Corsair princes command fleets rivaling minor Imperial battle groups, while others operate as small bands, barely distinguishing themselves from common pirates. Corsairs often work as mercenaries, hiring themselves to craft worlds, rogue traders, or even chaos warbands when payment suffices. They maintain some connection to Eldar society, occasionally returning to craft worlds for rest or trading plundered goods. However, their chosen lifestyle marks them as outcasts, individuals who place personal freedom above racial survival. The Red Corsairs, Huron Blackheart's warband formed from the fallen Astral Claws and other renegade space marines, operate from the Maelstrom. These Chaos Space Marines raid Imperial space for slaves, equipment, and gene seed. Huron has built a pirate empire that challenges the Black Legion's dominance among Chaos forces, uniting disparate warbands under his leadership through force of personality and promise of plunder. The Red Corsairs accept any who will serve, incorporating renegades from Loyalist chapters, traitors from the Heresy-era legions, and even non-Astartes warriors into their ranks. This pragmatic approach creates a diverse force that can adapt to various challenges. However, it also creates internal tensions, as warriors from different backgrounds and loyalties serve together uneasily. Orc freebooters are pirates, even by Orc standards, individuals who left their tribes to seek plunder across the stars. These Orcs paint their equipment with bright colors and flashy symbols, competing to accumulate the most impressive loot. Freebooters' crews raid merchant convoys, attack isolated outposts, and sell their services to other Orcs when major wogs form. Human pirate fleets operate in the Eastern Fringe and other frontier regions, preying on commerce while avoiding Imperial retaliation. Some pirates are simply criminals seeking profit. Others are refugees from destroyed worlds, turned to piracy for survival. A few are political rebels who reject imperial authority and view raiding as warfare against illegitimate government. The most successful pirates maintain hidden bases in uninhabited systems, asteroid fields, or gas giant atmospheres. They gather intelligence on shipping routes, strike quickly, and withdraw before naval forces can respond. The vastness of space makes hunting pirates nearly impossible, as a single ship can hide in the void between stars for years if necessary. The Webway and its mysteries. The Webway remains the Eldar's greatest advantage, a transportation network that allows safe travel across the galaxy without exposure to the warp's dangers. This ancient infrastructure, built by the Old Ones and inherited by the Eldar, consists of tunnels through the Immaterium protected by wards that prevent daemon intrusion. The Webway's architecture defies conventional physics, with distances inside the tunnels bearing no relationship to distances in real space. A journey through the Webway might traverse thousands of light years in hours, or connect two nearby systems through routes requiring days of travel. The network's layout reflects Old One planning and Eldar modification, rather than simple point-to-point connections. Some Webway portals connect to craft worlds, allowing Eldar forces to deploy directly from their mobile homes to battlefields across the galaxy. Other portals lead to maiden worlds, planets terraformed by ancient Eldar and seeded with life but never colonized. Some connect to ruins of the ancient Eldar Empire, cities destroyed during the fall but still standing in states of partial existence between material reality and the warp. Kamarat exists entirely within the Webway, occupying stolen space that technically exists nowhere. The Dark Eldar expanded their city over millennia, claiming sections of the Webway and transforming them into habitable zones. Kamor's size rivals major Imperial hive worlds, housing billions in impossible architecture that violates laws of geometry and physics. The Emperor's Webway project attempted to give humanity access to this network, creating a human-built extension that would connect to the existing Webway structure. Success would have freed humanity from dependence on warp travel, allowing safe transportation across the galaxy. However, Magnus's warning about Horus's betrayal shattered the project, tearing open a hole that allowed demons to invade the tunnels beneath the Imperial Palace. The Emperor has spent 10,000 years holding this breach closed, his psychic might preventing daemons from pouring through into Terra. The tunnels remain unusable, filled with entities that would destroy any expedition attempting to explore them. The Emperor's Webway project represents one of his greatest failures, a vision of humanity's future destroyed before it could be realized. Some sections of the Webway have fallen into disrepair or been corrupted by chaos. These dark tunnels connect to daemon worlds or simply lead to nowhere, their destinations lost when protective wards failed. The Eldar avoid these corrupted sections, sealing them when possible and warning others away when sealing proves impossible. The Harlequins maintain maps of the Webway, knowledge passed down through their mysterious organization and carefully guarded against outsiders. These maps represent strategic assets of incalculable value, showing safe routes and warning of dangers. The Harlequins sometimes guide non-Eldar through the Webway for their own inscrutable purposes, though they never reveal more than necessary for immediate travel, the truth beneath the lies. The Imperium builds itself on lies, necessary falsehoods that maintain order and prevent chaos. These lies range from tactical deception to fundamental rewriting of history, all justified as serving the Emperor's will and humanity's survival. The Emperor is not a god. He explicitly rejected worship during the Great Crusade, punishing Lorgar for spreading the imperial cult. However, the modern Imperium cannot function without the faith that sustains it. Billions would lose the will to endure their suffering if told their religion rests on misunderstanding the Emperor's nature. So the lie continues, maintained by authorities who know the truth, but recognize that truth would destroy more than it would liberate. The Space Marines are not angels or saints. They are weapons, built for war and unsuited for peace. Their indoctrination removes much of their humanity, transforming young men into instruments of violence. However, Imperial propaganda portrays them as humanity's greatest heroes, noble warriors who fight solely from altruism and devotion. This lie inspires populations and recruits, but it obscures the reality that Space Marines are products of brutal transformation and conditioning. The Imperium is not unified. Different institutions pursue incompatible goals, internal politics often outweighing external threats in importance. The High Lords scheme against each other. The Inquisition hunts Imperial citizens more often than Xenos or heretics. The Mechanicus hoards knowledge rather than sharing it. However, maintaining the fiction of unified purpose prevents open civil war and preserves the appearance of functional government. Chaos cannot be defeated. The Chaos Gods exist because sentient beings exist. Every emotion, thought, and deed feeds them. Destroying chaos would require eliminating all sentient life in the galaxy. The Imperium's war against chaos is holding action at best, an attempt to prevent corruption from spreading rather than any real hope of victory. However, admitting this would demoralize forces fighting that war, so the lie of possible triumph continues. The Emperor may already be dead. The Golden Throne sustains a corpse, and what appears to be the Emperor's consciousness might simply be psychic echoes or warp phenomena generated by trillions of believers. The being worshipped as the God Emperor might have emerged from faith itself, created by worship rather than creating that worship. If true, this would mean the Imperium's foundation rests on necromancy and self-fulfilling prophecy. So this possibility remains unexamined, too dangerous to investigate. These lies shape the Imperium's reality. Truth would bring collapse, so falsehood becomes necessary. The Imperium endures not despite its lies, but because of them. Reality is exchanged for mythology, history for propaganda, honesty for expedient fiction. And in a galaxy where belief shapes reality through the warp's influence, perhaps these lies are more true than any factual account could be. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And in war, the first casualty is always truth. The Imperium of Man continues its existence through sacrifice, faith, and lies. Through the courage of soldiers who die, believing their deaths matter. Through the devotion of citizens who suffer, believing their pain serves divine purpose. Through the determination of leaders who know the truth but propagate the lies anyway, believing humanity's survival requires comforting falsehoods more than uncomfortable truths. The Imperium's very survival might depend on these deceptions. A population that understood the full scope of threats facing humanity might despair and surrender. Soldiers who recognized their deaths accomplished nothing beyond buying momentary delays might refuse to fight. Citizens who saw through the Imperial cult's promises might rebel rather than accept their suffering. The lies, however cynical, serve essential psychological functions that truth cannot provide. Yet, these same lies create the conditions that make them necessary. The Imperium's brutality drives populations toward chaos, worship, or rebellion. Its suppression of knowledge prevents the innovation that might provide genuine solutions. Its religious fanaticism destroys alternatives that might offer hope. The Imperium has created a self-perpetuating system where the lies necessary for its survival ensure it must continue lying forever. Some within the Imperium recognize this paradox and struggle against it. Rabutz Guilliman works to reform imperial institutions, attempting to reduce the lie's scope and reintroduce rational governance. However, he faces resistance from those who profit from current arrangements and from the sheer inertia of 10,000 years of accumulated falsehood. Changing the Imperium might prove more difficult than destroying it and building something new from the ashes. But even Guilliman lies. He knows truths about the Emperor, about the Imperium's condition, about humanity's prospects that he cannot share. He maintains fictions about the Emperor's intentions and the Imperium's capacity to recover. He does this not from malice, but from necessity, recognizing that some truths would cause more harm than the lies that conceal them. The alien empires beyond the light, far beyond the Imperium's borders, beyond even the frontier regions that rogue traders explore, lie alien empires whose existence the Imperium barely acknowledges. These civilizations pursue their own destinies, unaware or uncaring, about humanity's struggles. The coral swarmhood maintains its empire in the galactic halo, an insectoid civilization organized with terrifying efficiency. The coral possess biotechnology, rivaling the Tyranids, and organization surpassing even the Tau. Their empire encompasses hundreds of worlds, all directed by the Swarmhood's collective intelligence. The Coral have encountered the Imperium at their borders, but have not yet chosen to expand into Imperial space. If they do, their combination of numbers, technology, and coordination could prove unstoppable. The Rock Gull are cybernetic raiders from the Coronis Expanse, creatures that blend flesh with technology in ways that horrify even the Adeptus Mechanicus. These Xenos attack without warning, butchering populations and looting technology before vanishing into the void. The Rock Gull possess no apparent civilization beyond their raiding fleets, existing as nomadic predators who strike, then disappear. The Fraal are rumored to be an ancient species that manipulates galactic events from the shadows. These beings supposedly possess psychic abilities and technology far beyond the Imperium's capabilities. However, concrete evidence of Fraal existence remains scarce, consisting mostly of fragmentary reports and second-hand accounts. The Inquisition maintains files on Fraal sightings, but whether these represent genuine alien encounters or misidentified phenomena remains unclear. The Hrud migrations threaten entire sectors when they occur. These mysterious creatures phase through time, aging everything around them, while apparently existing partially outside normal temporal flow. A Hrud migration might reduce a thriving world to rusted ruins in days, populations dying of old age, while the Hrud pass through without directly attacking. The Imperium has no effective defense against Hrud beyond evacuation, abandoning worlds in their path. The Thyris inhabit the galactic core, a region too dangerous for most species to approach due to stellar density and radiation. These crystalline entities communicate through electromagnetic signals and possess technology based on manipulation of gravity and light. The Thyris rarely interact with other species, content to remain in their hostile environment. However, their technology could revolutionize Imperial capabilities if it could be studied and replicated. These alien empires represent unknowns in the galaxy's equation. The Imperium focuses on known threats: Chaos, Orcs, Tyranids, Necrons, Tau, and Eldar. However, these familiar enemies might prove less dangerous than the species humanity has not yet encountered in force. The galaxy is vast, and human exploration has barely scratched its surface. What other horrors might lurk in unexplored regions, building strength before emerging to claim their place in the endless war? The Death World phenomenon, Death Worlds, planets where the environment actively tries to kill inhabitants, produce some of humanity's finest soldiers. The constant struggle for survival creates populations with unmatched survival skills, physical prowess, and mental toughness. However, these same conditions limit technological development and population growth. Catachan exemplifies the Death World experience. This jungle planet contains flora and fauna evolved to be maximally lethal. Plants exude toxins that dissolve flesh. Animals hunt with intelligence and coordination that suggests unnatural development. The jungle itself seems hostile, with terrain that shifts and changes as if deliberately confusing travelers. Catachan's human population survives through constant vigilance, developing skills that make them legendary soldiers. Catachan jungle fighters recruit exclusively from their homeworld, maintaining traditions and skills unique to their environment. These soldiers can track enemies through terrain others cannot navigate, survive on plants others would never recognize as edible, and fight in conditions that would incapacitate troops from softer worlds. A single Catachan squad might accomplish what would require entire companies of less skilled soldiers. Fenris, homeworld of the Space Wolves, experiences extreme seasonal variations due to its eccentric orbit. During the short summer, temperatures rise enough for liquid water. During the decades-long winter, the planet becomes a frozen wasteland. Fenris's human population lives in tribes that migrate to follow game and avoid the worst climate extremes. They fight massive predators, including the Fenrisian wolves from which the Space Wolves take their name. The Space Wolves recruit from Fenris's tribes, seeking warriors who have proven themselves in the planet's harsh environment. The chapter maintains its connection to Fenrisian culture, organizing into great companies that mirror tribal structures and maintaining traditions of feasting and saga telling. This cultural continuity makes the Space Wolves somewhat unusual among Space Marine chapters, as most sever recruits' connections to their origins more completely. Death worlds across the galaxy provide the Imperium with disproportionate numbers of quality recruits. Imperial Guard regiments raised from Death worlds consistently perform above standard despite usually lacking advanced equipment. Space Marine chapters that recruit from Death worlds produce warriors who adapt quickly to combat conditions others find overwhelming. However, Death worlds cannot support large populations, limiting their contribution to the Imperium's overall military capacity. Some theorists suggest Death worlds are not natural phenomena, but engineered environments. Perhaps the old ones created them as proving grounds for servant species. Perhaps they represent Necron weapons left active after the War in Heaven. Perhaps they evolved naturally on worlds where competition drove evolution toward maximum lethality. Regardless of origin, Death worlds serve the Imperium by producing warriors tempered by constant life or death struggle. The Perpetuals and the Immortals. Among humanity exist individuals called Perpetuals, humans who cannot permanently die. When killed, Perpetuals regenerate, their bodies reconstituting through mechanisms that defy understanding. Some Perpetuals are ancient, having lived since humanity's prehistory. Others develop their immortality more recently, or remain unaware of their nature until circumstances force multiple deaths and resurrections. The Emperor himself may be a Perpetual, the result of ancient shamans combining their souls in a mass ritual suicide and reincarnation. If true, his current entombment represents not death but extended suffering, his perpetual nature keeping him conscious and aware despite his body's destruction. This suggests that if the Golden Throne fails and the Emperor's body dies, he might regenerate in a new form rather than being destroyed completely. However, some evidence suggests the Emperor's situation is more complex. His psychic power dwarfs normal Perpetuals, suggesting he is something beyond simple immortality. The sheer scale of his consciousness, spread across the galaxy and battling daemons in the warp, while simultaneously maintaining the Astronomicon and holding shut the Webway portal, suggests he has transcended biological existence entirely. Other Perpetuals exist in the galaxy, pursuing their own agendas. Some serve the Emperor, having fought alongside him throughout history. Others oppose him, viewing his authoritarian vision as antithetical to humanity's true potential. A few simply avoid involvement in galactic affairs, seeking peaceful existence, while others wage eternal war. John Grammaticus worked as an agent for the Cabal, an organization of aliens opposed to chaos, who believed humanity's extinction represented the only way to starve the Chaos Gods. Grammaticus lived for millennia, his perpetual nature allowing him to serve as long-term operative across centuries of planning. His story demonstrates how Perpetuals can pursue goals impossible for mortals with limited lifespans. Olanius Person, known in some accounts as the soldier who died protecting the Emperor from Horus, was also a Perpetual. If accurate, this means the soldier's sacrifice was genuine despite his immortality, as he chose to die knowing that Horus's power might destroy even a Perpetual's soul. His death meant more than normal death, because he understood exactly what he was losing. The existence of Perpetuals raises theological questions for the Imperial cult. If some humans cannot die, what does this mean for the Emperor's divinity? If immortality can be natural rather than divine gift, does this diminish the Emperor's special status? The Ecclesiarchy handles these questions by denying Perpetuals exist, or by claiming any immortal humans are either saints blessed by the Emperor or heretics sustained by chaos. The truth proves too complicated for simple theology. The Blackstone fortresses in ancient technology. The Blackstone fortresses represent technology from a previous age. Massive space stations of unknown origin that possess reality-altering properties. These installations can suppress or amplify warp phenomena, making them weapons of strategic importance to all factions. 6 Blackstone fortresses are known to have existed. The Imperium controlled several during various periods, studying them without comprehending their true nature or capabilities. Abaddon the Despoiler captured several fortresses during his Black Crusades, recognizing their potential as weapons against the Imperium. He used one to destroy Cadia, piloting the fortress directly into the planet and shattering it. The fortress's origins remain mysterious. Some theorists attribute them to the Old Ones, created as weapons in the War in Heaven. Others suggest Necron construction, pointing to technological similarities between fortress systems and Necron technology. A few propose human origin, relics of the dark age of technology when humanity's power rivaled the ancient species. The truth may never be known, as the fortresses predate all current civilizations' records. The fortresses respond to control methods that suggest psychic interface, yet they also incorporate technology that suppresses warp phenomena. This contradiction puzzles researchers, as it implies the builders possess both psychic abilities and technology to nullify psychic power. Perhaps the fortresses were designed to be used by psychic species against other psychic enemies, providing wielders with protection while projecting anti-warp effects outward. Each fortress measures kilometers across and can serve as mobile base for fleets or ground forces. Their weapons can destroy planets, shatter fleets, or suppress warp travel across entire systems. Properly controlled, a Blackstone fortress represents power sufficient to determine the outcome of sector-wide campaigns. However, their control systems remain incompletely understood, making their use dangerous even to their operators. The Imperium has lost all the Blackstone fortresses it once controlled. Some were destroyed, others fell to Chaos forces. One disappeared into the warp under mysterious circumstances. The loss of these installations represents strategic catastrophe, as the Imperium lacks the capability to construct replacements or even fully replicate their functions. Recent discoveries suggest more Blackstone installations exist beyond the known fortresses. Expeditions have found deactivated pylons, smaller structures that share technological characteristics with the fortresses. These pylons can create null zones where warp phenomena cannot manifest, potentially offering protection against demonic incursion. However, activating the pylons proves difficult without understanding their original design specifications. The Necrons have shown particular interest in Blackstone technology, suggesting they know more about its origins than they reveal. Some Necron cryptechs possess knowledge, allowing them to interface with Blackstone systems. Whether this indicates Necron construction, or simply that the Necrons studied the technology during their war against the Old Ones, remains unclear. The Emperor's dark bargains. The Emperor's rise to power involved decisions and bargains that remain classified or deliberately obscured. His transformation from powerful psyker to galaxy-shaping force required resources, knowledge, and alliances that raised troubling questions about what prices he paid and to whom. The creation of the Primarchs involved warp-based research, drawing on knowledge and power that blurred lines between acceptable science and chaos sorcery. The Emperor ventured deep into the warp, making arrangements with entities there to gain the knowledge necessary for creating post-human suns. Whether these arrangements involve the Chaos Gods directly or other warp entities remains unclear, but the fact that Chaos forces could scatter the infant Primarchs suggests the Emperor's enemies possessed detailed knowledge of his project. Some accounts claim the Emperor made a bargain on Molech, a world that contained a warp gate leading deep into the Immaterium. He entered this gate and emerged with power sufficient to begin the Primarch project. What he encountered in the warp, what he sacrificed or promised, and what entities he dealt with are secrets he has never revealed. The world of Molech was later classified and its true nature hidden, suggesting the Emperor wishes to conceal something about what occurred there. The Emperor's acquisition of technology for the Primarchs and Space Marines raises questions about his sources. The gene craft required to create such beings exceeds anything the Imperium has accomplished since, suggesting the Emperor possessed knowledge from the Dark Age of technology or earlier. How he obtained this knowledge, whether he developed it himself or recovered it from hidden archives, remains unknown. His alliance with the Mechanicum involved allowing them to worship the machine god, directly contradicting his policy against religious belief. The Emperor made this compromise knowing it would preserve religious thought in a supposedly secular Imperium. Whether he viewed this as temporary expedient or accepted it as necessary evil demonstrates the emperor's willingness to compromise his principles for practical advantage. The emperor's ruthlessness in pursuing his vision included genocide of civilizations that would not submit, the destruction of cultures deemed incompatible with his vision, and the elimination of individuals who threatened his plans. He presented himself as humanity's savior while building an empire on unprecedented bloodshed. The disconnect between his stated goals of human enlightenment and his methods of achieving them suggests either profound hypocrisy or a utilitarian calculation that any amount of suffering is acceptable if it secures humanity's ultimate survival. These dark aspects of the emperor's history are rarely discussed within the Imperium. The official narrative portrays him as purely benevolent, a savior without flaw who sacrificed everything for humanity. The reality appears more complex, a being of immense power pursuing goals he believed necessary through methods that would horrify those who worship him as a god. The Silent Sisters and the Pariahs. The Sisters of Silence, also called the Silent Sisterhood, are an organization of women who possess the pariah gene, making them blanks or untouchables. These individuals have no presence in the warp, creating voids where psychic power cannot function. Their very existence causes instinctive revulsion in normal humans and agony in psychers. During the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy, the Silent Sisters served the Emperor directly, hunting rogue psychers and providing protection against demonic threats. Their null aura prevented possession and disrupted warp-based attacks. A formation of Silent Sisters advancing on an enemy could shut down psychic defenses, disable daemon weapons, and cause psychers to flee in pain from proximity to their anti-warp aura. After the heresy, the Silent Sisters disappeared from official records. Whether they were disbanded, destroyed, or simply rendered irrelevant by the Imperium's transformation into a theocratic state remains unclear. The few references to them in post-heresy documents are fragmentary and contradictory. However, rumors persist of black-armored women appearing during demonic incursions, fighting with weapons that inflict permanent damage on warp entities. The pariah gene appears naturally in human populations at extremely low rates. Perhaps 1 in a billion humans is born a blank, and among those blanks, very few possess the full null presence that makes them suitable for organizations like the Silent Sisterhood. This rarity makes blanks strategically valuable, but practically difficult to recruit in meaningful numbers. The Culexus Temple of the Officio Assassinorum recruits blanks, transforming them into weapons against psychers and demons. Culexus assassins wear helmets that focus and amplify their null aura, creating zones where psychic power simply ceases to function. They specialize in assassinating psychers, rogue inquisitors, and targets protected by psychic defenses. Their very presence causes terror, as the human instinct to avoid blanks intensifies when Culexus assassins deliberately weaponize their nature. The Necrons have shown interest in blanks, viewing them as evidence that humans can evolve towards soullessness, similar to the Necron's own condition. Some Necron cryptex theorize that the pariah gene represents latent psychic evolution that, if properly encouraged across the entire human species, could render humanity immune to chaos, while also making them compatible with Necron biotransference technology in reverse, allowing Necrons to transfer into human bodies. This possibility terrifies those who consider it. A humanity transformed into soulless beings like the Necrons would survive, but would no longer be recognizably human. However, in the desperate calculations of the 42nd millennium, even this might be preferable to extinction or damnation by chaos. The Long War from Chaos's perspective. For the Chaos Space Marines, 10,000 years have passed differently than for the Imperium. Time within the Eye of Terror and other warp-corrupted regions flows inconsistently, sometimes faster and sometimes slower than in real space. A Chaos Marine might experience only decades, while millennia pass outside, or might endure centuries of subjective time while only years pass in the Materium. This temporal distortion means many Chaos Space Marines who fought in the Horus Heresy are still alive and active. They remember the Emperor as a living being rather than an enthroned corpse. They recall when Space Marines were united rather than divided into chapters. They personally witnessed the truth that the Imperial cult denies, The emperor rejected worship and built a secular empire. These ancient warriors fight not from religious fanaticism or simple bloodlust, but from genuine grievance and ideological conviction. They believe the emperor betrayed them, that they were unjustly condemned for recognizing truths the emperor wanted hidden. From their perspective, they are loyal to what the emperor should have been, rather than traitors to what he became. The Long War, as the Chaos Space Marines call their 10,000-year conflict with the Imperium, represents their commitment to eventually overthrowing the emperor and his corrupt empire. Every raid, every Black Crusade, every minor skirmish contributes to this ultimate goal. They view the Imperium's devotion to the emperor as vindication of their rebellion, proof that the emperor always intended to rule as a god despite claiming otherwise. However, the Long War has also transformed the traitors into the monsters they were accused of being. Even those who began with genuine grievances have been corrupted by millennia of exposure to chaos. They commit atrocities that justify the Imperium's condemnation. They have become the villains in their own story, regardless of whether their original rebellion had merit. Some Chaos Marines recognize this tragedy but see no path to redemption. They have gone too far, committed too many horrors to ever be forgiven. Their only option is to continue the war until either they achieve victory and vindicate the rebellion, or they are finally destroyed. Surrender would mean admitting that their 10,000 years of struggle accomplished nothing beyond adding to the galaxy's suffering. The Chaos Space Marines represent a warning about the costs of civil war and ideological division. They demonstrate how genuine grievances can spiral into endless conflict, how both sides can be simultaneously right and wrong, how war destroys the values both sides claim to fight for. The Horus Heresy's legacy is not victory or defeat, but the eternal stalemate of the Long War, where neither side can win, but neither will surrender, the future that cannot be. The Imperium faces futures, all leading to disaster. If the Golden Throne fails, Terra falls to demonic invasion, and the Astronomicon extinguishes. If the Tyranids arrive in full strength, the galaxy's biomass faces consumption. If the Necrons unite, their technological superiority ensures victory. If chaos grows stronger, reality itself collapses into the warp. Every probable future holds catastrophe. Yet, improbable futures exist. If the Emperor could be resurrected in a new body, his full power restored, he might save humanity from its many threats. If the Eldar succeed in awakening Ynid, the resulting god might defeat Slaanesh and inspire hope for defeating other Chaos gods. If the Mechanicus recovers a complete STC system, the resulting technological renaissance might give the Imperium capabilities to match its enemies. If the Primarchs return, their leadership might unite humanity, as it has not been united since the Great Crusade. These futures require miracles, events so unlikely that betting on them represents desperate hope rather than reasonable planning. Yet, in a galaxy where faith shapes reality and gods manifest through belief, perhaps miracles are not as impossible as they appear. The Imperium has survived for 10,000 years through determination and sacrifice. Perhaps that same stubborn refusal to accept defeat can manifest the futures needed for salvation. Or perhaps the Imperium is simply delaying inevitable extinction, buying time through increasingly desperate sacrifices while the noose slowly tightens. Perhaps the best humanity can hope for is a good death, choosing how they fall rather than whether they fall. Perhaps the grim darkness of the far future will consume everything, and all that matters is how humanity faces that darkness. In the end, the Imperium endures because the alternative is unthinkable. Extinction means all the sacrifices were meaningless, all the suffering pointless, all the faith misplaced. So humanity continues fighting, continues believing, continues sacrificing. Because if they stop, everything ends. And as long as they continue, hope remains possible, however distant and unlikely. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But there is also hope, however desperate, however irrational, however doomed. Hope that tomorrow might be different. Hope that sacrifice matters. Hope that the Emperor protects. Hope that humanity will endure. Hope that persists despite all reason to despair. That hope might be delusion, but it is necessary delusion, for without it, there is only darkness, and humanity refuses to surrender to darkness without a fight. The war continues. It will always continue, until humanity achieves final victory, faces ultimate defeat, or transforms into something that can no longer be called human. But until that ending comes, humanity fights on, for the Emperor, for each other, for one more day in the darkness. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But there is also humanity, flawed, desperate, brutal, and noble, fighting impossible odds with insufficient means, refusing to accept the inevitable, choosing hope over despair, courage over surrender, faith over nihilism. This is Warhammer 40,000, where there is only war, but also everything that makes war worth fighting, where humanity faces its darkest hour and refuses to yield. The Emperor protects, through faith, through courage, through sacrifice, through the millions who die daily so billions can live, through the endless war that defines existence, through the hope that persists, despite all evidence suggesting hopelessness. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and humanity fights on, always. And so, the story of Warhammer 40,000 fades into silence. Thank you for spending this journey with me. If this video helped you relax or drift off, please leave a like and subscribe for more calm lore videos like this. Good night, and I'll see you in the next story.